My name is Andrew Bremberg, and I am the president of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and I'm honored to welcome you all here today. I'm particularly honored that we are here to celebrate this important annual Polish Studies Conference. This year, the focus, of course, is the Knights of Liberty. Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński, Saint John Paul II, and President Ronald Reagan. I would also like to thank our sponsors for this event, specifically the Polish National Foundation, for generously supporting the conference, and a special thanks to the Louis DeJoy and Aldona Vosch Family Foundation and the Dr. and Mrs. Edwin and Linda Fulner. For those of you less familiar with VOC, our foundation is a nonprofit organization focused on education, research, and human rights. And we are devoted to recognizing and commemorating the more than 100 million victims of communism around the world. And we continue to strive for and support freedom for those still living under communism today. I'm thrilled that all of you have joined us here to discuss how the primate, the Pope, and the President contributed to the defeat of communism in Europe and ultimately changed the course of history. It was precisely the faith, moral leadership, and courage of these three brave men that helped defeat the evil empire. And on a personal level, growing up as an American Catholic in the 1970s and 80s, the personal witness of both President Reagan and St. Pope John Paul II deeply affected me and it led me here today to being the president at VOC. So without their huge impact on my life, I know I wouldn't be standing here. Our conference begins with recognizing the impact and legacy of Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński, Poland's primate of the millennium. By the time Wyszyński was appointed primate in 1948, Stalinization had already been in effect for 3 years. Starting in 1945, every sector of society, with the exception of the Catholic Church, had been dominated by Soviet influence. The church, therefore, became a place of refuge for both Catholics and non-Catholics, a place where Poles came to voice their opinions and true political feelings. It is important to remember that Poland's fight for freedom in the 20th century cannot be told without recognizing the role of the Polish Catholic Church and the heroes and martyrs who fought to defend her. And for over 30 years, its resilient leadership came from Cardinal Wyszyński, who was able to keep the church alive during this time and would help form and shape the countless future Polish heroes, including a future Pope, Karol Wojtyła. Like Cardinal Wyszyński, Cardinal Wojtyła, later Pope John Paul II, would follow in his footsteps and not allow himself to be intimidated by the communist regime. Cardinal Wyszyński had laid the groundwork so that Wojtyła could continue the mission of upholding freedom and human dignity, not only for Poland, but for the whole world. In October 1978, Pope John Paul II was elected Pope. He was the first non-Italian Pope in over 450 years, and his election at the time was nothing short of a miracle. For the first time in years, Poles, as well as those throughout Central and Eastern Europe, were beginning to feel as if they could have a voice, including in their own country. In particular, the Pope's 1979 pilgrimage to Poland furthered this feeling of hope and sparked the beginning of the end of communism. This hope was intensified 2 years later, when Pope John Paul II was joined by President Ronald Reagan on the world stage. Reagan saw the Pope for the first time on his television screen when he and his foreign policy advisor, Richard Allen, were watching John Paul II's pilgrimage to Poland. The president was deeply moved by the Pope's visit and admired his spirit and ability to inspire people. Allen recalls that Reagan quickly realized, quote, the Pope was the key. From that moment on, it became the priority for Reagan to make the Vatican and Pope John Paul II an ally. The partnership between the Pope and the President was as successful as it was because they were aligned in both spiritual and at a political level. Reagan was devoted to taking down what he later referred to bravely as the evil empire. And he knew the mission had to start in Poland, as it would be the first domino, which could then take down the whole communist bloc. For Reagan, the Cold War strategy of we win, they lose was the only option. One of Reagan's most famous quotes has great bearing on this approach. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, and defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-fought lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. These words from 1967 bear strong resemblance to the preaching of Pope John Paul II, his constant encouragement for Catholics and all individuals of good faith around the world to live not by lies and to stand for their own moral character in the face of all opposition. And all these words, of course, sadly still ring true today and remind us that the threat against freedom has not disappeared. This is why we are gathered here today, to discuss the need to fight for freedom, protect and defend our freedom. As we learn more about the legacy of these Knights of Liberty, let us commit to following in the examples of Wyszyński, John Paul II, and Reagan, and be willing to stand as witnesses to the truth about freedom, human dignity, and religious liberty, and by dedicating ourselves to fighting evil with good. With that, I would like to welcome the Ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the United States, Ambassador Marek Majorowski. Ambassador Majorowski will speak on the spirit of freedom and introduce these three Knights of Liberty. Thank you all for joining us this morning.
I am a return visitor. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me convey my deepest gratitude to the Museum of Victims of Communism for organizing this event, and especially to Andrew. I am grateful for the invitation and humbled being surrounded by a bunch of such distinguished speakers. What I'm about to say might sound controversial, but I will say it notwithstanding the circumstances, because it is a unique opportunity to express my personal feelings about not only these three outstanding historic figures, but also the tumultuous period in which their lives overlapped and intertwined, and which I experienced myself as a very young person. Now, the controversial part. I am blessed to have lived under both communism and democracy. Under an atheist regime, oppressing its own people politically and economically, and drastically restricting freedom of expression, and then under a political system which guarantees and safeguards religious freedom, in which I enjoyed free press, also as a journalist, free economy, and a flourishing civil society. Thanks to this experience, I got a better grasp of good and evil. Quite obviously, Pope John Paul II, Cardinal Wyszyński, and President Reagan understood that distinction more profoundly than a teenager growing up in a tiny hamlet in southwestern Poland. However, once the solidarity movement prevailed in my country and the Berlin Wall was torn down in Germany, and Nicolae Ceausescu's brutal rule in Romania came to an equally brutal end, and the Soviet Union eventually disintegrated, I became acutely aware how lucky I was. Not only because of all those freedoms that suddenly descended upon us, but also because I could see and appreciate the contrast, that striking divide between darkness and light. John Paul II, Stefan Wyszyński, and Ronald Reagan were invariably straightforward and incisive, pointing out and condemning the abuses of communism. The popes and the cardinals' unwavering posture was based predominantly on their sense of injustice and patriotism. President Reagan's acted mostly on instinct and faith. Nevertheless, they were united in their desire to instill hope in Poles, Europeans, Americans, that evil can be defeated and that darkness would at last dissipate. It took generations and decades. It was a long, arduous political and social process involving many actors, people of goodwill and remarkable stamina, but also charismatic personalities like Wojtyła, Wyszyński, and Reagan, with their clear vision and uncompromising stance. This is something we badly need today, and what we essentially lack: spiritual and political leadership, perseverance, and unequivocal definition of good and evil. We crushed communism, but only in Europe. We defeated evil, but it proved staggeringly resilient. Distinguished guests, nowadays, Putin's Russia appears to be another head of the same hydra. We need hope and courage to defend our civilization, to protect our values, to fend off that wave of barbarism, sowing destruction, suffering, and despair in Ukraine. Astonishingly, President Putin oftentimes depicts this confrontation as a clash between his own morally unblemished nation and the rotten, decaying West, as a fierce combat between traditional Christian values and the so-called woke agenda, advanced apparently by America and Europe, both obsessed with political correctness. He describes this confrontation as an existential battle between faith and atheism. We should not fall into this ideological and rhetorical trap. We should not, for a second, believe in this aberration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian ruler is by no means a defender of Christianity. He is evil incarnate. John Paul II, Cardinal Wyszyński, and Ronald Reagan, were they alive today, would have no doubts whatsoever who we are confronted with. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Monika Jabłońska. I'm honored to be a fellow with the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. Ambassador Bremberg, Board of Directors, guests, thank you so much for being here with us. And I am honored to introduce a few words about Cardinal Wyszyński. Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński, the primate of the millennium, was one of the most outstanding Poles of the 20th century. He was a spiritual leader, statesman, moral authority, and co-architect of social changes that led to the fall of communism in Poland. Wyszyński was the uncrowned king of Poland. The beatification of the primate took place in Warsaw on September 12, 2021. Cardinal Wyszyński was selected as one of the patrons of the year 2021 by the resolution of the Polish Parliament. Stefan Wyszyński was born on August 3, 1901 in Zuzela, in the Russian partition of Poland. At the age of 16, he entered middle school and subsequently a higher seminary in Włocławek. He was ordained a priest in 1924. In addition to his regular duties, he served as a chaplain in the underground during the Second World War. Then, in 1948, Father Wyszyński became a bishop of the Lublin diocese. From the beginning of his ministry in Lublin, Bishop Wyszyński called for the cessation of the utterly hopeless armed struggle against the communists. Following the death of Primate Cardinal August Chlont on November 16, 1948, Pope Pius XII appointed Wyszyński as Archbishop of Gniezno and Warsaw and the Primate of Poland. His ministry as Primate, 1948-1981, fell entirely during the period of communist dictatorship. the primate not only secured the survival of the church, but also contributed to the growth of its public authority and the formation of opposition attitudes toward the undemocratic power. Cardinal Wyszyński was the driving force of the Polish bishop's address to the communist authorities known as the non-posthumous letter, in which the leaders of the Catholic Church in Poland refused to accept the communist policy of anti-Christianity. In response, on September 25th, 1953, the Red Secret Police arrested the primate and held him in detention until the fall of 1956. For 9 years, Wyszyński led the Great Novena, a spiritual campaign to prepare the Poles for the millennium of Poland's baptism. Untold thousands participated in the celebrations throughout the country, and their high point in Jasna Góra in 1966 drew nearly 2 million people. This was an unprecedented event in the Soviet bloc, a religious gathering permeated with independence aspiration on a scale unseen in other captive nations. In the years 1980, 1981, despite poor health, Cardinal Wyszyński did his best to serve as an intermediary between the communist government and the Solidarity Independent and Self-Government Trade Union. There was no man of high stature in recent Polish history who better reflects heroism, freedom, and human rights than Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński, the primate of the millennium, the primate of Poland. And finally, we know Cardinal Wyszyński as a mentor, spiritual father, and a friend of St. John Paul II, Karol Wojtyła. There would not be this Polish Pope in the See of Peter if it were not for your faith that would not retreat from imprisonment and suffering, your heroic hope and your entrustment completely to the Mother of the Church, said John Paul II to Cardinal Wyszyński after the inauguration of his pontificate on October 23rd, 1978. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce our first guest, Professor Kazimierz Braun. Professor Kazimierz Braun is Professor Emeritus in Literature and Theater at the State University of New York, Buffalo, and he will talk on Cardinal Wyszyński, the man who led the nation and church toward freedom. Professor Braun, please join us.
Thank you very much for the invitation again. Let me begin, please, with a personal recollection. It is the middle of November 1948. The news comes that the Holy Father had appointed Bishop Stefan Wyszyński as Archbishop of Gniezno and Warsaw, Primate of Poland. My father, Juliusz, who had already known Father Wyszyński before the war, then as bishop, and was in close contact with him after the war, immediately decided to go to pay his respects to the new primate. Among my father's educational methods was taking his son to meetings with various important people. I was introduced, I could say someone else, and listen. Going from Częstochowa to Warsaw, my father took me with him. After kissing the Archbishop ring, I was seated in a corner of the office while they, the primate and my father, talked for a long time. The primate was beginning his ministry at a very bad time. Communist terror and the persecutions of the church were rapidly growing in the country. Father informed him that just recently he had been dismissed by the communist authorities from his positions as chief executive officer of the Chamber of Industry and director of the Higher School of Administration and Commerce in Częstochowa. After the conversation ended, they stood up. The primate put his arm around my father's shoulders and was talking quietly and long time to him. I was old. He put his hand on my head. We both knelt down with my father. He blessed us. My father was arrested 3 weeks later. I think that the words he heard from Primate Wyszyński and his blessing were a special strengthening for him during the long years of imprisonment. And for me, the primate became a spiritual father while my father was in prison. And during all the following years of his service to the nation and the church, he was someone close to me. I felt his hand on my head. Therefore, albeit with great anxiety as to whether I would be up to the task, I decided, I accepted the kind invitation to speak about him at this conference. Before I proceed with my topic, let me remind you that on September 12, 2021, Stefan Wyszyński was elevated to the altars as blessed. In my presentation, however, I will use those of his titles that he was entitled to during his lifetime. The first formative experience of young Stefan Wyszyński was the life of the family according to the rhythm of the life of the church. For his father was an organist in the parish church in the village Zuzela on the Bug River. He played the organ, sang in dialogue with celebrant. Thus the rhythm of Sundays and feasts, weddings and funerals, processions and periodic services determined the rhythm of the family life as well as of the entire parish community. In the most natural way, the son went to the church with his father and the whole family. Certainly on many occasions, he went accompanying his father alone and operated the organ. In the village, in the church, there was no electricity at that time. And it was necessary to manually pump air in the organ. Stefan became also at a very young age an altar boy. The parish stood in a Polish village in the Russian partition of Poland. Liturgies and sacraments were celebrated in Latin with the expression of confession, which connected it to the universal church. But Polish also sounded in the church. The gospel was read in Polish, the sermon was preached in Polish, and people sang in Polish. And this happened in the situation when Polish language was prohibited in public use, was expelled completely by Russians from almost all other public institutions. It was banned in education, judiciary, administration, postal service, etc., etc. Only the church, and I'm saying this with a singing personal note, in theaters, Polish language was allowed in public use. Thus, the church was a Polish enclave. It was an ark of covenant and of service to God and to service to Poland, because the defense of the national language was an act of defiance of the foreign rule in Poland. At the same time, pastor of the parish was a Pole, He was recognized by the entire community as the highest authority, its leader. Russian officials, Russian policemen, troops of Russian army, sometimes marching through the village, these were the foreigners. They had physical force. The parish pastor, the parish pastor's authority was spiritual and stronger. And it was Polish authority. A very important formative occurrence for the young Stefan was the moment of Poland regaining its independence in 1918 after 123 years of the foreign rule and partitions. Until the age of 17, he lived in the captivity under Russian rule. From then on, he lived in a free country. Thus, the young Stefan Wyszyński had four formative experiences. First, the influence of the church on the life of the community. Second, the alliance between religious worship and the defense of Poland, her language, heritage, freedom. Three, the recognition of the clerical authority as superior to all other forms of authority. Four, the realization of the value of national freedom. These experiences remain for him signposts for the rest of his life as priest, bishop, primate, educator, editor, homilist, finally the leader of the entire nation. They involved him in a special kind of Polish alloy of Catholicism and patriotism. Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, later Pope Benedict XVI, accurately recognized this phenomenon, saying, quote, "The main factor in the national identity of the Poles was Catholicism, that which thus peculiarly melted with the patriotism and national being of the Poles. Consequently, the Polish church acquired a political dimension," end of quote. Stefan Wyszyński, absorbing the atmosphere of home and parish and then acting consciously, constructed in his soul and mind a vision of the national structure in which the church, the mystical body of Christ, is the center. And it is the center of the nation's life as well. The service to God and to the people that the church performs radiates into all layers and elements of the structure: family, parish, community, economic, state. Consequently, it was a religious national structure. The service to God and the service to people that the church performs spreads to all layers and elements of the structure. And the priests, the backbone of the church, are the salt of the motherland, the foundation of the national community. The religious national structure envisioned by Stefan Wyszyński had spirituality at the top. And spirituality, he believed, should permeate, guide, and direct all activities and works of the nation. All institutions and offices, workplaces and schools, families and communities, every person. The depository of spirituality of nation is a church, which is also the visible and material keystone of the entire structure. Guides the nation, stores and nurtures the soul of the nation. How close such a vision was to Cyprian Norwid, my favorite poet and playwright, who wrote, "The nation is the oldest citizen in the world after the church. In Norway's vision, the church is the oldest citizen, But immediately next citizen is the nation. Like Norwid, Stefan Wyszyński thought that the national identity of Poles is linked to the church. And precisely because of this, it has, first of all, a spiritual character. Secondly, of course, the nation is identified by its culture, including language, civilization. And if so, the church freedom in carrying out its mission has a direct bearing of the nation's freedom in its historical journey. Therefore, the freedom of the church guarantees the freedom of the nation. This was Stefan Wyszyński's deep belief. To take away the church's freedom is to enslave the nation. To defend the freedom of the church, and this includes defending the clergy, is to defend the freedom of the nation. Now, due to limited time of my presentation, I will only point out the milestones of his journey. Studies, ordination to priesthood, 1924, doctorate, Catholic University in Lublin, 1929, professor of the seminary in Włocławek since 1931, editor-in-chief of the priestly Athenaeum since 1932, publications especially on the social teachings of the church, lecturer at the Workers' University, chaplain of Labour Party since 1937, during the war, chaplain of the Institution for the Blind in Laski near Warsaw, and chaplain of the Home Army, rector, president of the seminary in Wrocław, 1945, consecrated as bishop 1946. He was an ordinary bishop of Lublin, and finally, Archbishop of Warsaw and Gniezno and Warsaw, primate of Poland, 48. As primate, Stefan Wyszyński resolutely and fearlessly, led cautiously and prudently, took up the defense of the church. Defending the church, he defended the nation. He acted in two fundamental ways. First, he strengthened the church itself. He led and intensified the church's teaching, mission, and pastoral work. He tirelessly visited all the parishes of his diocese. He personally met parishioners. He listened to the people. His piety took on a distinctly Marian character. He himself recorded, quote, "I have been called the Marian primate. I earnestly desire to justify this name with my life," quote. He taught the entire nation the devotion to the Mother of God. This devotion resonated most loudly among the popular masses, giving religious practices of Polish people a personal dimension, children talking to their mother. It met with reluctance and criticism from some intelligentsia circles. I will not speak more about this topic, but it should have been reminded. Those circles at that time were strongly influenced by both the modern currents coming from the West and by communist propaganda as well. Yet it was precisely Cardinal Wyszyński's emphasis on popular, universal, and at the same time Marian piety that proved to be most effective way of resisting communism, of preserving the nation's aspirations for freedom. Secondly, acting outside the besieged fortress of the church, he negotiated with the communist authorities in an effort to expand the practical possibilities of worship. religious instructions, and so on. Assuming the primacy in 1948, at the time of particular violent attack on the church by the communist regime, Cardinal Wyszyński decided to defend the church by establishing a body that would enable the church to negotiate with the communist government, providing a platform for submitting the church's demands to the authorities, and weakening, if not rejecting, it wasn't possible, orders of authority or authorities that harm the church. His aim was to construct a sort of a buffer to mitigate the clashes between the church and the communist authorities. Thanks to his effort, a mixed commission, this is the name of it, was formed, composed of representatives of the episcopate and those of the authorities. It worked out a document called the Agreement and more. The document was a compromise, yet in general, it was beneficial to the church and to the Catholic, yes, overwhelmingly Catholic nations. From the beginning, however, the agreement was violated by the authorities. Religious instruction was removed from schools. Priests were arrested, tried at show trials, and sentenced to long prison terms or killed. In 1951, these are specific number, there was 900 priests in jails in Poland. Father Piotr Oborski, chaplain of the underground, a priest I knew personally. He was a pastor in my parish during the war. He was murdered in the prison in Rawicz in 1952. Father Zygmunt Kaczyński, editor of Catholic periodicals, was murdered in Mokotów prison in 1953. On February 9, 1953, the State Council issued a decree giving the authorities the right to appoint priests to all churches' positions, from vicar to pastor and to bishop. The decree also included an order that newly appointed priests take an oath of allegiance to the regime. The authorities immediately began to use this decree by removing some priests and replacing them with those of their choice. Arrests and trials of priests multiplied. At the same time, the authorities launched a campaign accusing Cardinal Wyszyński accusing him of violating the agreement. The cardinals still tried to negotiate with authorities, but without success. Finally, therefore, Polish bishops, under his leadership, issued a statement on May 8, 1953, which went down in history under the title Non Possumus. We cannot agree to the appointments of churches positioned by the authorities. We cannot agree to the restrictions of churches carrying its mission. The document was sent by President Wyszyński to Prime Minister Bierut, previously president, then first secretary of the party, Communist Party. The response was the primate's arrest on September 25, 1953. He was imprisoned for 3 years. He remained steadfast, isolated from any opportunity of public action. He nevertheless had a powerful effect on the entire nation, teaching faithfulness to the church and opposition to communism. His strong and charismatic personality took on the dimension of a symbol of perseverance and resistance. Imprisoned, he wrote down and solemnly made an act of personal devotion to Blessed Mother. He then entrusted Poland to the Mother of God in the vows of the nation. 1956, they were solemnly proclaimed at Jasna Góra Częstochowa on August 26th, 56, without his presence because he was still deprived of freedom. By historical coincidence, at that time, the so-called thaw, odwilż in Polish, so after Stalin's death on March 5th, 53, was already slowly beginning. The totalitarian system began to relax in the Soviet Union, which had its consequences in satellite countries, including Poland. The communists felt less confident in October, and in October 56, they made a tactical maneuver by easing for a time the most brutal aspects of the regime and suspending also for a time only the fight against the church. Primate Wyszyński was released on October 26, 1956. Now the last chapter of my presentation, Primate Wyszyński interrex. Interrex, as we know, held the royal office from the death of a king until the accession of a new king to the throne. This was an old Roman tradition, although that time it was not about the kings, it was consuls. Then European, adopted in Polish monarchy. In recent centuries, in Poland, it was the primate who became the interrex, formally. From the beginning of the communist assumption of power in Poland, there was a widespread belief that the rule, including that of president, later the chairman of the Council of State, first secretary of the party, they were illegitimate. There was still the Polish government in exile in London, but it had no influence on the country, and most Poles simply did not even know about its existence. In this situation, Primate Wyszyński began to be recognized as interrex. Of course, there was no way to proclaim this publicly, and he did not refer to himself as such, although he was certainly aware of it. But many people understood his office in this way, as not only the head of the Catholic Church, but also of the entire nation. In this slide, we have to see and understand his position and actions from 1950 until his death in 1981. Standing at the head of the nation, he led the nation towards freedom. He did this by defending the freedom of the church. Within the church, in both spiritual and practical sense, within the walls of the temples, he gave millions of believers the experience of freedom. People experience this freedom in a spiritual sense by participating in liturgies and sacraments. Within the walls of the church, they were also practically and basically free, for the authorities never dared to enter the temples. Spiritual freedom motivated aspirations for political freedom, economic freedom, freedom in education, culture, the arts. The church was increasingly becoming the most important place where the communist power did not reach. Churches were national sanctuaries. In the churches or processions or pilgrimages, albeit harassed by the militia, people first flee. Clearly, they grew a desire to practice freedom also after leaving the protective shadow of the church. Here we touch on the main, indeed, I think, the fundamental way in which Cardinal Wyszyński led the Polish nation towards freedom, from a free church to a free country. Thanks to Cardinal Wyszyński, Catholicism remained in Poland a religion practiced by the masses, and at the same time, it was inseparably linked to the fate of the whole nation. Following the Jasna Góra vows of the nation, 56, he organized, beginning in 1957, a pilgrimage of the image of Our Lady, a copy of the image in Częstochowa, throughout the whole country, to every parish. The roads by which the image was heading to the cities, towns, or villages were decorated for mice. People display holy images in their windows. Thousands of praying faithful gathered at each stop of the image. When the authorities banned the transportation of the image, only empty frames were transported, which perhaps made even greater dramatic expression on the faithful. In 1957 to 1966, Cardinal conducted a great novena before the Millennium Jubilee of the Baptists of Poland, treating it as a national retreat. These millennium celebrations held in all the dioceses of the countries contributed significantly to breaking down the barrier of fear in Polish society. People felt internally free and united. They found their identity. Outside the church, as it were, encouraged by the church, more enclaves of relative freedom were then created. Theatrical shows sometimes expressed through aspirations of the nations. In the 1970s saw the emergence of the underground uncensored press and books publishing. Beginning in 76, organization uncontrolled by the regime, such the Workers' Defense Committee began to emerge. Free press was smuggled from the West into the country. Despite jamming, people were listening to the free radio. All these enclaves of freedom had limited reach. In contrast, the church led by Primate Wyszyński was a mass phenomenon. Temples were full. Seminaries enjoyed vocations. More and more new priests were being consecrated as bishops under cardinals' care and selection. In 1958, the primate recommended to the Pope Pius XII that Father Karol Wojtyła, a professor at the Catholic University of Lublin, be consecrated as bishop. Karol Wojtyła became auxiliary bishop of Kraków, then archbishop. In 1967, he received the cardinal's purple. He became the second after the primate leader of the church in Poland. The authorities counted on conflict between the two leaders. The two of them, however, maintained absolute loyalty to each other. When Cardinal Wojtyła was elected Pope in 1978, taking the name John Paul II, the entire nation, with the exception of the communists who were horrified, united in joy and hope. It must be said very clearly, Karol Wojtyła came out of the church led for years by Stefan Wyszyński. In such a church, Karol Wojtyła traveled his entire way. And it was as if the energy accumulated for years by Cardinal Wyszyński was ripe to explosion. And indeed, when the Pope came to his native country in 1979, there was an explosion of people rushing to papal masses and listen to his inspired words. For 10 days of his pilgrimage, the nation felt free and exercised its freedom. Let me again recount a personal experience. It is the morning of June 4, 1979. My wife and I are walking to Jasna Góra in Częstochowa to attend a Papa Mass. We are walking along the main avenue of Częstochowa, which has a central wide promenade with street and sidewalks on two sides. On these streets, on both sides, stand long lines of militia, military and police cars and trucks packed with men in uniforms. But using the entire width of the avenue, the middle promenade, the streets and the sidewalk goes towards Jasna Góra, huge, uncounted crowd of people. Where the avenue ends to lead on a wide footpath through the park, there stands a thick line of militia in helmets, trying to block the way. But people simply push militia men aside, pay no attention to them, and go on. We go with them, free. A visit to his native country by his son, the Pope, the 10-day experience of freedom resulted in popular will to consolidate and expand that freedom. A year later, Solidarity movement was born. An image of Lady of Częstochowa and a photograph of John Paul II appeared on the gate of the striking Gdańsk shipyard. Mass were celebrated daily for the strikers and for those coming to the gate from the city of Gdańsk. Makeshift confessionals appeared in the shipyard and long lines formed at them. This was how the church shaped by Cardinal Wyszyński functioned. He wanted the Solidarity movement to settle on strong foundations. He gave it his full support, but at the same time called for prudence and calm. Cardinal Wyszyński passed away in the full flare of the Solidarity flame on May 22nd, 81. And also that flame was shortly thereafter trampled by General Jaruzelski and his junta through the imposition of martial law. It was not extinguished and reignited a few years later. Poland regained its independence in 1989. The nation regained its freedom. Wondering what the Poles did with this freedom in the years that separate us from that date is not a part of my topic. But finishing deciphering the path that Cardinal Wyszyński led the Polish nation to freedom, and considering his role in this historical process, it must be emphasized once again that it was a path leading from a spirituality to material existence, from freedom of the church to freedom of the nation. And his role in leading the nation along this path was decisive. Thank you.
Let's start. It's time for our first panel. And now I would like to introduce our first panel of the conference titled The Uncrowned King of Poland, Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński. I'm glad to introduce Dr. Marek Jan Chodakiewicz, moderator, professor of history, the Kościuszko Chair in Polish Studies, director of the Center for Intermarius Studies and the Institute of World Politics, Dr. Chodakiewicz, Ambassador Janusz Kotański, former ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the Holy See, Professor Zbigniew Stawrowski, professor of philosophy, author, co-founder and director of the Józef Tischner Institute in Krakow, Poland, and Dr. John Radziłowski, professor of history at the University of Alaska, director of Polish Institute of Culture and Research at Orchard Lake. And we have our special guest, Professor Paweł Skibiński, Good morning. Hello from Poland. Hello from Washington, D.C. Professor of History, Deputy Director for Research at the Dmowski and Paderewski Institute of the Heritage of National Thought, former Director of the Museum of John Paul II and primate Wyszyński. Please join our first panel.
Thank you very much. And who might you be? Hello, President Wyszyński, President Wyszyński, Bishop, Professor John. I'm very, very grateful that you could come. Am I speaking too softly? That'll be the first. I'm very glad that you can be here with us, but most of all, thank you so much for turning out. I'm used to talking to the mirror. My wife never listens to me, so I'm quite comfortable being alone and always right when I'm alone. But I am very, very happy that you care. That means we care together. I may be a purveyor of all sorts of useless information as a historian, and you'll see what we all have to say, but you care, so maybe you have more data than we do. Maybe you just have stronger hearts and more hardened spirits. At any rate, we will be talking about one of the giants of the 20th century, a giant that during his lifetime had a lot of exposure in his country, Poland, but outside of narrow Catholic circles, not too many people knew him. And it's my distinct pleasure to introduce you to very briefly, to a process of memory acquisition, none of which I'm going to tell you and share with you was available to anyone, or really hardly anyone, in communist Poland. So whereas I did grow up under totalitarianism, none of this was available at school. On the contrary, mendacity was the rule at school. So what I have gathered in terms of knowledge, now augmented through archival research and a hard archival work of the likes of Professor Skibinski, was not available anywhere. So I will be talking about a process of memory forming under totalitarianism as far as primate Wyszyński is concerned. Now, I only encountered primate Wyszyński privately once. He pulled my ear. I was 4 years old. So I have a memory of it, but vague memory. I'll talk about it in a little bit. So in a way, it's sort of like Ambassador Bremberg and John Paul II. So he doesn't remember anything. He just has a picture to prove it. I don't. When I was growing up, the main descriptive for Cardinal Wyszyński, who was the primate of Poland, was the interrex. My mother and my father and my grandmothers explained to me that in the old Commonwealth, in the old Republic of Poland, Lithuania, the interrex was somebody who stepped into the shoes of a king. When the king, an elective king, died, someone kept order, and it was always the Catholic primate of Poland. So until the next election, when the Poles or the nobility of Ruthenia, Lithuania, and Poland elected their new sovereign, the primate was the interrex. Under the communist occupation, Wyszyński was the interrex. It was explained to me when I was very little. Arguably, it was one of my first Latin words, too. It stuck. Interrex, the uncrowned king of Poland. A second tidbit that I picked up was from Count Jan Zamoyski, who was the boss of my grandmother's first cousin, Jurek Cieszewski. They were in the underground together, and Jurek Cieszewski was the director of spirit distillation at the estates of the Count Zamoyskis in Kozłówka. And I found out, I couldn't find out from Jurek because the Germans killed him. He was shot by the Nazis, executed. But Jan Zamoyski says, oh, did you know that Cardinal Wyszyński was hiding on my estate? I had no idea. And she said, then he went to Żółw. Żółw, that's the Count Raczyński's place, which the Raczyńskis gave to the nuns to establish an institute for the blind. So during the Second World War, when Cardinal Wyszyński was hiding, he was hiding with some of the most illustrious families in Poland. It's important, that tidbit, because then it started making sense why we would, with my parents, while hiking in the Campinos forest outside of Warsaw, swing by Laski, where there was another institute for the blind, where, lo and behold, having had his cover blown in Żółw and Kozłówka, future primate of Poland, Cardinal Wyszyński, showed up to be a chaplain for the blind. But not only for the blind, also for the underground. And what kind of an underground? Well, of course, pro-independence and pro-West. There would be the Home Army. But this wasn't the only connection. I was told when I was 10 or 11. He was also a chaplain and close collaborator of the National Armed Forces, the hard-right, anti-Nazi, anti-communist underground. National Armed Forces? Why National Armed Forces? Well, his half-brother was a lieutenant in the National Armed Forces. Boom. This was a complete taboo. Nobody talked about the National Armed Forces, for they were really hardcore, anti-Nazi and anti-communist. Equal opportunity killers, you could call them. So I was very excited. I didn't know, nobody else knew. In fact, when 30 years later, in the 90s, I told the primate of Poland, Glemp, that his parents had been with the National Armed Forces, and he freaked out that I knew. And I said, well, don't worry, Father Wyszyński's half-brother too. Then it was a secret and a mystery. Father Wyszyński also worked with Father Dr. Michał Poradowski, who later ended up in Chile, only returning to Poland in the 1990s. Why? Because before World War II, they both published anti-communist tracts. And what's important, and I'm sure Professor Skibicki will tell you, is that it was back then that Father Wyszyński first tested an observation, namely that intellectuals were prone to be duped and seduced by Marxism, but not the common people, which would serve him very well in the future. He also worked, Cardinal Wyszyński, very closely with Professor Ignacy Czuma, who was a professor of economics and law at the Catholic University of Lublin, in the same anti-communist milieu before World War II. I was friends, or my father was in jail with Andrzej Czuma, so I used to always torment Andrzej for stories. And one time he showed me a picture of his son when Andrzej was in jail in the 70s, sitting on the knee, I think, or standing by Cardinal Wyszyński. Well, Cardinal Wyszyński did not shy away from political prisoners and their families. It was a great boost. Remember when I started with my ear being pulled? That's because we got to be very close. During the Mass and after the Mass, the Cardinal did that to me because my grandfather had been a political prisoner too. The secret police kidnapped his younger brother and murdered him, didn't get him, but he went to jail. By the way, my mother, who was 5 in 1945, was arrested together with her parents because the secret police didn't know what to do with him. The point is, Cardinal Wyszyński was not only larger than life, not just a symbol, he was actively involved in our lives, helping dissidents and pulling my ear. Thank you very much. I would like to ask Ambassador Kotański to try to amuse you too.
I'm not sure if I will amuse you. It is, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it's an interesting change after being 6 years an ambassador to the Holy See and the Order of Malta, when I was trying to explain Sua Santità, Eminence, Excellenza, all the subtleties of the history of the Central Europe, subtleties to them, not to me, of course. Yeah. Let me also begin with my personal memories about primate Wyszyński. It was in 1966. I was a young kid really at that time. It was during the millennium when the blockhead communist secretary Gomulka was attacking primate Wyszyński nearly every day. So we are supporting him strongly, I mean us, Poles, Catholics. I went with my father, a professor of geology, to the cathedral. My father was, before he became a geologist, he was a soldier of the country army, fighting in the Novogródek region, first against the Germans, then against the Russians. He survived, that's why I'm here. And he never was a member of the Communist Party. So they were always asking, Professor, if you want to go abroad, please join us. Then, no, please join us. But he didn't. And he was also not very close to the Catholic Church, which was quite unique. Anyway, we went to the cathedral, and after the Holy Mass, we were waiting, thousands of people for primate Wyszyński. We went out, people starting to cheer, shouted, "Long live Interrex, long live primate of Poland." And Wyszyński just, and he didn't say a word, just waved his hand. We were all on our knees, and he blessed us, but in an old way, not like in nowadays, but like that, with a holy cross. And Father said to me, "Janusz, remember, this is primate Wyszyński. He is a prince of the Catholic Church." And I never saw any prince or king before, and I said to myself, yes, he must be really a prince. It was really something for a young boy. Now, let's get back to my main point, which is the Vatican's Ostpolitik and the primate of Poland blessed Cardinal Wyszyński. At the end of the 16th century, Lithuanian Commonwealth, ruled by King Stefan Batory, fought for its freedom with the Grand Duke of Moscow and its ruler, Ivan the Terrible. Ivan the Terrible, who is now, his canonization is currently being considered by the Russian Orthodox Church, the man who murdered about 1 million of his own population and killed his own son. So he is going to be canonized now. So we were fighting for freedom as usually, and Muscovites for the slavery as usually. The legate of Pope Gregory XIII, a Jesuit, Antonio Possevino, believed in such promises, who in a dire situation, in exchange for a favorable peace treaty, pledged to end the Eastern Schism and assured Moscow's participation in the Holy League against Turkey. Poland won the war, but Moscow didn't keep any of its promises. The dream about reconciliation with the Orthodox Church was an illusion. However, this fantasy of ending the division between Christians and the good faith of Moscow wasn't abandoned by the Vatican. The idea was kept alive. I am calling that idea a dream of Possevino. Now we must leap over a few centuries out of necessity. And we are after the Second World War. As a result of the betrayal in Yalta, all the Central European countries paid an enormous price of subjugation, suffering, and blood. This included the church, of course. The faithful priests, clerics, and the highest hierarchs were imprisoned, tortured, and murdered. In Poland, the primate Stefan Wyszyński spent 3 years in prison for his non-posthumous declaration towards the regime. Let me give just a short examples of other persecutions. The Hungarian primate Józef Mindszenty was tortured and admitted to crimes he hadn't committed. The Czech Archbishop Józef Beran, a former prisoner in Dachau, was released from communist prison in 1963. And supposedly tolerant Titus Yugoslavia, a Croatian archbishop, Alojzij Stepinac, died in prison in 1960. So it's not a Stalinist regime. The Bishop of Ljubljana, Antoni Vovk, was covered with gasoline and set on fire by the communists. The examples of the church martyrdom in the communist countries go on in painful infinity. Horrified, Pope Pius XII followed closely the situation behind the Iron Curtain. He unconditionally condemned the totalitarian communism and excommunicated those who collaborated with the persecutors. His position was quite clear. There can't be any negotiations with the Satan. The situation changed rapidly after the election of his successor, Pope John XXIII. In the view of worsening international relations, Berlin crisis, Cuban crisis, conflicts in Africa and the Middle East, the Holy See implemented a new, updated set of policies towards the Eastern Bloc called Ostpolitik, expressed in the keyword aggiornamento, used often as the Second Vatican Council. The strategy of next Pope, Paul VI, carried out mainly by the Secretary of the State, Monsignor Agostino Casaroli, embraced a series of long-term actions designed to initiate the dialogue with Moscow and normalization of relations with its satellite states, and granting the permission for episcopal appointments without any concessions concerning the religious doctrine. The chosen tactics combined transparent actions aimed at improvement of the bilateral relations with the whole Eastern Bloc and unspoken support for the Church of Silence. The situation in Poland was rather unique because over 95% of the citizens were Catholics. Unlike in Hungary and Czechoslovakia, and Church had a strong leader in the primate Wyszyński, who guaranteed the continuity of national identity and tradition. Those advantages were of great importance in his relations with the Holy See. He had a strong legitimacy to present to the Holy See not only the situation of Polish Church, but also to inform about, for example, the persecutions of the Church in the Soviet Union since the time of Pius XII. He acted as the spiritual leader of the whole Eastern Bloc. Without a doubt, He was the most troublesome person for Casaroli. The primate of the millennium, and he is usually called, was the head of the church in the country that for centuries was an antemurale Christianitatis. Despite small compromises, the primate didn't want the Holy See to make any agreements with the Polish government without the input of the Polish Episcopal Conference. Wyszyński used to say, vir Casaroliensis non sum. Because in contrast to the papal diplomat, he knew totalitarian governments from his own experience. After the events of the 50s, he was aware that the authorities wouldn't respect any agreements and would withdraw from any arrangements when they find them inconvenient. Let's remember that the agreement signed on the initiative of Casaroli in the 60s between the Holy See and Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, described by him as a non moriendi policy, didn't yield expected results. The communists used them to legitimize unlawful actions and to validate their authority. The persecution of the church didn't stop, and many of the appointed bishops turned out to be more loyal to the authorities than to the Vatican. Cardinal Wyszyński tried to explain Casaroli that agreements with the secretaries of the Communist Party in Poland without the involvement of the Polish Episcopal Conference would mean the surrender of the church. He treated the Secretariat of State's eagerness to sign a concordat with Warsaw as a dangerous utopia. Wyszyński had also a different approach to the Helsinki Final Act from 1975. He believed that the consent to the existence of the Iron Curtain deprives the Baltic states and the whole Central Europe of hope for independence. After all, the freedom and human rights were the main concern of the signatory states. He also tried to convince Paul VI to change his position. However, the Pope didn't want to withdraw from the main course of the Ostpolitik and continuously believed in the dialogue with the socialist states. The primate managed to confirm his special mandate received from Pius XII concerning custodianship over the Catholics in the Soviet Union, and Poland was to remain fara da se, that means on her own. Primate's opinion were shared by the Archbishop of Krakow, Karol Wojtyła, future Pope John Paul II, who never accepted the division of Europe approved by the Yalta Conference. Despite the fact that during the initial years of his pontificate, he kept Casaroli on his post, the attitude of the Vatican has fundamentally changed. The priorities now included freedom of religion and the right of nations to sovereignty. It meant the fiasco of the Kremlin's policy and the expected benefits coming from the Vatican's Ostpolitik. After years of common force of Grand John Paul II, President Ronald Reagan, and Polish solidarity, the evil empire collapsed. Currently, the Vatican foreign policy is led by a student of Casaroli, Cardinal Piero Parolin. Pope Francis also emphasizes great accomplishments of Casaroli, many times. Indeed, the Vatican calls out for the second Helsinki Conference. The commentaries of the Vatican experts are already mentioning the new Ostpolitik. However, the fiasco of its practical implementation in the form of the agreement between the Holy See and the communist Beijing shows how current are Wyszyński and Wojtyła's warnings. If the Holy See won't change its politics, we could say that they are doing something that St. Paul called video meliora, proboque, et deteriora sequor. Thank you.
Professor Skibinski is next in line.
Okay.
Please tell us stories. Tell us how you missed the plane. Just kidding.
Okay. Thank you very much for an invitation, a possibility to talk about the great personality of Primate Wyszyński. Nowadays, I'm chief of redaction of edition of Pro Memoria by Cardinal Wyszyński. It means his principal diary. During the last 7 years, we were published 10 volumes of this edition, and we prepare another 18 volumes, and it's a unique source of information about the reality of life in Polish People Republic, and probably one of the very important sources for to know the communist reality in the whole Soviet bloc. I have, thanks a decision of Archbishop of Warsaw, Cardinal Nitsch, I have a privilege to be responsible also for ordering the archive of primate of Poland from time of Cardinal Wyszyński. And I can say that thanks to this professional experience, I have a unique opportunity to be close of distinguished personality of our today hero. I can say the real Knight of Liberty. So I can say that I was asked to describe key factors which were important for shaping the personality of Cardinal Wyszyński. And I can say that it's, in my opinion, we must think about several factors which played here a key role. The first, in my opinion, is the deep religiosity of Primate Wyszyński. Personal religiosity instilled by his family and by his surroundings during his childhood and during his youth. But this religiosity were developed also throughout whole his life as a result of intense spiritual practice, spiritual life. We can see this process of development of this religiosity, for example, in the camp of Marian devotion by Primate Wyszyński, so important for his inspiration during the primate period. This religiosity gave the Primate Wyszyński the ability to understand the reality more deeply than another persons acting in public life of his epoch, and capacity to see problems in the long term. I suppose it's my opinion, but I'm quite sure that he was planning for 100 years. I don't know if for 1,000 years. It's impossible for politics, but it's possible for spiritual persons. And the same religiosity gave the primate ability to maintain internal balance in even the most difficult situations. I suppose the second factor, key factor for understanding the personality of primate Wyszyński is the question of his careful education. Primate Wyszyński was a doctor by Catholic University of Lublin, one of the first doctors in Catholic social teaching. But he also, during the interwar period, visited all leading Catholic academic centers of Europe. So in my opinion, he was one of the most prepared and most subtle and refined minds of his generation. In the opinion of many opponents of Wyszyński, he was considered as a simple, almost coarse person. But in reality, he was very deep, very refined intellectual. The third key factor, in my opinion, was very varied experiences of primate life. For example, he was during more than 10 years the chief redactor of magazine Ateneum Kapłańskie, edited in Włocławek in his diocese, but it was a leading journal for the clergy in Poland, leading intellectual Catholic journal in interwar Poland. Primate Wyszyński, future primate Wyszyński, has also a varied pastoral experiences. He worked with various communities, from landowners to workers. Professor Chodakiewicz mentioned the experiences of primate Wyszyński during the Second World War. And I can say that it was also very important for preparing the future primate Wyszyński. Not only the problem of his function as chaplain of Home Army, but also his work in insurgent hospital during the Warsaw Uprising in August 1944 in Laski, mentioned by Professor Chodakiewicz. He was also, during the interwar period, the member of Social Council of Primate Chląd, the primate of Poland since 1926 till 1948. And why was so young person? Because primate Wyszyński was born in 1901, was invited to as a member of this social council, because he really was a principal authority, principal Catholic authority in Marxism and communism in interwar Poland. I suppose that we can mention many more peculiar experiences of life of primate Wyszyński, but we must also remember about the fourth key factor, and it was a primate Wyszyński personal character. Character consciously shaped throughout his whole life. Among many important personal qualities of Cardinal Wyszyński, such as brilliant intelligence, humility, sensitivity, one stood out. In my opinion, the most important for character of primate Wyszyński was his courage to face reality. Thanks to it, primate Wyszyński was able to maintain his ability to make independent decisions and not to be afraid of communism and of communists. From this point of view, these four key factors shape the personality, very complex and fascinating. And I can say that thanks whole my investigation, academic investigation, I can say that he was beatified not by accident. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, very good, thank you. I'm mildly Luddite. I'd like Professor Stavrowski to wax philosophically for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. After introduction in the historical context, I would like to share with you some more general remarks. The first one may be funny. Thinking about Knights of Liberty as the subject of our conference suggests, I see the image of freedom reflected in American films, Westerns. There is usually a lone hero fighting to defend the residents of a village against the forces of evil. In the climatic scene, the intimidated passive residents following the example of a lone hero join the fight themselves and together achieve victory. A similar universal image accompanies us as we look at the life and labors of the heroes of our conference. We look at them today as these who contributed to the fall of communism and the liberation of many nations from totalitarian rule. But can the freedom they fought for be reduced only to political freedom? Certainly not. They cared about something much bigger and more important. Individuals such as Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński and Karol Wojtyła, before they became Knights of Liberty in public life, had first to discover for themselves what freedom really was. Only then, as free individuals, they were able to pull others along with them in the fight for freedom. Looking through the prism of Cardinal Wyszyński, let us ask, who can be a Knight of Liberty? First of all, someone who is inwardly free himself, and thus he can be a model of freedom for others. It is a person who knows that there are situations when it is necessary to say no, and who has the courage to do so, even if that means making a sacrifice. Second, it is someone who feels deeply connected to his community and responsible for it. It is someone who knows that his task is the persistent long-term work of liberating the other members of the community. Liberation here does not mean so much freeing one from an oppressive political system. political liberation can only be achieved by people who are internally free. Enslaved people seeking liberation by changing the political system only usually exchange one despot for another, sometimes even a worse one. Third, the sense of responsibility for community must be accompanied by prudence. The Knight of Liberty should have a rational plan for the liberation of others, a realistic long-term program, strategy requiring patience and consistency in action. Finally, what is perhaps most important here, there must be also a deep faith and trust in God. It is faith that allows us to do the best we can with all that depends on us and belongs to us, while leaving the rest in the hands of God. Faith allows us to act meaningfully and freely, even if it seems there is no chance that these actions will bring quick positive results. Having had led the Catholic Church in Poland for 33 years, when he made key decisions in dark times, Cardinal Wyszyński did not expect to see the results of his labors quickly. When in 1953, the communist authorities decided to completely subdue the church, the primate, along with the Polish episcopate, responded with the words, non possumus. We cannot agree. We are ready for the highest sacrifice. Cardinal Wyszyński knew well what the consequences of such a stance could be. His arrest that soon followed came as no surprise to him. One might even say that the fact that he spent the following 3 years in prison was his free choice, an act of freedom. Reading his diaries from this period shows that he by no means felt deprived of freedom. What is more, he treated his imprisonment as an opportunity to prepare a long-term program of moral and religious renewal. After his release from prison in 1956, the primate persistently, step by step, carried out the previously planned program. He was fortunate that at the end of his life, he was able to be a participant in extraordinary events that, in a sense, confirmed that the path of responsible freedom, which he faithfully and consistently followed, was a correct path. On October 16, 1978, his close associate within the Polish episcopate, Karol Wojtyła, a Krakowian cardinal 20 years younger than him, was elected Pope. A week later, during the homage, when the cardinals, as a sign of obedience, kneel before the new Pope and kiss him on the fisherman's ring, John Paul II tried to lift Cardinal Wyszyński from his knees and kissed his hand himself. You can see it at film. The next day, in a speech to Polish pilgrims, John Paul II said of the primate standing next to him, I quote, there would not be this Pope, a Pole, who today, full of the fear of God, but also full of confidence, begins a new pontificate, if it were not your faith, not retreating from imprisonment and suffering, your heroic hope, your entrustment without rest to the Mother of the Church. Not many months later, in June 1979, Cardinal Wyszyński welcomed the Pope to Warsaw first and accompanied him on his first pilgrimage to Poland. This pilgrimage transformed Poland and soon the world. During that pilgrimage, the Pope's simple evangelical message about the dignity of man and his vocation to freedom was seeded deeply into the hearts of millions of Poles. It didn't take long for people whose inner freedom had been awakened to begin demanding also external freedom in public life. A year later, in the summer of 1980, a wave of strikes flooded Poland. In a way, the Poles repeated to the communist authorities the words of the primate, non possumus. We cannot accept it. It cannot go on like this. The communist regime had to retreat. The time of the miraculous Solidarność movement arrived. May 13, 1981 was the day of the assassination attempt on John Paul II. The forces of evil launched a counterattack that failed. When the Pope was recovering, the gravely ill primate Wyszyński was dying. He passed away 2 weeks after the assassination on May 28, 1981. I am convinced that before his death, he could repeat Saint Paul's words. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Thank you very much.
Excellent. We're on this earth to fight the good fight. We don't know if we'll win. The point is to fight. However, we know that in the end, it's been promised to us that the gates of hell shall not overcome the kingdom of heaven, so we'll win. We may just not be around to see it. But who knows? When I was young and beautiful, I never thought the evil empire would fall. Yes. And now I would like to introduce you my most favorite of all the slow pokes in the world, the most deliberate scholar with a very impressive resume nobody has heard about. He's not on the market.
Thank you, Marek.
But he knows all things American.
Well, not all things. Thank you. Blessed Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński was the single most important figure in mid-20th century Polish history. Following the catastrophic human and material losses caused by the war and German occupation, Poland was occupied by the Soviet Union, which installed a communist puppet government. Poles mounted grassroots resistance to this new occupation, which included widespread armed resistance waged by underground forces. Nevertheless, the lack of outside support of the massive and violent regime of repression enacted by communist authorities made organized underground activity almost impossible. And by 1950, most of the leaders of the political and military resistance to communism in Poland were dead, in prison, or in exile. Into this gap stepped Cardinal Wyszyński, who became the key symbolic and actual leader of anti-communism in Poland during the crucial decades of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Cardinal Wyszyński's anti-communism, however, differed from what had come before in Poland, with its storied tradition of armed resistance to revolutionary totalitarianism. Cardinal Wyszyński's approached the problem of communism as a spiritual one. Indeed, his view of Poland's situation and his own role in Polish history was first and foremost that of a pastor, not a politician. During his imprisonment by communist authorities between September 53 and October 56, the most painful element for Wyszyński was not the obvious injustice that he was suffering at the hands of his authorities, but his separation from his flock and his inability to fulfill all of his pastoral duties. Wyszyński's pastoral response to the regime was fully consistent with his views expressed since the 1930s that the main thread of Marxism was moral and spiritual. It allowed for a middle ground between the futility of armed resistance and the impossibility of collusion with the regime. Moreover, it was an approach for which the communist authorities, steeped as they were in materialism, were entirely unprepared and for which they had no good response. In his prison notes, Wyszyński tellingly records many encounters with communist functionaries who appear baffled and uncertain as to how to respond to his arguments and his requests. Although much attention has been rightly paid to Wyszyński's leadership in organizing the Great Novena for the millennium of Poland's conversion to Christianity, less remembered is another idea he developed while in prison, that of a spiritual Jasna Góra. Jasna Góra, of course, is the famous Pauline monastery housing the miraculous image of Our Lady of Częstochowa. However, Wyszyński is here referring to the 300th Jubilee of the defense of the famous monastery that occurred in November and December of 1655. At that time, Poland had been completely overrun by foreign invaders, Russians, Swedes, Cossack rebels. Many Poles would become completely demoralized, with some even pledging loyalty to the invaders. The king had been forced to flee, and the country and the people were ravaged by enemy forces bent on murder, rape, and plunder. Protestant Swedish forces and their German allies were particularly notorious for destroying Catholic churches and religious sites. In November 1555, a German-Swedish army laid siege to Jasna Gora, intent on plundering the monastery, one of the few remaining holdouts against the invaders. The monks, supported by a small band of soldiers drawn from the Polish gentry, refused to surrender and mounted an epic defense, turning back repeated assaults. Stories began to circulate among the faithful that the Mother of God herself had appeared above the monastery, deflecting the enemy cannonballs. The Swedish defeat at Jasna Gora became a rallying point for nobles and commoners alike, galvanizing resistance that led to the king's return and the expulsion of the invaders. More importantly, on his return to Poland, King Jan Kazimierz consecrated the Polish nation to Our Lady of Częstochowa as Queen of Poland. For Wyszyński, the parallels between the 17th century deluge and the catastrophe of war, occupation, and communist rule were only too clear. During his imprisonment, Wyszyński would reread Henryk Sienkiewicz's famous novel, The Deluge, and in his prison notebooks, he carefully records Sienkiewicz's 19th century gloss on the events of 1655, where Sienkiewicz gives Abbot Kordecki, who led the defense against the invaders, the following speech. Quote, "The enemy mocks us and holds us in disdain, asking what has remained of our old virtues, and I will answer, they have all vanished. But something has remained, because our faith has remained in our love of the Virgin Mary, and on this foundation, the rest can be restored." Wyszyński goes on to note, the defense of Jasna Gora today is a defense of the Christian spirit of the nation, a defense of our native culture, a defense of the unity of human hearts within God's heart. In a subsequent entry on January the 1st, 1955, the start of the Jubilee year, he makes this parallel even more explicit. It pleased God to save Poland from the deluge through Mary of Jasna Gora. Henceforth, Jasna Gora became the fortified bastion of the spirit of the nation. But we aspire to something 100-fold more. Today, the defense of Jasna Gora is a defense of the Christian soul of the nation. The defense of Jasna Gora is an apt metaphor for Cardinal Wyszyński's own time in prison, which, like the siege of 1655, became a rallying point for Poles everywhere. The Jasna Gora image, with its powerful historical resonance, was a clear gauntlet thrown down to Poland's communist rulers. But as always with Wyszyński, his main challenge to Poland's communist rulers was pastoral. Drawing on the Polish tradition of organic work, his Jasna Gora isn't only a defense against an external foe, but a call for the faithful to recommit themselves individually and collectively to Poland's Christian roots. This new Jasna Gora, he writes, demands, quote, even greater heroism for the struggle against the enemy that is within us. How easy it is to do battle against an external enemy, and how much more difficult to do battle against our very selves. Like all great Christian thinkers, Wyszyński recognized that the first battleground against evil was in the human heart. Thus, in his conception of the Jasna Gora Jubilee, Wyszyński previews his program for the Great Novena to commemorate Poland's millennium of Christianity in 1966 and the social crusade of love that followed in 1967. Wyszyński's pastoral approach prepared Poland's faithful to don the armor of light and resist the communist regime, both the sticks of violence and repression, but even more crucially, the carrots of material blandishment and false promises that PRL's rulers would deploy to divide and control the population. The cardinal's spiritual challenge was hard for the regime to counter effectively, though it spared no effort to do so, and the anti-church campaigns of the security services did real damage to the Christian soul of the nation, which only demonstrated the adage that it's easier to destroy than to create. One especially striking example of Wyszyński's approach was his theology of work. There were few other groups in Polish society that the communist regime tried to win over more forcefully and consistently than Polish workers, especially industrial workers. Yet the communist appeal was entirely and fatally materialist in its conception. Better apartments, nicer vacations, or more food, most of which in the end the regime failed to deliver anyway. By contrast, Wyszyński told Poland's workers that their labor was part of something greater and more noble. Work could not merely build a better human society, but could sanctify and ennoble the workers. More importantly, human labor, rightly understood, from the most menial to the most sublime, makes men and women God's co-workers in building his kingdom. Nothing offered by Marx or Gomulka could have possibly competed with such a luminous vision. It is little wonder that industrial workers would take the lead in the movement to overthrow communism in Poland in the 1970s and 1980s, and many of Solidarity's leaders would credit Wyszyński with giving them a sense of dignity and purpose. In the old days of Poland, when the country was between monarchs, the primate served to call the parliament and hold the country together until the election of a new king. In the mid-20th century, when Poland lacked legitimate political leadership, again, the primate stepped into the void, not as politician, but as pastor. And it was as pastor that Blessed Stefan Wyszyński helped bind a still devastated and bleeding country back together. With no executive that represented the will of the nation, it was the nation's leading pastor that led Poland in the renewal of King Jan Kazimier's vows to Our Lady at Jasna Góra. The demoralizing effects of war, occupation, devastation, and loss of independence, the imposition of communist totalitarianism, was a time of the greatest moral and spiritual danger for Christian Poland. But at Wyszyński's Jasna Góra, as in 1655, the enemy at the gates was again rebuked and a nation saved. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. See, I told you. I would like to ask a few questions of our panelists, if you don't mind, and I'll start with Ambassador. 3 minutes? 1 minute each? Okay. It's incontrovertible that Russian Orthodox martyrs are on the top of the list. And I assume you were referring to the so-called replacement leadership, meaning the Chekists, the KGB, who took over the Russian Orthodox Church in Russia. Because we have the Russian Orthodox Church in exile. They're very hardcore anti-communists. So would you say a couple of words about that?
Well, of course, why not? You know that Cyril is a KGB agent, yeah. So we can't talk about the Maria Free Orthodox Church in Russia. It's simply impossible. And Putin, you know, for him, his heroes from the Russian history are two. One, of course, is Joseph Stalin. And the second one is Ivan the Terrible. And the third one is Tsar Nikolai, who was beheaded by the Bolsheviks. Putin is not talking now about Lenin. And if he is talking about Lenin, he is accusing him of destroying Russia. What will happen now with his ideas of Ruski Mir, I don't know, but I'm sure that it is not still well understood by the Holy See. His Holiness, who is reading a lot, was always telling us and me that his favorite writer is Dostoevsky. And you know his favorite poet? Anybody? It's Hölderlin. It was a German poet. I like him too, but to call him a favorite poet is rather difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask about people who, well, operated under Cardinal Wyszyński's umbrella in Poland, in particular, Father Blachnicki. In a minute.
Yes, it's too short time to tell the story about Franciszek Blachnicki. It is a person who I think should be on the list, the title of the Knights of Liberty is in the age of Karol Wojtyła, 10 months younger. As a young boy, he fought against Germany and was arrested and ran away and organized organization against Germany, was arrested, spent 14 months in Auschwitz. His number was 1201, very low number. He was sentenced to death in Katowice in Schlesien, and 5 months he was waiting for execution. It was the time for his conversion. He spent war in many concentration camps and prisons. And after the war, he decided to go into seminary, became priest, and engaged immediately in the very active fight against communism, but in positive way. He organized, most of all, he organized a big movement of young people called the movement Life and Light, or Oasis. 2 million young people was educated by this organization, religious organization, which also was based on this Scouts experience. Anyway, it is someone who had unbelievable, astonishing life. Thank you.
Just one story about Blachnicki. When he was in prison, in Katowice, not during the German occupation, but communist regime, he was in the same cell, and he was accused of being anti-communist because he was trying to make Poles less drinking vodka. And in that cell, there was a young criminal who was talking to the priest, and that criminal said to Blachnicki, "I am because of vodka, priest, because I was drunk and I robbed the shop." And Blachnicki answered, "I'm also for vodka, son, yes."
Maybe one sentence. Franciszek Blachnicki is so important now because a few days ago it was announced that after investigation, he died in 1987. Few days ago was announced that after investigation, he was poisoned by communist agents in Germany. That is because of that, this name should be here.
One of many martyrs and giants. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're happy. I have one short question to John Radziłowski. Whereas Karol Wojtyła visited the United States and he maintained some contacts, which later came to fruition once he became Pope. Cardinal Wyszyński was not as robust a pilgrim. So what do you know about him in America, please? In 1 minute.
In 1 minute. Well, he was still very influential among Poles in the United States. That was certainly the case. He did have a brief visit to the United States later on, but then also visiting clergy from the United States would visit him in Poland. And so the Polish community in the United States paid very close attention to Wyszyński, especially during his imprisonment. There was a big campaign to lobby the U.S. government to put additional pressure on the communists, and particularly writing letters to President Eisenhower at that time. So there was significant interest. Obviously, with Karol Wojtyła, Pope John Paul II, he was much more of a people person. Interacted. He came to the United States a number of times, visited throughout the United States, American Polonia, including our institution at Orchard Lake, which was a center for Polish Catholicism. And so he came twice as part of apostolic visits. But behind the scenes, it was Wyszyński also who was orchestrating that.
Communism treats man as a means to an end. This social and economic system does not allow for freedom of religion, creates a world without family values, treats human beings as only an object in the means of production, suppresses human creativity, and ultimately preaches that any human problem can be solved by economic means alone. Man is not treated as an individual with a specific destiny, but rather as a tool who must abide by the will of the communist elites. Accordingly, man's life can even be sacrificed if this means achieving the ends of the state. John Paul II knew that people were meant to not live to serve the communist regime and believed that each person had a divine purpose. He took down communism not by attacking the communists directly, but rather by fearlessly proclaiming the truth about man and explaining the proper human anthropology. Above all, John Paul II often reminded his followers, man is called to freedom. This is the underlying weakness of communism, the removal of freedom, the quality which makes a man who he is. When man's freedom to think and to act is taken away, man is denied his most basic human rights. John Paul II officially sparked the beginning of the end of communism in the Central Eastern Bloc during his 1979 pilgrimage. It was during this pilgrimage that four key things occurred. First, the Polish people realized they had a strong religious and political Polish leader, let alone a world figure who was on the side of the people. Second, they began to see the power in numbers during John Paul II's visit and just how many of their fellow countrymen also gave up in believing in the facade of the communist state. About 10 million Poles, or 1/3 of the total population, came out to see John Paul II during his pilgrimage, with millions more tuning in through their radios and televisions. In communism, the best way to control the population is through isolation and fear. Now an opportunity presented itself where people could unite, both Catholics and dissidents. Third, his visit started the beginning of an open dialogue on topics such as religion and history. People were often hesitant to speak freely about points of view other than Marxist ones. Lastly, his pilgrimage reinforced the power of the Catholic Church. Even after 34 years of atheist rule, the communist ideology did not manage to replace God. However, what makes this 1979 pilgrimage so memorable was its orderly nature. It was John Paul II's peaceful yet firm example that allowed the collapse of communism to be largely nonviolent. He fought evil with good and inspired a peaceful resistance. He was able to influence people because of his charismatic qualities and lively spirit. John Paul II was principled, forgiving, humble, and a great communicator. However, one quality in particular stands out. He was courageous. He was not afraid to face or challenge the communists. Be not afraid was a message he often repeated during his papacy. Let us continue this message that John Paul II left with us in our fight for freedom today. Let us not be afraid to fight for human dignity, religious liberty, to stand up for the truth, even in the midst of opposition, and to also stand up against the world's current totalitarian leaders. In the words of John Paul II, I plead with you, never ever give up on hope, never doubt, never tire, and never become discouraged. Be not afraid. Lastly, I would like to note that in the light of the existing attacks on John Paul II, this conference is coming at the right time. As stated by John Paul II, in the designs of providence, there are no mere coincidences. Indeed, the timing of this conference is no coincidence. With that, I would like to welcome George Weigel, Pope John Paul II's leading biographer and author of Witness to Hope. Weigel is also a distinguished senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. Mr. Weigel will speak for 25 minutes, and then we will have a 15-minute Q&A. Please welcome George Weigel.
Thank you, Agnes. I think I can now skip the first third of my remarks after that comprehensive introduction. It's wonderful to be here. I want to thank Ambassador Bremberg and Monika Jablonska for their invitation, and to commend everyone who has been responsible for building this very important new museum in Washington, a city with a very short attention span, as those of us who live and work here know, and an even less deep understanding of history. So it's very important to have the museum here, and I'm honored by the invitation to share some thoughts with you today. In 2005, in a book, A Short History of the Cold War, a new history of the Cold War, John Lewis Gaddis of Yale, I think is generally recognized as the premier historian of the Cold War among American academics, wrote this: when John Paul II kissed the ground at the Warsaw Airport on June 2nd, 1979, he began the process by which communism in Poland and ultimately everywhere else in Europe would come to an end. That's a remarkable statement that was not always a truth, that was not always recognized shortly after the collapse of European communism. I remember when I published, I think, the first book to make the argument that the Pope and the Church had been crucial in the collapse of communism, a book called The Final Revolution. I was informed by many reviewers that no, it was Mr. Gorbachev or Mr. Reagan or Prime Minister Thatcher or whomever. What could a Pope possibly have to do with any of this? So over the next 15 years, it became clear that John Paul II had indeed been a pivotal figure, if not the pivotal figure, in this historical drama that played itself out over the 1980s. Now, Gaddis's statement, I think, is not without need of some nuance. I would say that John Paul II accelerated the process by which communism in Poland and ultimately elsewhere, everywhere else in Europe, would come to an end. The Helsinki Final Act of 1976 and the formation of Helsinki watch groups throughout Western Europe and North America played a crucial role in creating the conditions for the possibility of what we know as the revolution of 1989. Charter 77 and parallel initiatives throughout East Central Europe also played a crucial role in providing the intellectual infrastructure, if you will, of the revolution of 1989. But there is no doubt that John Paul II played an indispensable role in that revolution because he ignited a revolution of conscience that preceded and made possible what Agnes just mentioned, the nonviolent political revolution of 1989, and gave that revolution its distinctive character. If the late Father Joseph Tishner was right in describing solidarity as, quote, a vast forest planted by aroused consciences, then the forest ranger, so to speak, was John Paul II. How did he do it? I want to try to get into that question, dig down into that question by looking at some of the key themes in his three pilgrimages to Poland, the pilgrimages of 1979, 1983, and 1987. The June 1979 pilgrimage, what I and others have called the 9 days of John Paul II, was one of those extraordinary moments when you can feel history turning, at least you can feel in retrospect, history turning in a different, and in this case, better direction. It's worth remembering that the original plan
was for the Pope to come to Poland for 2 days in May 1979 and to visit only Warsaw and Krakow. The dates were set to coincide with the feast of Saint Stanisław on the Polish liturgical calendar, and then the Pope would go to Krakow to conclude the 9-year Synod of Krakow that he had summoned to implement the Second Vatican Council. Well, the regime just simply wasn't going to have that. The Stanisław anniversary was simply too neuralgic to imagine having the Pope in Poland during that. So these guys, who really were not that smart, were they, traded 2 days in May and 2 cities for 9 days in June and 6 cities. Monsignor Bardetsky, an old aide of John Paul II or Karol Wojtyła when he was Archbishop of Krakow, used to say that Wojtyła's appointment as Archbishop of Krakow, as you remember, he was like 6th or 7th on the list, and the communist apparatchik kept vetoing guys because he wanted Wojtyła. Thought he was a kind of airhead intellectual that they could manipulate. Bardetsky told me that was a great example of how the Holy Spirit can work by darkening minds as well as enlightening them. Well, 2 days in May for 9 days in June was another example of that pneumatological phenomenon at work. Agnes mentioned this. I want to underscore it. I think one of the reasons why June 79 was so important was because the church insisted that it would organize sites and events and be responsible for everything, the decoration of sites, crowd control, all of the rest of it. What did that do? It taught people, or reminded them, we can do this. We can be a self-organizing civil society. This therefore refuted the claim that only the vanguard of society could organize society properly. Some key themes in that June 79 visit. Well, obviously, the first comes on June 2nd, the Mass in what was then known as Victory Square in Warsaw. Prior to that, the Pope had been met by the senior officials of the Polish state at the airport. He was polite and then proceeded to completely ignore them for the next 9 days until he took off from Balice in Krakow on June 10th. He acted as if they were simply not there, okay? The Mass at Victory Square, I believe if you read that text closely, the homily text closely, laid out a fundamental theme that the Pope developed in dozens of variations on the same great theme over the next 9 days. And that, what is that? You are not who they say you are. You, my Polish comrades, countrymen, you are not who they say you are. Permit me to remind you who you really are. You're a people with a distinctive history, formed by a distinctive culture. And if you own that, you will soon find tools of resistance that communism cannot blunt. And you will effect a cultural and spiritual renewal that will make a new future possible. So when the Pope calls down on the eve of Pentecost, that was the eve of the liturgical solemnity of Pentecost in the Roman Catholic liturgical calendar, when he calls down the Holy Spirit to renew the face of the earth, renew the face of this land, he is making the claim, which would be a prominent theme throughout his pontificate, that culture is the driver of history over the long haul. It's not politics, it's not economics. Culture is the driver of history over the long haul. And a renewed, energized Christian culture, open to others who wished, as the Charter 77 people would say, to live in the truth, could effect great historical change. Next day, the Pope is in Gniezno, June 3rd, 1979, to mark the baptism of Mieszko I and the beginnings of what we know today as Poland. And there, in another crucial theme, the Pope underscores the unity of Poland with all of Europe, East and West. I don't know how many times in the last 25 years I have explained to audiences in Western Europe and North America, Poland is not Eastern Europe. Poland is Central Europe. And Poland is an integral part of Europe and in fact plays an integral connecting role between Byzantine Europe and Latin Europe, even in its language, the Slavic language written in a Latin alphabet. That assertion of the Slavic place in the history of Europe was something that had not been prominent in Western consciousness for many, many decades, if at all. That insistence that Poland belongs to Europe as a whole and that the division of Europe effected at the Tehran and Yalta conferences during the Second World War was artificial, culturally bizarre, and therefore unsustainable over time, would be a continuing important theme throughout what we know as the Revolution of '89. It was a very hot day, apparently, in Gniezno in those on June 3rd, 1979. And the Pope, who could never really resist making a wisecrack when the situation permitted, said at one point, in June, 90 degrees heat is as common 150 miles west of Warsaw as a Polish Pope. That was a laugh line. You're permitted to laugh here. In Czestochowa, June 4th to 6th, 1979. The Pope went out of his way to praise Cardinal Wyszyński, blessed Stefan Wyszyński, as a providential man and evoked the memory of the great novena previously mentioned during our earlier panel, in which it is important to recognize the entire country was re-catechized. As one of the early solidarity priests, now unfortunately deceased, told me in Nowa Huta in 1991, all of those people you saw at the gates of the shipyard in Gdansk and whatnot were the kids we catechized in freezing church basements during the Great Novena. So there is a very real connection between Wyszyński's strategy for survival and Wojtyła's campaign of deconstructing the communist system. In Czestochowa, the Pope also insisted that positive law, the laws we make, are, if they are to be true law, accountable to the moral law we can know by reason. This would be a consistent theme throughout the Revolution of 1989, throughout the 1980s, and formed part of the intellectual bridge between human rights activists and resistance people who were believers and those who were not. A distinctive feature of the 1980s that was quite different from previous uprisings in Poland and elsewhere, where people tended to fragment. Throughout the 80s, a genuine coalition of conscience held itself together, and on the basis of the moral law we can know by reason. And once again, in Czestochowa, the Pope insisted that the division of Europe at Tehran and Yalta was unnatural and therefore unsustainable. Interestingly enough, footnote to all of this, in my conversations with the Pope over 15 years, I could never get him to recognize that the real villain here was Tehran. I mean, Yalta simply cashed out what had been agreed at Tehran. But he liked the idea of the Yalta division of Europe. The Tehran division of Europe doesn't sound quite right, I suppose, but despite their efforts to do so today. June 6th to 10th, 1979, the Pope in Krakow. A extraordinary kind of youth festival, almost a preview of what would become World Youth Days. And one of the most striking themes there, again mentioned by Agnes in her introduction, was the Pope's spontaneous remarks to thousands of young people gathered at Skalka, at the place of the martyrdom of Saint Stanisław, the basilica there. You can see these words engraved on the pediment, the pedestal of a statue of John Paul II in front of the basilica at Skalka, with the money quote being, "Be afraid only of thoughtlessness and pusillanimity." Be afraid only of thoughtlessness and pusillanimity. Don't be dumb and don't be scared. Be afraid only of thoughtlessness and pusillanimity. Then again, on the Błonia Krakowski, 1 million people. This theme, own the truth of your history, understand that Christ is the source of your courage, and never lose your spiritual freedom. June 1979, I would say, in sum, was a great lesson in dignity. And it had remarkable existential and I would say psychological effects. I mean, first of all, given those massive numbers that Agnes mentioned, everyone could see how many of us there are and how many of them there are. I mean, the 30-year program of atomizing society in Poland, through everything from the way apartments were designed to work schedules were laid out, et cetera. All of that crumbled existentially, experientially, when over those 10 days, a third of the country, live and in color, could see how many of us there are and how many of them there are. As a friend of mine said, in words echoing the great Polish historian Paczkowski, the artificial world collapsed. The world of artificiality, this culture of the lie in which Poles had lived since 1946, simply collapsed. And as another activist from those days said, that of his experience of those days, we might have to live and die under communism, but now what I wanted to do was live without being a liar. Now, that all sounds very noble, and it was. I mean, we have become so cynical in recent decades that it's good to remember there was genuine nobility here. Genuine nobility here. There were other things going on as well. One Silesian miner asked why he was religious, why he had come to these papal events, said in one of my favorite quotes from the period, to praise the Mother of God and to spite those bastards. That was that, but that sentiment transformed by this revolution of conscience is what gave birth to the Solidarity movement. A revolution of the spirit had been unleashed. And in retrospect, this was never clear at the time, never clear at the time. But in retrospect, the 1980s, in a sense, played out the result to its, if you will, logical end of what was unleashed in those 10 days in June 1979. And I think the Pope himself learned something from this. I don't think it is right to imagine that he came home in June 1979 expecting to unleash a revolution of conscience that would eventually lead to the collapse of European communism. But by June 10th, 1979, he had figured out that the communist emperor had far fewer clothes, and they were threadbare, than even he had imagined. I mean, he knew that this made no sense conceptually, philosophically, that it was cruel, that it was stupid, didn't work in any sense of working. But by June 10th, 1979, he understood just how shaky things were. Okay, the June 1983 visit. Solidarity is formed in the fall of 1980. In December of that year, high drama as possible Soviet intervention, 23 Warsaw Pact divisions surrounding Poland, was forestalled by some very effective work by Colonel Richard Kuklinski, Zbig Brzezinski, who was then on his way out as National Security Advisor, Lane Kirkland, the head of the AFL-CIO, who was organizing a worldwide boycott of transport of Russian exports in the event of an invasion. And in that period, the Pope wrote a famous letter to Leonid Brezhnev, the first copy of which was the first public record of which was in Witness to Hope. And in that letter, he several times, to go back to where I began, mentions the Helsinki Final Act. Look, dude, you signed this thing. You treated Poland as an independent state because that was to your benefit in 1976. He understood how vulnerable the Soviet Union was because of its accession to the Helsinki Final Act and its agreement to what was known in those days as Basket 3 of the Helsinki Final Act, the human rights provisions. And then, actually at the very beginning of the letter, the Pope drew a parallel between a possible Soviet invasion of Poland in December 1980 and what had happened on September 17th, 1939. The second invasion of Poland by the Red Army. That was a real gut punch. The implicit threat being, if you do this, I will, with this huge global megaphone that I have, compare you to what happened to Poland in September 1939. And he signaled his non-negotiable support for solidarity. Okay, we all know what happens next. A year later, martial law is declared. The June 82 visit that had been begun to be planned was deferred for a year. And then the Pope arrives in Warsaw on June 16th, 1983. And it's striking what happens right at the beginning. He comes down the steps from the plane and he looks sad. He looks stricken. And an old lady in the crowd said to a friend of hers, "You see, he is sad. He understands. He understands what it's been like here for the last 2 years." And that created, if you will, the human foundation, that human connection that then allowed him to speak about Poland as the land of the cross, to evoke that image of Christ carrying the cross that was recovered from under the rubble of Warsaw at the end of the Second World War in front of the Church of the Holy Cross in downtown Warsaw, and allowed him to begin to break the fever of despair. He did not mince words with General Jaruzelski at that time. He began their conversation behind closed doors by saying to Jaruzelski, "I have the impression that the country is one vast concentration camp." That did not go over terribly well. And those who were outside the closed doors told me afterwards they heard fists pounding on tables during that conversation. Jaruzelski had been talking incessantly from the martial law imposition on about social renewal. Pope said there is no social renewal without solidarity. In Krakow on June 22nd, he beatified two figures who had been rebels in the 1863 Polish uprising, Raphael Kalinowski and Albert Chmielowski, later brother Albert, symbols of the enduring capacity of Polish resistance animated by Catholic faith. And then, of course, from a symbolic point of view, most importantly, the Pope insisted on and got a meeting with Lech Wałęsa after threatening to get back on the plane and return to Rome if he were denied that meeting. So, June 1983, the restoration of a measure of hope. June 1987, things have changed. In May 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev succeeds Konstantin Chernenko, who succeeded Yuri Andropov, who succeeded Leonid Brezhnev. Talk about domino theory. As the General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. In 1986, although no one, including John Paul II, knew this, and I think this is perhaps the greatest Western intelligence failure of the Cold War. In 1986, Gorbachev convened a meeting of the leaders of the Warsaw Pact countries and told them, "We are not coming to your rescue again. There will be no more 1953, there will be no more 1956, there will be no more 1960. You guys are on your own if you can't manage your situations. There will be no more Soviet military intervention." We didn't know that, but it symbolizes a new situation that I think the Pope intuitively understood. He comes to Poland in June 1987, not to restore hope, but to prepare Poland for freedom and identify the basic issues a free Poland would face. And in his opening remarks, with Jaruzelski present, he laid down the challenge by quoting the Second Vatican Council and its Pastoral Constitution on the Church in the Modern World, paragraph 31, where the Council Fathers wrote, "One must pay tribute to those nations whose systems permit the largest possible number of citizens to take part in public life in a climate of genuine freedom." Then, throughout that visit, the Pope, in a theme to which he'll return in 91 and 97, and indeed until he died, and it's very much pertinent to debates of today, Pope insists that truth and freedom are intimately linked, not only in resisting the communist culture of the lie, but in setting the foundations for the free and virtuous society of the future. There's more to freedom than the song Frank Sinatra used to say he hated, but never turned the residuals back, I don't think. I did it my way. There's more to freedom than I did it my way. And then in Gdynia and Gdansk, the Pope invoked the virtue of solidarity as well at the moment when those jumbly red letters were being displayed all over Poland for the first time since martial law. And said on that occasion, solidarity means one another, and if there is a burden, then this burden is carried together in community. Thus, never one against another, never one group against another, and never a burden carried by one alone without the help of others. Those are the three visits to John Paul II that gave spiritual and, if you will, intellectual texture to what we know as the Revolution of 1989. Now, 1989 was a complex business, like all great historical transitions. Many factors coalesced to make 1989 possible. It made a great deal of difference that Ronald Reagan, not Jimmy Carter, was president of the United States, that Margaret Thatcher, not James Callahan, was prime minister of the United Kingdom, that Helmut Kohl, not Helmut Schmidt, was the chancellor of what was then West Germany. SDI made a huge difference. It broke the Soviet capacity to compete technologically and militarily. Helsinki, which I've referred to several times and which the Pope cited in that letter to Brezhnev, the Helsinki Final Act made a large and unremarked difference. But if you ask yourself the question, why did 1989 happen in 1989 rather than 1999 or 2009 or 2019? Why did it happen then? Why did this thing, which was going to collapse at some point, why did that happen then? And happen without, with the exception of Romania, considerable violence, which after all was the usual 20th century method of effecting massive social change. Then you have to conjure with the role of John Paul II. He was not part of a holy alliance, Pace Carl Bernstein, who drank in conspiracy theories of history with his mother's milk. It was because of a revolution of conscience in which John Paul II ignited and sustained, which John Paul II ignited and sustained over a very difficult decade. It's true that he ignited it from tinder, if you will, that had been created since the mid-1970s. But he ignited the tinder and he sustained the flame throughout a very difficult decade. What do we learn from all of this? Several brief notes, some of which have been alluded to earlier. First, the Ostpolitik of Cardinal Casiroli was a complete failure. The refusal to recognize this in the Secretariat of State of the Holy See today, in the Pontifical Ecclesiastical Academy, where the Vatican's diplomats are trained and where the Ostpolitik is still taught today as the apogee, the high point of Vatican diplomacy. Absolutely unbelievable. The Ostpolitik was a complete failure. The only possible thing you could say for it is that in some limited circumstances, it created some space for individual Catholics, other Christians to pursue their private devotional lives. But as a method of strengthening the church, it was a complete failure. And I think I demonstrated this in the second volume of my John Paul II biography, The End of the Beginning, by quoting from documents from IPN and other East Bloc Security Service archives, which shows exactly how the Ostpolitik was used to penetrate the Vatican with East Bloc agents, to manipulate negotiations, and to create this illusion of dialogue, to use the word of the day. So that's the first thing we learned from that. The second thing we learn is that the present Holy See approach to China is doomed to failure. You do not give, in this case, the Chinese Communist Party, not even the state, the Chinese Communist Party, the authority to have the predominant role in the appointment of bishops. This is completely crazy, completely crazy. And I think it'll be reversed in the next pontificate. But it's a failure to understand, and this really goes back well into the 60s, maybe even the 50s. Italian Vatican diplomats never really got the distinctive character of totalitarian regimes. You can even see this in the mid-1930s when they're trying to figure out what's going on in Germany. They don't, I mean, which they tended to, at least up till 38, 39, this is just an uglier form of typical German elbow throwing and whatnot. Interestingly enough, Eugenio Pacelli, who became Pius XII, did not think that. He thought this is the Antichrist in a German costume, in lederhosen. But they've always had a hard time getting the distinctive character of totalitarianism, and therefore they missed John Paul II's understanding that the only way you can deal with that kind of a system is with the weapons of truth and spiritual conviction. So that's a second lesson for today, and that extends beyond China to thugocracies like Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and all the other fun places on the planet these days. So hope that's helpful in understanding a bit of how John Paul II was so crucial to what we know as the revolution of 1989. And I think a few questions, one or two. I was not pre-informed of the 25-minute time limit, so yeah. Who wants to?
Question.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Who are you? And you're.
Oh, hello. Andrew Rokita. Came in from Delaware this morning.
Yeah. Looks like you came in from Lviv or Kiev this morning.
Slava Ukraini.
Yeah.
But regarding the assassination attempt in 81, I mean, I've heard from different places, different sources, plus a great Tom Clancy book called Red Rabbit, that did the Pope, and all of your research, did the Pope truly believe the KGB was behind it?
Well,
or they instigated it and planned it?
There is a very fine film. It's about an hour and 40 minutes. You can find it on YouTube. Made by the Knights of Columbus about 6 or 7 years ago, called Liberating the Continent, John Paul II and the Collapse of Communism. In that film, Cardinal Jewish, as he was when this was made, simply said flat out, the first time I had ever heard him say this in a public setting, the source of the assassination attempt was Moscow. I don't think anyone who has looked into this closely doubts that. Is there ever going to be a piece of paper found? You know, who will rid me of this meddlesome priest, signed Brezhnev, or more likely Andropov? Because Brezhnev was pretty much a vegetable at that point, and Andropov was in charge of stuff. No, I mean, that's not the way that stuff worked. As Zbigniew Brzezinski told me 20 years ago that he thought it was a multi-layered thing that probably went from this Russian KGB to the Ukrainian KGB to the Bulgarians to this nutcase Aja, who was a genuine nutcase. I mean, why these guys, aside from the fact that they thought he could shoot straight, why these guys picked this guy who was mad as a hatter and still is. That famous picture of the Pope and Aja in the prison cell at Rebibbia in Rome, you know what they're talking about? Aja had heard that he had shot the Pope on the feast of Our Lady of Fatima. Now, of course, Fatima is the daughter of Muhammad. And in his crazy mind, he thought that there was this goddess of Fatima who was going to come through the prison walls and do very unpleasant things to him. And what the Pope is saying to him, I mean, he told me this, is, no, Our Lady of Fatima is Mary. She's the mother of Jesus. She's in the Quran, Maryam, etc. She's not coming through the walls to get you. I mean, bonkers. So that's a bit of a mystery, why you would choose this guy, which they obviously sprung out of that Turkish prison. But I don't think, you know, the simple question, cui bono, I mean, who benefits, rather, you know, suggests the answer. And then, of course, there was a fabulous disinformation campaign after that. This guy's an extremist Muslim, gray wolves, all that kind of stuff you remember. That was all throwing up chaff. And they continued to do that, by the way. Is Bishop Oder here? Okay, you'll meet him in just a second. We've been friends for 15 years since he was the postulator for the beatification cause. And what's called the Positio, the documentation for that was this huge 4-volume thing, 2 volumes of biography, 1 volume of testimonies from 123 people, of whom I had the honor to be one. And then there was this 4th volume called Domande Speciale, special questions. I said, what's that? He said, what's all the stuff that's come up in the process that we have to answer? And he then gave me an example. There had been an article in an obscure Northern Italian newspaper suggesting that during the Second World War, Wojtyła was involved in the assassination of Gestapo agents. I said, this is completely ridiculous. I mean, it's not the kind of thing he would have been involved in. And Monsignor Oder said, of course. And then I said, Marcus Wolf, the last head of the Stasi. And he said, probably. These guys were still throwing mud up to see what would stick 30 years later. So connect the dots. Sorry for the long answer, but I thought that was a good story.
You spoke about how the Pope prepared the way for the recovery of freedom in Poland in 1989. Right. Building on his thought, as we look at the situation of freedom in America and in the West today, what would you identify as the 2 or 3 major salient points that need to be spoken to our culture?
Well, to go back to Frank Sinatra, that freedom properly understood is not I did it my way. That's an infantile notion of freedom. Tomorrow afternoon, I will meet for the first time my 6-month-old grandson. That's his idea of freedom. I want it now, I want it my way. That's a childish understanding. Every 2-year-old in the world is a natural born tyrant because that's their understanding of freedom. But that is the dominant notion of freedom throughout the Western world today, and that has to be challenged. And he gave us a lot of the intellectual and spiritual materials with which to do that. Secondly, that democracy is not a machine that can run by itself. It takes a certain kind of people living certain virtues to make the machinery of democracy works so that it contributes to human flourishing rather than human degradation. And then third, this notion that culture is the driver of history. I think we see this exemplified in Ukraine today. What happened on the Maidan in the winter of 2013, 2014 was analogous to things that happened in Poland in the late 70s and early 80s. The formation of a truth-based national consciousness that has been severely tested over the last 14 months, but so far has maintained its strength. So against the Marxist heresy that economics is the driver of history, and the Jacobin heresy that politics understood as the quest for power, understood as my capacity to tell you what to do, is the driver of history, the Pope said no. Culture is the driver of history. At the heart of culture, like at the beginning of the word, is cult, what people cherish and worship, what they're willing to stake their lives on and their children's lives on. All of that needs constant underscoring in the Western world today. Thanks very much. Good to see you.
I have never met Cardinal Wyszyński.
I knew him because in my time when I was staying in Poland, my youth years, the name of Wyszyński, it was the synonym of the church in Poland. Cardinal Wojtyła, I knew because I had a clever parish priest and he make us read books of Wojtyła. It was not very nice and very easy experience, I can say. Well, but even I have never met Cardinal Wyszyński. I have a particular anecdote, thing that I would like to share with you. In 1985, after 2 years of my preparation in the seminary in Poland, I was sent by my bishop to the seminary of Rome. At the time it was possible. And the seminary of Rome, when I completed my studies, and it was the beginning of my long chapter of my life in Rome, because I used to stay there from 1985 till 2021, more than 36 years. Well, but the seminary of Rome was something very creative for me, very important, very formative. And our rector used to invite several important persons for the church. And before I have arrived to the seminary, he invited the Cardinal Wyszyński. He was there. And the rector told me about the experience of the visit of Cardinal Wyszyński in the seminary. When he was invited, he presented behind the seminarians, and one of them asked the cardinal, "Well, Your Grace, what is the source of your power, of your authority?" And he gave two responses that are very important, I think, and very illuminating. He said, "Because I believe in God, but not," he was speaking Latin, this was something beautiful. "I believe in God, but not any God. I believe in God of Israel. He is the victor. He wins every time." It was something particular. And the second response was, "Because I am the incarnation of the faith of people of God in Poland. I am the incarnation of the popular church in Poland." I think that these two anecdotes are very interesting and can give the key of understanding also of a part of this relation that I would like to talk about, the relation between Cardinal Wyszyński and John Paul II. There would not be this Polish Pope and this See of Peter if it were not for your faith that would not retreat from imprisonment and suffering. your heroic hope and your heroic entrustment completely to the Mother of the Church, said John Paul II to Cardinal Wyszyński after the inaugurations of his pontificate on October 23, 1978. Wojtyła always demonstrated his deep respect for the primate and gave him precedence. It was an eloquent sign of the great respect that the Metropolitan of Krakow had towards the primate, and proof that there were no quarrel between them, no division. They were almost 20 years apart, but they shared a deep and extraordinary friendship. Each had a different personality. Despite numerous differences between them, they also had a lot in common, such as a strong faith in God, love for the Church and for the Mother of God, to whom, triggered by dramatic childhood experiences, they entrusted their life. Their first meeting took place on August 7th, 1958. The primate called Father Wojtyła to Warsaw to inform him that Pope Pius XII wanted to appoint him auxiliary bishop of Krakow. The future pope reported before the primate wearing a backpack and hiking boots. As the primate later stated, Father Wojtyła explained that he was still too young to become a bishop. He was 38 years old. However, Wyszyński retorted, left no space for uncertainty and hesitation. You cannot refuse the Holy Father. And the young, to be young, passed quickly. This illness passed quickly. It is a well-known fact that Karol Wojtyła was not a dream candidate for the primate to become an auxiliary bishop of Krakow. Soon, however, the situation would become even more complicated. On June 15, 1962, Archbishop Eugeniusz Baziak of Krakow died. And afterwards, for months, a search continued for a suitable candidate to replace him. The prelate in question would have to be acceptable to both the Polish primate, Cardinal Wyszyński, and the communist state authorities. The election of Karol Wojtyła as the Archbishop of Krakow was the result of various convoluted maneuvers. An influential representative of the Communist Party, Zenon Kliszko, publicly credited himself for Wojtyła's candidacy after two other lists of priests proposed by Cardinal Wyszyński had been rejected by the regime. Wojtyła's name was included on neither list. It can be assumed that the primate did that on purpose as not to jeopardize the chance of gaining official acceptance for a person considered by him to be the most appropriate for the archbishop position. Thus, Kliszko bragged that after having rejected two lists, he agreed to an outlier, thus ostensibly fighting Wojtyła against Wyszyński. This idea of opposing two of the most outstanding representatives of the Polish Church returned after the celebration of the millennium, when in 1967, Karol Wojtyła was elected as cardinal. According to Bernard Lecomte, secretary of the Polish United Communist Workers' Party and a member of its political bureau, Zenon Kliszko, category demanded the young Krakow auxiliary bishop Karol Wojtyła be accepted as a candidate for cardinal. It seemed very strange and surprising. From the secret Polish documentation preserved in the Institute of National Remembrance, it is known that Karol Wojtyła was perceived by the security services of the Polish Republic of Poland as an extremely dangerous person. His intellectual predisposition, scholarly preparation and ability to establish contacts and influences people, especially young people, were known to the services, and his impeccable opinion and crystalline morals made him a man who could not be intimidated or blackmailed in any way. Therefore, he was judged to be extremely dangerous. On the other hand, unlike the primate, Wojtyła was seen as a man capable of dialogue and compromise. Indeed, during the time he was the capitular vicar, while waiting for the appointment for the successor of deceased Archbishop Weigel, Wojtyła managed through dialogue to resolve the issue of the communist authorities' attempt to take over the seminary building at Wolska Street in Krakow. The candidate suggested by the authorities, also not the primate most favored, was nonetheless appreciated by Wyszyński, but that the opportunity of the appointing of a new Archbishop for Krakow presented itself. Thus, at the age of 43, Karol Wojtyła was appointed by Paul VI on January 18, 1964, successor Archbishop at the Cathedral on St. Stanislaus. 3 years later, on June 21, 1967, the same Paul VI raised him to the dignity of a cardinal. At the age of 47, Karol Wojtyła became the second person of the church after the primate in Poland. They didn't compete against one another. As I have mentioned, the young Cardinal of Krakow always maintained the correct attitude toward the primate, full of respect and friendship. However, there were many differences between them. The very attitude towards the direction of the conciliar reform was different with Wojtyła, who did not hide his enthusiasm, than in Wyszyński, who did not conceal all sorts of doubts, repeating often that no changes are made in the army during a battle. Also, their voices sounded different in Rome during the Vatican Second Council debates. The two Polish church leaders maintained full unanimity on their return to Poland. Wojtyła's attitude was absolutely loyal and left no doubts as to the domination position of the primate. It remains unknown how far the communist state authorities tried to divide those two men, Wyszyński and Wojtyła. We know that the regime wanted to sow discord between these two representatives of the Polish ecclesiastical hierarchy to put them at the loggerheads. The extant communist document make it clear that the guidelines for the treatment of both cardinals were clearly defined at the top of the state power hierarchy. A confidential report of the security services of the time yields the following. Wojtyła was seen as one of very few intellectual prelates within the episcopate. In contrast to Wyszyński, he was able to reconcile traditional popular Catholicism with intellectual Catholicism. Further, Wojtyła did not openly engage in activities directed against the communist state authorities, as it was perceived that politics was not the sphere of his interests. Instead, his attitude was described as eminently intellectual. He was also shown as a man who lacked organizational skills and leadership qualities. Therefore, according to the opinion of the secret police, it was necessary discreetly to favor Wojtyła over the prelates and maintain total hostility towards Cardinal Wyszyński, while maintaining an approach that would not require Wojtyła to show solidarity with the primate. Despite such machinations, Archbishop Wojtyła not only remained absolutely faithful to the primate, but made every effort clearly and precisely to show unity in following the same path as his superior. Wojtyła visited him during the vacations, openly supported him at difficult time, and so forth. The young Cardinal Wojtyła invariably maintained an attitude to prudence and loyalty toward the primate. Published correspondence of John Paul II with Cardinal Wyszyński shows that their relationship was marked not only by mutual respect, common interests, similarity in assessing the situation and strategic goals, but also by true friendship and community of mind. It manifested itself, among other things, by the time they spent together and the recollection of birthday and their St. Patron's Day they shared. The communist attempts to create the discord between the cardinals turned out to be mission impossible. Also, much of the secret police analysis was flawed. The sneering assessment of the leadership and organizational skills of Karol Wojtyła and his alleged submission to the communist authorities should be completely rejected in light of the facts and the principled attitude of the young Archbishop of Krakow, who remained steadfastly on the side of the primate. Thus, Kliczko and other commanders were deluding themselves about Wojtyła. Here are selected examples that I could find in the testimony during the process. At the end of the Second Vatican Council, and in connection with the planned celebrations of the millennium of Poland baptism, the Polish bishops invited to their homeland various national episcopates, including the German one. The German bishops received the famous open letter of November 18, 1965, "We forgive and ask for forgiveness," which was motivated by genuine Christian love and the desire to open a new chapter in the difficult history of both nations. The letter, however, was not received positively by either the communist state authorities or by many Poles, still remembering the bloody German occupation of their country in 1939-45. The publication of this letter became a pretext for the communists to launch a vicious propaganda campaign against the church in Poland and especially against the cardinal primate. Cardinal Wojtyła, himself the object of attack and witch hunts, as one of the signatories of the letter, stood invariably at the primate's side. The celebration of the end of the millennium of Poland's baptism was scheduled for May 3rd, 1966, and Paul VI was invited to the ceremony. The communist authorities refused the Pope his visa. Under the circumstances, the end of the celebrations once again became an opportunity to manifest the unity between Wyszyński and Wojtyła. Both celebrated a solemn mass attended by a million faithful. The papal seat by the altar, reserved for Paul VI, was left empty on purpose. Instead, the portrait of the Pope was placed on it. In 1967, French President Charles de Gaulle came to Poland. The communist authorities prevented the primate from meeting the President of France, but suggested instead to get together with Cardinal Wojtyła during a visit to Krakow's Wawel. Wojtyła immediately understood the insidious intention of the regime and at the last moment, excusing himself with obvious implausibility, he did not appear for the meeting. He sent another priest in his stead. When he later explained his attitude in a private conversation with the French consul, he said that he did not want to pretend that he was taking the role of primate. Likewise, Cardinal Wojtyła showed touching loyalty to the primate when the communists refused Cardinal Wyszyński his passport, preventing him his participation in the first synod of bishops convened after the council by the Pope Paul VI in Rome. Cardinal Wojtyła, who did receive the passport, did not hesitate for a moment, giving up the trip to Rome as a sign of solidarity with the Wyszyński. Another example of the respect and aesthetics of Cardinal Wojtyła towards the primate is an episode related to the nomination of the rector of St. Stanislaus Church in Rome. It is Polish church, specifically designed by the Holy See for the Polish pilgrims. In 1964, Cardinal Vicar of Rome, at the request of the primate of Poland, appointed Father Władysław Rubin, later a cardinal, to serve there. From a legal point of view, the Church of St. Stanislaus in Rome falls under the jurisdiction of the archbishops of Krakow, and it was they who had the right to propose the appointment of the rector. To avoid a dispute, the then Archbishop of Krakow, Wojtyła, discreetly rectified the decision made, recalling in a confidential letter to the Cardinal Vicar the proper legal status of the church. As one of the most important witnesses said, after Wojtyła was elected to the See of St. Stanislaus in Krakow, the communists tried at all costs to divide the two hierarchs, creating the impression that the fanatical and uncompromising Wyszyński had a rival in the young, brilliant, open, and enlightened Wojtyła. The latter, after of the game played by the regime, consciously adopted an attitude in the shadow of the great primate for the good of the church in Poland and for the preservation of its unity, and spoke out in support of the primate in every situation. He was aware that it is this monolithic unity of the episcopate that is the strength of the Church of Poland. At the end of the 1970s, Cardinal Wojtyła became a very dangerous opponent in the eyes of the communist regime. Differences in assessing the historical and political situation of both cardinals became visible. Cardinal Wyszyński believed that the socialist system was irreversible, and that it is why it was necessary to find a modus vivendi that would secure the fundamental freedom of the church in this reality. Cardinal Wojtyła, on the other hand, spoke openly about the need for changes and reforms, staying in touch with the authorities of the time. The latter attitude was perceived by the authorities, communist authorities, as very dangerous. For this reason, when in 1976 Cardinal Wyszyński reached the canonical age, allowing him to retire, the state authorities sent a special letter to Paul VI asking for this outstanding Polish patriot to be retained in his position. Shortly before the fall of 1978, both cardinals participated together in the official visit of the representative of the Polish episcopate to the Federal Republic of Germany. The photos commemorating those events are a touching confirmation of the respect which Cardinal Wojtyła paid to Cardinal Primate. It is Wyszyński who is always in the center, and Wojtyła is always a step behind him. This attitude of respect and recognition for the historical role of Cardinal Wyszyński found its confirmation not only in the words of Pope John Paul II, uttered on this day after the inauguration of his pontificate, which I quoted at the beginning of this lecture, but also in an extremely touching gesture of the new Pope, who at the moment of the receiving homage from the College of Cardinals, singled out his primate and kissed his hand. A strong bond between John Paul II and Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński became even more visible and even deepened in the last moment of the primate's life. On May 13, 1981, in St. Peter's Square, there was, as we know, an attempt on the Pope's life. At the same time, in Warsaw, the primate was quickly deteriorating as his cancer progressed measurelessly. The Pope prayed frequently because the two individuals who were a mainstay for the chair in a difficult time were hovering on the brink of life and death. I experience these days myself staying in Poland, like many Poles. And I remember that it seemed to me that I was an eyewitness of the struggle between light and darkness. When already mortally ill, the primate found out about what had happened in Rome, he said, "He must live. I can live." On the same day, Cardinal Wyszyński issued a message to the faithful to be read at the Warsaw Cathedral. The primate asked the clergy and all the faithful to transfer all prayers for his health to the Pope. His message read, John Paul II became the head of the greatest heralds of peace and love. Apparently, this work, so blessed after all, disturbs the mighty of darkness, since they directed these painful blows against the Holy Father. But what are they compared to the great sorrow that the human family is experiencing today? After all, the human family connects all hope with the blessed work of the Holy Father. Today, we have one thing. Let us try to join all our sufferings and torments in this great torment of the world. On May 25, in 1981, the last telephone conversation took place between the primate and the Pope, who was still in the Gemelli clinic. The condition of the primate was already very difficult. According to the account of the person who was present during this conversation, Cardinal Wyszyński said, "Father, I am very weak. We are united by suffering, but Mary is with us." The last word of the Pope to the Pope was, "Father." After leaving the hospital, the Pope confided that his last word addressed to the dying primate was, "I kiss your hands." Despite the physical distance, the spiritual bond between the two friends seemed stronger than ever and during those critical moments. It seems that the suffering of Cardinal Wyszyński became a kind of sacrifice for the Pope's life. The primate died 3 days later on May 28. John Paul II could not travel to his funeral, but he was represented by a delegation from the Holy See with the Secretary of State, Cardinal Agostino Casaroli. In his letter addressed to the Church in Poland, the Pope called the primate the keystone of the Warsaw Church and the keystone of the entire Church in Poland. He asked that the mourning after his death lasted 30 days, and that at the time, people would consider the primate, his person, his teaching, his role in such a difficult period of our history. When 2 years later, in June 1983, Karol Wojtyła came on a pilgrimage to the homeland, he directed his first steps to the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist to pray at the tomb of the primate of the millennium. Well, I think that it is not a case that today we can venerate both of them as blessed of the Catholic Church, blessed intercessors and examples of love of God and the neighbor. It is a confirmation not only of their personal sainthood, but also of their way of living, of loving church and their homeland. Thank you.
Welcome back from the lunch, and those who are joining us. It is my honor to introduce our third Knight of Liberty, former US President Ronald Reagan. Without the efforts and dedication of former President Ronald Reagan, communism in Central and Eastern Europe could have ended in a widespread armed conflict across the region or lasted for years. From the very outset of Reagan's presidency, he was devoted to one mission, and I quote, "To protect freedom, to protect it from communist tyranny." Reagan knew that this mission of freeing the world from Soviet communism had to begin in Poland. As stated by Bill Clark, was the linchpin in the dissolution of the Soviet Empire. The Solidarity Movement, the first independent labor union in Poland, was proof of the country's strength and determination to defeat communist regime. Reagan saw the Solidarity Movement as the first wave of democracy in the communist bloc. After martial law was declared in Poland on December 13, 1981, Reagan was quick to act. He imposed a series of economic and political sanctions on Jaruzelski's communist regime and showed his solidarity with the Polish people by lighting a candle and displaying it in the window of the White House. He encouraged the American people to do the same. I quote, "Let the light of millions of candles in American homes give notice that the light of freedom is not going to be distinguished. We are blessed with the freedom and abundance denied to so many." He was committed to aiding Poland and brought hope to Poles that the quality of life in their country would one day radically change. Many Poles who were a part of the Solidarity Movement used to share how hearing Reagan's voice on Radio Free Europe back then fueled their strength and determination. When Reagan joined forces with Pope John Paul II, this hope was felt not only among the Poles, but also those throughout the Central and Eastern European bloc, and it only grew further. Finally, there were two major world figures on the side of the people who were yearning to be freed from the Soviet communist yoke. This joint spiritual and political mission of the Holy See and the United States was the key to end of Soviet communism, and it was the bridge that helped connect Poland and other former captive nations to the free and democratic world. With that, I would like to introduce Dr. Henry Now. Dr. Now is recognized as Professor Emeritus in the Department of Political Science at the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. He is also a distinguished scholar at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. Please welcome Dr. Henry Now.
Thank you very much, Hilda. I want to begin by expressing my thanks to everyone and anyone who had something to do with the establishment of this museum. I mean, it's absolutely critical that we remember the victims of communism as we have other victims of tyranny. I have some personal memories of my own in this regard, very minor compared to the martyrs of communism that we heard about this morning. But my father's cousin lived in communist East Germany, Chemnitz, or at that time, Karl Marxstadt. I and my family visited her and her daughters regularly from the mid-1960s on. She had a book in her living room, which we all had to sign every time we visited her. The same book that she used to register guests under the Nazi regime. The fear of stepping out of line haunted her entire life. I would go to the store with her and observe the shelves with only one type of milk or cheese or bread. Reagan once called Marxist-Leninist thought an empty cupboard. Well, so was its grocery store. If my father's cousin needed meat or chicken, she had to go to the register to get a meager ration. She delighted when we purchased chocolates or fresh fruit from the dollar store, which took only Western currency and was thus available only to party officials and families. Nevertheless, despite this depravity and you could say and austerity, the youngest generation in our German family, namely the daughters of my father's cousin, they were ardent supporters of communism. We would have debates all night long throughout the 1960s and 70s, and they were adamant the communist system was simply better than the capitalist one. Today, they live in a free Germany and recognize that they had no idea whatsoever about how the world worked outside of East Germany. Such is, by the way, the stranglehold of tyranny, but so also is the liberating force of freedom. Now, we're sort of shifting our focus here this afternoon to the American side of the Knights of Liberty, to Ronald Reagan. And I'm going to be addressing that in terms of sort of the contemporary debate going on in the United States about Ronald Reagan, about US foreign policy, and try to set a context in which we can better understand Reagan and how he thought about the world, how he thought about politics, life, religion, the world, and what a legacy he has left us. In many respects, I'll be speaking to my own domestic constituency or to my own political constituency, that is to conservatives, who along with most liberals have simply forgotten Ronald Reagan or prefer to forget Ronald Reagan. But the more I have studied him, and I've written some about him, working on a little book now about him, the more I have become intrigued by his conservative political philosophy and see it as a means by which he pulled together a divided country. We were very divided in the 1970s. Addressed the country as a whole and inspired that country to implement some of the policies that he insisted upon, primarily military and economic rejuvenation in the United States. And therefore, how that in some sense remains, I think, the foundation for conservative aspirations in the context of American politics. And frankly, since that's as important as the liberal foundation of American politics, I would say it's critical for the future of this country. Now, we talked to some this morning about human dignity, about the value and worth of each human being. That's where Ronald Reagan's conservative worldview started. A simple but not a simplistic idea. As Lee Edwards records in his early and prescient biography of Reagan, published, by the way, in 1967, that's long before Reagan or he was in his first year as governor, Lee had an enormous insight into where this man was going and what his attributes were. But in that biography, he records Reagan saying in an interview in 1947, quote, "Our highest aim should be the cultivation of freedom of the individual, for therein lies the highest dignity of man." Now, 5 years later, in 1952, he elaborates on the point in a commencement address at William Woods College in Fulton, Missouri. Quote, "America is less of a place than an idea, the idea of the dignity of man, The idea that deep within the heart of each one of us is something so godlike and precious that no individual or group has a right to impose his or its will upon the people, close quote. Mind you, these are thoughts now that he formulated long before entering public life. And once he entered public life, he never changed those ideas. In 1965, contemplating a run for governor of California, he reiterated, quote, "I think basically that I stand for what the bulk of Americans stand for: dignity, freedom of the individual, the right to determine their own destiny," end quote. And as he left public life in 1988-89, he told Moscow students the following: "Freedom is the recognition that no single person, no single authority or government has a monopoly on the truth, but that every individual life is infinitely precious and that every one of us put on this world has been put here for a reason and has something to offer," close quote. For 5 decades, the dignity and freedom of every individual human being was Reagan's philosophical lodestar. In an interview in Reason magazine in 1965, which Craig Shirley cites in his wonderful book, Reagan Rising, Reagan declared, quote, "The very heart and soul of conservatism is libertarianism," end quote. Where did this idea of the worth and dignity of every human being come from? Now, here I draw upon those who know a lot more about this than I do, many who will be on the panel that will follow my talk, and don't pretend to sort of be the philosopher of Ronald Reagan. I exploit their talents to the utmost. So Paul Kengor, in his really masterful book called God and Ronald Reagan, he tells us where this idea of the worth and dignity of every human life came from. It came, of course, from Reagan's Christian faith. As a 12-year-old boy, Reagan accepted Christ as his Lord and Savior. And from age 15 to 17, he taught Sunday school and did other practical chores in the Christian church in Dixon, Illinois. In an unaddressed and undated fragment of a letter in the Reagan Library, Reagan writes the following. It's in his own handwriting, so there's no doubt about the fact that this is his thoughts. Quote, "Yes, I do have a close relationship with Christ and believe I have experienced what you refer to, whoever the recipient of that letter is, as being born again," close quote. As a 17-year-old high school student, Reagan also hand wrote a 2,500-word essay entitled "Moral Victory, a Football Story." It reflected Reagan's early literary talents, describing in captivating language a football game that the purple team, that is Reagan's team, had just lost. But more importantly, it reflected Reagan's spiritual view of the world. The team lost as it had frequently that year, but the players, one in particular whose anguish Reagan describes at great length, did not quit. They fought on to play the next game and the next game and the next game. And that was the victory. That was the moral victory, which was a lot more important than the material score. So here at 17 years of age was already the Ronald Reagan who stood at Westminster in 1982 and said, quote, "The ultimate determinant of the struggle going on in the world today will not be bombs and rockets, but a test of wills and ideas, a trial of spiritual resolve," end quote. But Reagan's libertarianism, his commitment to the dignity and value of individual freedom, was never an indulgent individualism. It was never that individualism of the Wild West that we heard a little bit about this morning, or of the Western movies. It was instead a moral individualism deeply rooted in religion and society. In March of 1981, Reagan told his audience the following, quote, "The robust individualism of the American experience," the Western movie or the Western expansion of this country, "was part of a deeper current of Western learning and culture, a respect for law, an appreciation of tradition, and a regard for the social consensus that gives stability to our public and private institutions. These civilized ideas, Reagan continued, must still motivate us, even as we seek a new economic prosperity based on reducing government interference in the marketplace. So here it is, Western learning and culture, that is a respect for law, an appreciation of tradition, and a regard for social consensus. These were the deeper anchors of free individualism. At the bicentennial celebration of Georgetown University in October 1988, Reagan elaborated on all of this. He said the following, quote, "At its full flowering, freedom is the first principle of society, this society, Western society. And yet freedom cannot exist alone. That's why the theme of your bicentennial is so very apt: learning, faith, and freedom. Each reinforces the others," Reagan said. "Each makes the others possible. America is guided by all three." Now, why were learning and faith as important as freedom? Because as Reagan noted, conservative or Republican government, that's Republican with a little r, depends upon self-restraint, more so than the restraint of others. Restraint that comes from inside the individual by conviction, not from outside the individual by government edict. Reagan made this point clearly in his first inaugural address. Paraphrasing Thomas Jefferson, he said, quote, "If no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern others?" Learning, education more broadly, enables an individual to reason and challenge orthodoxy. It combats dogma, yes, sometimes even religious dogma, and it creates alternatives and choices. For without choice, there is no freedom. God gave us freedom, Reagan said in 1987, when he gave us free will, the ability to choose between right and wrong, good and evil, and thus to be held accountable. Testifying in Congress in 1947, he defended the right of communists, American communists, to espouse their view in the public square. Like Thomas Jefferson, he believed strongly that, quote, "error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it," end quote. But learning, like freedom, cannot exist alone either. Faith and tradition are needed. Why? Because as Reagan told his Georgetown audience, unless learning is tempered by faith and a love of freedom, it can be very dangerous indeed and also bring evil. Think, he said, of the names of many intellectuals recorded on the rolls of infamy, from Robespierre to Lenin, to Ho Chi Minh, to Pol Pot, end quote. Faith restrains freedom and holds man accountable to a higher law. It compels us to treat one another as children of God, not just members of the same biological species. At Notre Dame, Reagan said, quote, "It is time for the world to know our intellectual and spiritual values are rooted in the source of all strength, a belief in the supreme being and a law higher than our own," end quote. Here again, however, Reagan reveals the subtlety of his thinking. For faith too can run amok and must be tempered. He asked the Georgetown audience, what will faith bring without a respect for learning and an understanding of freedom? And he answered, quote, we've seen the tragedy of untempered faith in the hellish deaths of 14-year-old boys, small hands still wrapped around machine guns on the front lines in Iran. He was, of course, referring to the religious wars between Iran and Iraq and the religious wars throughout the course of history. Altogether, and I think one of his most important aphorisms, Reagan summed up the role of religion in a free society. Quote, "I recognize we must be cautious in claiming God is on our side, but I think it's all right to keep asking if we are on his side." Think about that message for a moment. Be on God's side, not claim that he is on your side. No particular God, no wall between faith and state, but also no claim to be God. Thus, individualism for Reagan meant individuals restrained by learning and faith, living in communities they wished to join or leave, and choosing the common good they wished to pursue or oppose. Conservatives, and now I'm speaking of American conservatives, Reagan conservatives, do not renounce community. They simply build it from individuals up. Families, wards. Jefferson once said that that was the primary sort of unit of political association in a republic. Family, neighborhoods, churches, markets, all of those things that make up the civil society. As Reagan put it, quote, no powers of its own, government has no powers of its own except those voluntarily granted to it by the people, close quote. Now, Reagan carried this bold banner of individual freedom of choice, restrained by learning and faith, into competition with American liberalism at home and tyrannical governments abroad. And that story would take another 20-minute talk, so I'll just say a few words about each of those here. On the domestic front, Reagan counseled Republicans to speak in bold, unmistakable colors, as he said, with no pale pastel shades. It's important, he said, to define differences because there are choices to be made and decisions to be made, and you have to have differences in order to make those choices and decisions. So he insisted conservatives offer a difference. They offer a choice. They don't just stand in the way of liberals, that is, oppose liberals. They stand for something different than liberals. They stand for freedom of the individual. They stand for limited central government, and they stand for equality of opportunity. By contrast, American liberals stand for the group, race, class, gender, tribe, you name it, activist central government, and equality of outcomes, not just equality of opportunities. So here's how Reagan described the conservative alternative to liberalism now in his domestic debate with liberal colleagues. And I'm quoting from him. We believe that liberty can be measured by how much freedom Americans have to make their own decisions, even their own mistakes. Government has a role to play. It must step in when one's liberties impinge on one's neighbors to protect constitutional rights, deal with other governments, protect citizens from aggression, assure equal opportunity, and be compassionate and caring for those citizens who are unable to care for themselves. Our federal system of local, state, national government, Reagan went on, is designed to sort out on what level government action should be taken. As a general rule, however, we conservatives believe that government action should be taken first by the government that is closest to the people. What is more, action at every level of government, he continues, serves to expand private initiatives, not curtail them. We do these governmental things, Reagan said, to invigorate those social and economic institutions which serve as a buffer and a bridge between the individual and the state, and which remain the real source of our progress as a people. He called for a creative civil society rather than an activist government or administrative state. In bumper sticker terms, then, you could sum up Reagan's conservatism as follows. Our party, he told a conservative convention, our party must be the party of the individual. It must never sell out the individual to cater to the group. Now, abroad, as we heard some this morning, we'll hear a lot more this afternoon. Abroad, Reagan very quickly, easily, based on the background I gave you in terms of his youth, he divided the world into two types of domestic political systems, those that were free and those that were not free. The Cold War, he said at Eureka College in 1957, quote, wasn't really a new struggle at all. It was the oldest struggle of mankind, as old as man himself. It is the irreconcilable conflict between those who believe in the sanctity of individual freedom and those who believe in the supremacy of the state, end quote. The worst thing a government could do was deny its people freedom of religion. That made it evil. the Soviet Union of yesterday, the China, Iran, and North Korea of today. Now, did this individual desire for freedom of choice, especially of religion, did it exist universally among all peoples? Not just this society, not just Western society. Reagan thought so. America might have a special role to play. It's the shining city on a hill, but people everywhere, including outside Western culture, yearned for individual dignity and choice. Reagan asked the British Parliament in 1982, the same Westminster speech, quote, who would voluntarily choose not to have the right to vote, decide to purchase government propaganda handouts instead of independent newspapers, prefer government to worker-controlled unions, opt for land to be owned by the state instead of those who till it, want government repression of religious liberty, a single political party instead of free choice, a rigid cultural orthodoxy instead of democratic tolerance and diversity, end quote. But still, isn't this simply a good old-fashioned Western imperialism, maybe dressed up in ideological garb? Well, again, Reagan didn't think so. Thinking of Japan and others, he told the parliament, quote, democracy already flourishes in countries with very different cultures and historical experiences. Then he added, and if it would be cultural condensation or worse, and it would be cultural condensation or worse to say that any people prefer dictatorship to democracy. So for Reagan, if it was imperialist to say that other countries want to be democratic, it was equally imperialist to say that they do not want to be democratic. And when Warsaw's communist government imposed martial law in December 1981, as we've talked a lot about already today, Reagan wrote to the Allies the following, quote, this may well be a watershed moment in the political history of mankind, a challenge to tyranny from within, close quote. In the National Endowment for Democracy, which Reagan announced at Westminster, he focused on the infrastructure, the relatively neutral infrastructure of democracy, not the deep-seated sort of Western and Judeo-Christian culture. He emphasized multiple parties, federalism, thriving private sector, and so on, rather than sort of the culture of sin, guilt, and salvation, which is also a part of that Judeo-Christian tradition. So that infrastructure, he told Parliament, that relatively neutral infrastructure, quote, allows a people to choose their own way, to develop their own culture, to reconcile their own differences through peaceful means, end quote. Now, to bring the matter to a close, the world today is different. I have no problems with that. I'm very much aware of that. We're now hearing, of course, that Reagan is largely irrelevant, that his legacy was great in the days of the Cold War, but it's not needed any longer today. I know that world is different, but I believe it's different primarily because it is freer and more prosperous than ever before. In today's world, America does not have to do as much as it did in the Cold War. It can be more America first, which, by the way, every country is. You have to have a base from which you approach the world. That base is your own nation. So it can be more America first. Why? Because freedom and the democratic peace have widened dramatically. Rather than anarch and brutalized, Europe is now whole and free, and Asia sports robust non-Western democracies. Imagine the war in Ukraine today, or potentially one in Taiwan, if Europe was still a hotbed of nationalism or anarchism, or if Japan stalked Asia as an imperial power. The free world allies are really critical in the new world. They're really critical in the new world. They're an enormous asset, but they're going to have to step up, and they are increasingly. They are going to have to make a contribution more commensurate with their share of the wealth. Roughly 2/3 of the OECD, of the wealth of the OECD countries is accounted for by other countries in the United States. We account for about 30%. So I've been arguing that in looking at any problem like Ukraine or any other problem, we should be tallying up what the allies and what the US are doing. It's about 50-50 now in the case of Ukraine, or it was at the end of 2022. But that's going to be a very important metric for the American public to see. You are now free. You are democratic. It's important for you to step up. Now, Europeans are going to ask for more influence when they step up. And our Defense Department's not going to like that very much. But this is the direction we have to move. Otherwise, the American people will not support indefinitely an American role equivalent to what we have played over the last 75 years. I'm also aware of the fact that domestic politics has changed and has recently drifted dangerously, you could argue, I'm not entirely of that view, but you can menacingly, I suppose you might say, toward populist and nationalist policies, even among Republicans, maybe especially among Republicans. We hear increasingly America's borders are more important than Ukraine's borders. Well, of course they are. But would you rather be fighting tyranny on Ukraine's border without US forces on the ground, or on the US border with US forces alone? Thanks to our investments in world politics over the past 100 years, neither Nazi Germany, nor communist Russia, nor imperialist Japan are on our border. And we can fight illegal immigration on our Mexican border at the same time that we assist Ukraine to fight Russian invaders on its border. We need leadership for the future, not self-flagellation over wars in the past, which unfortunately is going on at the present time. Now, some of this desire to pull back in America, and it's very strong, let me emphasize that, is due, I think, to our failure, my failure, the academic world's failure, the media's failure, to inform, to pass on to the younger generation the many things that have been achieved over the last 75 years, globally and domestically. So in my final comment here, let me identify some of those successes. It blows my mind every time I look at this and wonder to myself, how can we think that we are somehow losing in the world, and we therefore need to be paying more attention to ourselves than to that world out there? What do they include? Well, here are the accomplishments. A Republican president, that was Reagan, of course, elected and reelected by overwhelming majorities, turning over the White House to a president of his own party. The only other president to do that in the 20th century was Franklin Roosevelt. And Franklin Roosevelt and Ronald Reagan, in my view, they were in fact the yin and yang of American politics. They are, in fact, the yin and yang of American politics. And they both belong there, not just Roosevelt. And too many of my conservative, especially young conservative colleagues, don't want to acknowledge Reagan in that. And I say, well, keep acknowledging Reagan, at least until the Democrats quit acknowledging FDR, because he's right in there with him. A new biography, by the way, by Will Imboden does draw that conclusion that Reagan was significant for his time and the future, as was Franklin Roosevelt. A Republican-controlled Congress in 1995, something Republicans had not achieved since 1933, or 62 years of Democratic control, except for 4 years. That was from 1947 to 49 and 1953 to 55. A Republican-controlled Congress and White House from 2001 to 2007, and again 2017 to 2019. Again, first time since 1953. A cornucopia of conservative think tanks that now compete with liberal ones in this town and around the country. Reagan Institute, mentioned before, Hudson Institute, Cato Institute, Heritage Foundation, CSIS, AEI, VOC, all kinds of study groups in this country now, or in this town now, that weren't there, by the way, in the 1950s when I first came to Washington. Never heard of a conservative think tank. A thriving Federalist Society on law campuses around the world, and a conservative Supreme Court for the first time in 60 plus years. An explosion of school choice in charter schools, and now a powerful pushback against wokeism in grade schools and higher education. A world economic explosion, 3+% annual growth for 40 years, that created greater equality for both the United States and the developing world. Don't let people mislead you. Inequality went down dramatically in the global system. And the bottom came up dramatically in the United States, even though we had some elements of the population that made out like bandits, and therefore were way up on the income scale. But everybody benefited from the last 40 years in America. Shown, by the way, in household data, as opposed to the individual data that is often used. to say that we are more unequal today than we've ever been. So there were, along the way, failures and mistakes, forever wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, immigration, school prayer, and the like. So not everything was accomplished. Reagan used to say to Newt Gingrich, who always pushed him in his second term to do more, do more, do more. Reagan would say to Gingrich, look, I guess I'll just have to leave some things for you to do. And yes, we're facing some daunting challenges now domestically, especially economic ones. We're seeing that start in our financial markets after unbelievably easy money and some $6 trillion in deficit spending over the last 4 years. I mean, it's out of sight, and we're going to pay the bill for that. But even in the midst of all of that, given this record, given the comprehensive nature of Reagan's political philosophy, the way he pulled together a coalition of, so-called rhinos, Republicans in name only, and nationalists, or, in Reagan's day, they were known as Rockefeller wing of the party and Goldwater ring of the party. Well, Reagan had an enormous task in hand to try to bring them together to create this umbrella conservative view of American politics. That's still possible today, I think, regardless of how the terms have changed. Populist on the one end, elite, establishment, or whatever you call it on the other end. In any case, let me stop there and look forward to the rest of the conversation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John Linchowski. I'm President Emeritus and Chancellor of the Institute of World Politics. And I would like to thank everybody who's been involved in creating this conference. I'd like to thank the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation for tremendous path-breaking work, Ambassador Bremberg, and of course, its founder, my colleague, Lee Edwards, whom I'm proud to say once taught for us at the Institute of World Politics. I would like to introduce each of our panelists, and one of them could not be with us in person today, and that is Ambassador Paula Dobriansky, but she will be appearing on a video film for us, so that but won't be able to participate in the question and answer session. Perhaps I'll just begin by introducing Paula Dobriansky, who has had an amazing record of service as a diplomat and senior policy maker in the administrations of 5 different presidents. I got to know her when both of us served on the National Security Council staff, where she was in charge of East Central Europe and had a major hand in US policy towards Poland and human rights issues throughout the Soviet Empire. She subsequently served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs, Associate Director of the US Information Agency, Under Secretary of State for Global Affairs, and Special Envoy for Northern Ireland. She has headed up the Office of the Council on Foreign Relations in Washington, and has taught at the Naval Academy and has served as a fellow at the Belfer Center at Harvard University. She's a trustee of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and recipient of its Truman Reagan Medal of Freedom. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Lee Edwards, the founding chairman of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and also recipient of the foundation's Truman Reagan Medal of Freedom. He is a distinguished fellow at the Heritage Foundation, is the author of editor of 25 books on conservative thought, conservative institutions, the media, and world politics, the collapse of communism, and numerous biographies. He has also served as a professor at Catholic University and with us at IWP. Then I would like to introduce my colleague, Clark Judge, who is currently, he's the founder and managing director of the White House Writers Group, one of the foremost strategic communications companies here in Washington and in the country. His company has done work for many of the most prominent corporations in the nation. In the last few years, Clark assisted Poland in its strategic communications at a time when its government was the recipient of politically biased and distorted media reporting. Clark served as a speechwriter and special assistant to President Reagan and Vice President George Bush. Among his many contributions to the Reagan administration's policies, he participated as a key player during the Moscow summit in 1988. He has written voluminously on many public policy subjects. Then finally, I'd like to introduce Dr. Paul Kengor, who is a member of the Academic Council of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and professor of political science at Grove City College. He's currently the editor of the American Spectator and has been the senior director of the Institute for Faith and Freedom and a visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution, one of the nation's leading authorities on communism, the Cold War, and the Reagan administration. He's the author of almost 20 books, including The Divine Plan, A Pope and a President, The Crusader, and the Devil and Karl Marx. I'm delighted to be here with all of you distinguished gentlemen. And I'd like then to, if we are ready to show Ambassador Dobryansky's film, perhaps we could do that now.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation for holding this Polish Studies Conference entitled Knights of Liberty, Cardinal Wyszyński, St. John Paul II, and President Ronald Reagan. The title is very fitting given the pivotal role each played in championing freedom throughout Europe. They are truly the Knights of Liberty. This conference is also quite timely. Our panel rightly addresses those strategies pursued by Reagan and St. John Paul II, providing us an opportunity to reflect on how they can be applied today, given the global challenges to freedom and Russia's brutal, unprovoked attack on Ukraine. John, Paul, Lee, and Clark, I wish I could be there with you as a panelist, and as you discuss these two giants and the fall of communism. Before I make my brief remarks, I would like to recognize Ambassador Andrew Bremberg. Your leadership and the work you and your entire team undertake is so crucial. And Monika Jablonska, thank you for your stewardship in organizing this forum. Dziękuję. In 1983, on the 25th anniversary of Captive Nations Week, President Ronald Reagan, at a ceremony marking the anniversary, quoted Pope John Paul II in describing the United States. He said, quote, "We are blessed by divine heritage. We are children of God, and we cannot be slaves," unquote. Ronald Reagan viewed Pope John Paul II and the Holy See as a powerful spiritual force against the evils of communism. And there was truly a spiritual bond between the two of them. Their vision, actions, and determination contributed to the liberation of Europe from the stranglehold of communism. Both men, kindred spirits, believed in values and the power of ideas. Within the first few weeks of Reagan's presidency, he extended full diplomatic recognition to the Holy See and nominated the first U.S. ambassador to be his representative to the Vatican, Ambassador William A. Wilson. The move was so unusual, but it became symbolic for what became a decade-long collaboration between the world's renowned religious and political leaders to obliterate communism. I had the privilege of knowing both of them. I worked for President Reagan at the White House on the National Security Council staff, and I met Pope John Paul II at the Vatican. Pope John Paul II, whose name was Karol Wojtyla, pursued a 40-year struggle against communism, which was extraordinary. and communism's 40-year effort to impede Wojtyła's work and destroy his reputation did not succeed. He had strong conviction, was relentless, and guided by faith. And Ronald Reagan, well, he was driven by the power of words and ideas. He truly believed that the United States could win the Cold War, that freedom and the universality of fundamental human rights would prevail. Reagan was a staunch anti-communist. His own early career was marked by his fierce opposition to what he referred to as, quote, godless communism, unquote. In a private conversation with a close friend of the Pope, Reagan viewed Poland as, quote, a state whose fall could knock down the Soviet dominoes in Eastern Europe, unquote. And he viewed the Pope as a catalyst for change. When martial law was imposed in Poland, and then Soviet tanks were lined up at the border, Reagan stood strong and imposed sanctions against Moscow and Warsaw, and delivered a passionate speech to light a candle in every window and declare, let Poland be Poland. The policies of the Reagan administration had an impact. Solidarność triumphed. On June 4, 1989, the trade union Solidarity won overwhelmingly in Poland's elections, bringing an end to communism. John Poindexter, then military advisor to the National Security Advisor, was quoted years later in Vernon Walter's book, The Mighty and the Meek, that in gathering intelligence on Poland, quote, the Vatican was very helpful. It was simply the fact that we had mutual objectives in Poland, and we took advantage of when we could, both collect information and spread information, unquote. So as we consider what fostered change throughout Europe and crushed communism, the leadership of President Ronald Reagan and Pope John Paul II was instrumental. Their staunch, unwavering commitment to values and human liberty triumphed. Their tireless efforts in support of those fighting for freedom in Central and Eastern Europe bore fruit and changed history. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute my views today, albeit virtually. I'm truly sorry that I am not there with you, but thank you.
Well, I would like first to turn the floor over to Lee Edwards. And Lee, we've got a 7-minute window for each of these. And I'm supposed to be the prefect here. So.
It's not surprising that Ronald Reagan and John Paul II got along very well. They believed in God. They both read the Bible. They both believed they had been put on this earth for a purpose. Reagan called it the DP, the divine plan. They both understood that the Cold War, and this to me is the most critical point, they understood the Cold War is not just a conflict between two economies or two armies, but a global war between good and evil, between the freedoms of America and the tyrannies of communist Russia. You know, we can get a good idea of Reagan's fundamental beliefs when we consider the lasting impact of one book in particular on him, Witness by Whittaker Chambers. Chambers was a brilliant writer and editor who, like many young intellectuals after World War I, joined the Communist Party. Chambers went on further in his rejection of the West when he became a spy for Soviet Russia in the 1930s. He broke with the party and stopped stealing US secrets when Hitler and Stalin signed a non-aggression pact in 1939, which then precipitated, of course, World War I, II. In the words of William F. Buckley Jr., Chambers is one of the most important ex-communists of the 20th century. And in the first chapter of Witness, Chambers explains that he became a communist because the Soviets promised peace, land, and bread, and he became an ex-communist when they produced civil war, communes, and breadlines. He, Chambers, could no longer ignore or excuse the millions of victims of communism who died at the hands of the KGB in the forced labor camps of the Gulag. Tony Dolan, President Reagan's primary speechwriter for 8 years, remembers his first meeting with President Reagan in the Oval Office. As they talked about the various influences on the president, Reagan was asked by Tony if he had read Witness. Well, Reagan smiled, well, and began to recite from memory the first words, then the first lines, then the first paragraphs of chapter 1, until Tony raised his arms in a gesture of surrender. I get it, Mr. President, I get it. And I learned that when Pope John Paul II traveled to Poland shortly after he became elected Pope, Reagan was fascinated by his televised visit and his message of hope for Poles who had suffered under communism for nearly 4 decades. He was especially impressed by what the Pope said of an outdoor mass of 1 million people, be not afraid. President Reagan looked forward to meeting with John Paul II, especially after both of them had survived assassination attempts. And we know that Reagan shared with the Pope his belief that he had been spared to further the cause of peace and a world without nuclear weapons. I can't help but think that in a discussion of what the divine plan held for them, that the president and the Pope agreed, echoing witness that the Cold War was a war between good and evil. Both men were speaking from personal experience about communism, as Ambassador Dobriansky, Paula pointed out, that for 40 years, the Pope fought against communism. He lived under communist tyranny as priest, bishop, cardinal, and under his leadership, the church never ceded any important ground to the communists, laying the foundation for the solidarity movement of the 1980s, which eventually comprised, this always blows my mind, you realize that 10 million Poles, 25% of the population, joined the solidarity movement. I believe that these two champions of liberty, these Knights of Liberty, must have agreed that the Soviet Union was indeed an evil empire, and that "Be not afraid" was a good slogan for their crusade to end the Cold War. How fortunate, how providential, how blessed the world was that the assassins failed, that a holy alliance between President Reagan and Pope John Paul II helped topple the Berlin Wall and soon thereafter sound the death of an evil empire. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lee. Clark, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Before I start, let me just note, we have one of the great heroes of the Cold War here. Shouldn't we acknowledge him? In starting, that we have one of the great strategists of the Cold War in our moderator. I was talking with John last night, trying to find out what I should say today. And he said, well, and he told me the story of how he was hired. He was meeting with Bill Clark, Judge Clark, you noticed the name. And he said to Judge Clark, who was the National Security Advisor, that what was essential to do was to communicate that the Cold War was a moral conflict. Judge Clark said, you put that in a memo, you give that to the president, or he would give that to the president. And that's what led to John's hiring, right, John?
That's right.
That is the essential truth of the Cold War. That is the essential truth of the Reagan administration. More than any administration from the advent of the Cold War to the beginning of the Reagan administration, Ronald Reagan made that case. He made it throughout his career. He made it from the very start of his career, even before the start of his political career. Now, Paul, in his book on Reagan and the Pope, notes that in 1952, in June 1952, it was Professor said this earlier today, that at William Woods College in providentially enough, I guess, Fulton, Missouri, the same town as Winston Churchill gave his speech on his Iron Curtain speech. Reagan gave a speech that was basically foreshadowing his time for choosing speech some years later, actually 12 years later, in which he used the same phrases. In other words, the very moment he stepped on the public stage, his thinking, his convictions, his sense of direction, they were all formed by that time. We heard an allusion earlier today that he was all instinct, and this comes up a lot, but somehow it just magically came from him. These thoughts were the product of a man not only who was steeped in thinking about the American experiment from a very early age through his parents and through those around him. And a small town in Illinois can have a lot more wisdom than a big city like New York. I can tell you, I've been in both. But he also, his study, which was continual throughout his time in Hollywood and after Hollywood, he was known, he was part of that led to him being a very good writer, something Mrs. Reagan attested to, but also that in her writings, but also that Hollywood attested to. He was known in Hollywood as a script doctor. You had a problem, he was on your set, you send him off in a corner, he'd fix the problem with the script. He'd fix the problem with the script. So you can imagine how I felt coming in on to work for a man like that. It's both exciting and intimidating. But I'd like to suggest to you that strategically we had 3 sections to the administration. The first 4 years are best put out, the best emblem of that is the Evil Empire speech. Also the Westminster speech, in which in the Westminster speech, the president, we heard some of that quoted today, but the president said that the Soviet Union would end up on the ash heap of history. He pointed to a future that was very different than the Soviet future, and in many respects took away from the Soviets the story of the future, which they had in many ways dominated for quite a while in the discourse. But he also said they'd be on the ash heap of history. In that line, in that period, we were drawing a line. The administration, the president was drawing a line between the Soviets and us and saying they will lose. This is part of You Are Not Afraid. Part of you Be Not Afraid. Another part of it is, another aspect of it is you are not alone. We are with you, and we are with you to win and free you. And that message was being heard in Poland already. You know, you heard earlier today allusion to the president seeing the Pope on TV in Poland and turning to the former future national security advisor was with him, and saying that's the key, that religion, the Pope are the key. In other words, faith is the key. The belief in the human person is the key. The belief in justice, true justice is the key. In those 4 years, those first 4 years, the lines were drawn, and the force which was at the center of President Reagan's view of both American politics and all politics, the force of a truth that people can rally around was put forward in our foreign policy, put forward in all that the president said and did. The second period is the first 2 years of the second term, in which he is talking about, starting to talk about make room. Gorbachev isn't on the scene quite yet, but he's starting to say, come on, we can ally together in movement towards a better world. You're already fumbling. Well, this changed even more dramatically when Gorbachev came on. Gorbachev, just before the Helsinki, the Reykjavik talks, said to his people, we know now from internal documents, that they were falling, they were failing, and if they couldn't get back SDI, they would fall. If they couldn't, the Americans had so much movement. But part of that time, the beginning of that time in June '87, was the tear down this wall speech. And that speech was giving a concrete view both to the Soviets. We knew that the Soviets were sort of responding to everything we were saying at that point. I was on staff, and there was that feeling that if you put markers out, those markers became very powerful, and the Soviets would feel an impulse to move towards them. The marker was tear down that wall. And it was ultimately, it wasn't really so much the Soviets who tore it down as the people who tore it down. Again, the uniting of people, but it was Soviet indecision. It was Soviet lack of conviction. The president had stripped them of their sense of conviction, that their sense of ultimately winning. And that all of this, we're talking now about the power of words, the power of ideas, but fundamentally about the power of something deep within humanity, something that is reflected in church and religion and in a sense of man that the Soviets ultimately rejected in favor of power. In the end, it was those words and that sense that there was something great in humanity, that no matter what the economic power, military power, ruthlessness, willingness to create gulags, no matter how strong that was, sooner or later, it would fail. Be not afraid, you are not alone. Those were the messages, and that is why I wouldn't say we won the Cold War. I'd say the world won the Cold War. I would say the Russian people won it. The European people won it. The American people won it. Ronald Reagan was their voice. And that's what, along with John Paul, along with Margaret Thatcher, he was their voice. That's why history turned.
Thank you, Clark. Dr. Kengor.
Well, thank you. And the power of words from a great Reagan speechwriter, Clark Judge. So it's great to be here with, it's an honor to be here with John and Lee and Clark. Okay, thanks. And my thanks to Monica putting this together, Elizabeth Spalding as well. So great to be here. And thanks to Ken Pope and everybody at Victims of Communism for all that you do. So I have 7 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I did a 700-page book on Reagan and John Paul II, so I'll try to boil this down into 7 minutes. You'll probably have to cut me off. But I'll start with 4 dates. I got a thing for dates. And by the way, today, March 23rd, 2023, is the 40th anniversary of the SDI speech, Strategic Defense Initiative speech, which Ted Kennedy the next day went out to the Senate floor and made fun of and compared it to Star Wars. But it scared the daylights out of the Soviets. It was a very important speech. So that's not one of my 4 dates. So 4 dates and places. First one, March 30th, 1981, here in Washington, D.C. So Ronald Reagan walks out of an AFL-CIO speech at the Washington Hilton, 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon. And he walks outside to get into his presidential limousine. And there's what Ronald Reagan will later charitably call a confused young man named John Hinckley, who's waiting there for him. He's concealing a handgun. It's got 22 Devastator bullets, which explode on impact. And he starts firing at Reagan, and one of them hits Reagan right under the left arm. Reagan was shoved into the back of the limousine by Jerry Parr, his Secret Service agent, who landed on top of him. And Reagan said, Jerry, get off. I think you've broken one of my ribs. So Jerry Parr props him up and looks, and there's frothy blood bubbles coming out from between his lips. And he said, you've been hit. That's a bullet wound. So he immediately ordered the driver to go straight to George Washington University Hospital, which probably saved Reagan's life. Reagan at that point was 70 years old, which was considered, by the way, to be too old to be president. To point that out. So 70 years old. And he tried to get out of the car and walk inside. He fell down. Went inside, was put on the table. And speaking of faith, he wrote about this in his memoirs. He lay there and looked up at the tiles, the tiled ceiling. And he said he had this strong sense, and he told this to the Reverend Louis Evans as pastor at the National Presbyterian Church as well. He had this strong sense that if he didn't forgive that confused young man at that moment, that God was going to take his life. So he felt that he had to forgive him. And he wrote in his memoirs, isn't that the meaning of the lost sheep? You know, we are all God's children. He forgave him at that moment. And before that, too, he asked the surgical team if they were all Republicans, just to be sure. The doctor said, today, Mr. President, we're all Republicans. So Reagan survived that, of course, and went on to have a tough recovery, but a steady recovery. Just 6 weeks later, May 13th, 1981, Rome. So I've got 4 dates. You guys taking notes? All right, I'm a professor. There's going to be a quiz on this. So March 30th, 1981, DC, May 13th, 1981, Rome. John Paul II is at St. Peter's Square, and he's going through in his white Fiat Pope Mobile with the ceiling with no cover on it, no hood on it. Dropped off earlier in the day, early that morning, was a 22-year-old Turk named Mehmet Ali Asha. And he's working for the Bulgarians and with the Soviets, specifically with the Soviet GRU, which was behind this. And the KGB knew about it. Yuri Andropov gave it the green light. But he was dropped off earlier in the day, wrote a note to himself before he left. He said, come dress wearing a cross, come concealed as a Christian, and wear tennis shoes, Adidas tennis shoes, so he could escape right away. So the Pope Mobile goes around St. Peter's Square, past the ancient obelisk where Peter had been martyred about 2,000 years earlier. Asha had been waiting all day, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. The date is May 13th, 1981, so it's 5/13/81. And according to George Weigel in his book, Witness to Hope, the time on the clock was 5:13 p.m. It's feast day of Our Lady of Fatima, which was a special day of religious significance in the Catholic Church. And John Paul II gets closer and closer, and Asha pulls out his gun. He has a 9mm Browning and hit him twice. Hit him once in the hand, and the other was in the lower abdomen. If it had been a few centimeters over, the Pope probably would have bled to death. And by the way, the shot that Reagan took was so close to his aortal valve that a few centimeters over, he would have bled to death as well. So John Paul II collapses into the arms of his aide, Father Zivich, who's today a cardinal, and they rushed him right away to Gemelli Hospital. And he got there just in time. And I mean, imagine anybody here who's been to Rome trying to get from St. Peter's Square to the hospital at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But there was a doctor nearby who had just come out of a coffee shop, got his espresso, jumped in the back of the ambulance, and administered to him right away. They took John Paul II in, and the surgeon who was on call said to Father Zivich, said, you know, he's in really bad shape. You might want to give him, you know, whatever you do, the anointing of the sick. And Zivich said, it was tearing me up inside, but I did it. I gave him the last rites. And just before he went out, John Paul II said to the nurse, how could they do it? How could they do it? Which is an interesting thing to say, they, when there was only one shooter that he could see. So he had a hunch that there was a number of people involved. So he was given massive blood transfusions like Ronald Reagan was, and he made it. He survived. He barely survived. A year later, so here's your third date, June 7th, 1982. And this time in Rome at the Vatican, Ronald Reagan and John Paul II met together for the first time. And they had wanted to meet together. Well, Reagan had wanted to meet with John Paul II ever since JP2 was elected on October 16, 1978. And at that point, the first non-Italian Pope in 455 years. I mean, so the Pope had always been Italian. 455 years, it's like twice the life of the United States. 455 years, first Slavic Pope ever, first Pope from Poland. And the conclave, the previous Pope had been Pope for only 33 days. John Paul I, it would turn out. And right in the middle of the height of the Cold War, they plucked a Pope out of Poland, of all places, which John Paul II said to Żywiec and others. He said, do they know what they're doing? The Pope is supposed to be Italian. You can't pick a Pole in the middle of the Cold War. Well, he, of course, said there's no such thing as coincidences. He saw it as providential. He's a Pope. But so did Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan was blown away by that. And as Lee had alluded to and others earlier, when he went to Poland in June 1979 for that 9-day trip, Ronald Reagan was watching the news coverage on it at his home in California. He was meeting with Dick Allen, who would become his first national security advisor before Bill Clark, and John Linchowsky and Henry Now and Sven Kramer, a number of people here served Judge Clark, Paula as well. So they met, and Allen and Reagan sat down to watch TV. They turned on the evening news. And Allen said he looked over Reagan's eyes as Reagan was watching this massive outpouring for John Paul II, who gave his first speech in Victory Square. Isn't that beautiful? Victory Square. And he said, I looked over at Reagan and there was a tear in his eye. And he said, Dick, that's it. The Pope is the key. The Pope is the key. The Pope is the key. We got to reach out to this new Polish Pope in the Vatican and make them an ally. And we have to get elected, which was another thing altogether. But got elected, pulled it off. Then come the assassination attempts. Then came the crackdown on Solidarity, December 13th, 1981, martial law. And then my third date, June 7th, 1982, when they meet at the Vatican. They met alone for 50 minutes in the Vatican Library. I think there's a note taker there, but the Vatican records on this are sealed until the year 2057. 75 years, 2057. 2050. Most of us, I don't think, will be there when it's 2057. But I talked to people who were there, who talked to Reagan right after the meeting, and the two said to one another that they believed that God had spared their lives for a special purpose, which was to take down and defeat atheistic Soviet communism. And imagine the president, the non-Polish, non-Catholic president, looking at the Polish Pope, and he said, the key is Poland, your homeland, the Solidarity movement. Working together, we can keep hope alive in Poland. And they viewed as the Solidarity movement as the crack, the wedge that could split the entire communist bloc from top to bottom. And that's what they committed to doing over the next 7 years. And that brings me to my final date, June 4th, 1989, which everyone remembers as Tiananmen Square. Rightly so. But on that day, Poland held free elections. It had been promised at Yalta 44 years earlier, which Reagan said had been a complete sellout and betrayal of Poland. And they finally held those elections. They opened up 100 contested seats, and the communists lost 100 out of 100, which is why communists never hold elections. We're still waiting for them in Cuba since 1959, right? They never hold elections. And Gorbachev later said that when those elections were held in Poland, That's when he knew it was all over. What leads to the breach in the Berlin Wall? Probably the elections in Poland several months earlier. And with that, that was exactly what they had intended and hoped for. And by November 1989, the Berlin Wall was down. December 1991, the Soviet Union fell apart, and the rest is history. But if you go back, March 30th, 1981 and May 13th, 1981, if those two men, or either of the two, had bled to death on that date, we're not here right now having this conversation. So everything would have turned out differently. Part of the DP, the divine plan, as Reagan called it. I think my 7 minutes.
Thank you. It's my responsibility to try to help direct the conversation by asking our panelists some questions. And I would like to address one question that I think each of you might have some thoughts about. Ronald Reagan was the first president in a very long time, since Eisenhower, in my view, who was serious about trying to bring about peace between the Soviet Union and the West, not by dealing with the symptoms of tension, but by trying to deal with the causes of tension. And the causes were not nuclear weapons, because those were symptoms of tension. And we had had a monopoly of nuclear weapons beforehand, and the Soviets very well knew we weren't going to use those to dictate our political terms. They were not afraid of our nuclear weapons at all, though they knew our nuclear weapons were for deterrent purposes. And so here Reagan works on dealing with the cause of tensions, which is the very nature of the Soviet system, its DNA. And he puts enormous pressure working with John Paul on a number of different things, and our various policies that were both material and in the realm of the non-material elements of conflict. And Clark has described those. But in the second term of Reagan, he starts a policy of negotiations. And Clark, you touched on this in your remarks, but how did Ronald Reagan continue a two-track policy of maintaining connection with the peoples of the Soviet Empire, and particularly with Poland? There was covert action that was going on. There were radio broadcasts that were going on to connect with the people, but simultaneously doing things that on the surface, summit meetings, arms control agreements, looked a little bit like the policies of détente, which he had railed against for the entire decade plus before his presidency. And I'd be grateful for your all's thoughts on this.
Who would you like to start?
Yeah, well, go ahead, Clark, you since you touched on it.
Yeah. The thing to understand about Ronald Reagan is he was I'm sorry.
Okay.
The thing to understand about Ronald Reagan is he was a labor leader. And he had classic strategies of a labor leader. It isn't an either or. Are you going to be nice? Are you going to be tough? You're both at the same time. You're pushing, but you're also saying, come on, we can do this together. And there's a story that Reagan told often that to some extent illustrates his skill at this. He was in negotiations, as he did a number of, with the movie studios for the blanket contract. And they'd pretty much come to agreement, but he said, okay, my team and I are going back and we're going to just take a look at this and make sure that every detail is what we expected, had contract and all, and we're ready to sign. And they go back and they come back and they say, and they decide, this is Reagan sounding like a Boy Scout, okay? That there was a way in which he would put very nicely something that was really quite revealing and blandly say, almost like a Boy Scout. He'd say, he said, well, we just looked at it and we had won some things that we just thought would be bad for the industry. And for those of you who are too young, that's a Reagan. Thank you. Yeah. Here's what a labor team does. You go in with your must-haves, your would like, if we can get that far, and we're going to demand it, we're going to pound the table for it, but we don't want it. And this is for giving away and looking like we're giving away without giving up anything. He had got all through the must-have list. He had got all through the, well, this is what we'd like. And he was well into the, we don't want that, but we'll make a lot of noise on it. And he told this story any number of times. I'm sure you heard it, John, and you heard it, Lee. But what it means is that he had so wrapped the studios around his finger that he had. That's a great negotiator. It is not all one or all the other. It is working out a sense of a team. Here's what we can do. And by the way, you don't want to strike, do you? Or, you don't want the strike to go longer. But and it can be very tough, but very forthcoming. This is what you do in negotiation. He was a master at it. He was he is in some respects, you could say, he was the only professional negotiator ever to sit in the Oval Office. And as much as he was an actor, and as much as he was all those other things, he was a negotiator, and that's how he did things. And by the way, in the speeches, we had speeches even in that last couple of years, which were forthcoming. But you look at them and there's always that line in them. And there's always that, you're going to follow us in this. And the understanding that we had, and quietly also, if I could just tell one other story, this is from early in the administration. You remember the Titanic when that was found? Everybody remembers that, right? On the bottom of the ocean and all. That was a Cold War strategy. I heard this from Lehman, Secretary Lehman. They wanted to show the Soviets, the president and his team wanted to show the Soviets how much advanced we were over them in any number of military areas, but particularly in sea. And so they decided, what we'll do this without us making a big thing about it, actually just doing it through the media. And they decided, we'll go after the Titanic. We'll find the Titanic. And we'll go down there and we'll walk around it and we'll photograph all the staterooms. And that is so far beyond anything the Russians can do, Soviets can do, that it will send a message to them. That kind of tough with a smile was all through the strategy of that time. So, well as occasionally tough, pretty stern.
Thank you, Clark. Gentlemen, would you have any things to add to this one?
Well, when it came to détente, so Reagan saw it as immoral, and he saw it as repeating the mistakes that have been made at Yalta, where you sell people into captivity behind the Iron Curtain, and like making a deal with their slave masters. And in fact, in his time for choosing speech in October 1964, Reagan laid out the moral case, and he said, you have to stand for what's right. You have to make these difficult moral choices. Great line in there. Should Moses have refused the wilderness? Should the patriots at Lexington and Concord refuse to fire the shots heard around the world? Should Christ have refused the cross? And so going forward, it was always about moralizing or trying to remoralize the conflict. And Victims of Communism just noted the 40th anniversary of the Evil Empire speech, March 8th, 1983. That was all about precisely that. And there's a line in that speech where written by Tony Dolan and Ronald Reagan. I mean, Reagan clearly, and Tony will say Reagan was at least the co-author of the speech. But there's a line in there too, again, faith related, where Reagan says, we are enjoined by scripture and the Lord Jesus to oppose sin and evil with all our might. And he said that about racism, bigotry, prejudice, anti-Semitism, slavery, and then he applied it to the Soviet Union. He said, you can't just chalk off the whole Cold War as this blithe misunderstanding that we are both morally guilty. America might have its problems, might have its failures, but our system is morally superior to the Soviet system. And if it isn't, we could change it. I think Henry mentioned earlier, Reagan said this a number of times, including to the Irish Parliament in 1984, that ultimately this isn't a battle between economics and politics, but it's a spiritual battle. So the understanding was that it really was an evil empire. It really was a Soviet system. And to make a deal with them just to get along and thereby perpetuate the captivity of all these people behind the Iron Curtain, including John Paul II's Poland, was itself immoral. That didn't mean that you nuke them, but you come up with different ways and different ideas, SDI, forms of economic warfare, different things that could be communicated to try to find ways to peacefully undermine them, reverse it, take down the Iron Curtain and win the Cold War. And that's where you needed friends like John Paul II and Margaret Thatcher and Václav Havel and others.
Lee, do you want to add something? No, okay. One of the key themes that you all have talked about, and which relates directly to the moral dimension of this conflict, is how we had to keep in solidarity with the peoples of the Soviet Empire. And this very word solidarity that was assumed by the trade unionists in Poland and the importance of the Holy Father's solidarity with them was a key element of trying to ensure, as Paul, you said, that the people were not all alone, and that we were, and that the tyrannical regime would not be succeeding in the atomization of society to separate every individual from everyone else in an atmosphere of fear and mistrust. And so a large part of the Reagan strategy had to do not only with the material things, denying them hard currency, lowering the oil prices, technology security policy, denying them high technology, the military buildup, putting pressure on them in Afghanistan and in Southern Africa and in Central America and so on and so forth. But and so much of post sort of Cold War, analysis of this period has dealt with these material things. But there's this whole dimension of public diplomacy, of connecting with the people of the Soviet Empire. And I'm wondering, there was Project Truth, there was Let Poland Be Poland that Paula talked about. Could you all speak a little bit about that dimension of the Reagan policy and how it worked hand in glove with the Holy Father?
Every speechwriter for the president has had the same experience. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're on.
Yeah. Every speechwriter for the president has had the same experience of whether it's Polish dissidents or others or in my case, Polish dissidents, Nathan Sharansky and others, who were behind in Soviet captivity in that period, of them coming up to you and saying, you worked for President Reagan, you were a speechwriter. That kept us going. And Mr. Sharansky famously has written about tapping in code on the pipes that ran through his cell, word of presidential speech, and it would spread all through the cell block he was in, which was for political prisoners. There was a speech the president gave in, I think it was either in 87 or 88, I think it was 88, to the Ethics and Public Policy Center, in which it was 88. He was talking about he was very strongly talking these themes, and in particular about the captive nations and the need of these people to be free. This was Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, and it was Captive Nations Day, I believe, it was I liked it, but it was very strong speech and got no coverage anywhere in the world, because that was the day that accidentally we shot down an Iranian airliner. And it happened really about the time the president was giving that speech, so the president got no coverage. About 5 days later, I was involved in that speech. About 5 days later, down the hall in the old executive office building, at that time Eisenhower now, came a fellow who's better known now named Chris Cox. And he was later a chairman, a congressman and an SEC chairman. And he's waving a copy of the English edition of Pravda, which his family published, so in literal translation rather than the kind of whitewashing that these things normally got, with the idea that Americans should be able to see what the Soviets were really saying. And he said, look at this, look at this. And they had a huge spread denouncing this speech. Now, my immediate reaction was, if they are so sensitive to that, a speech that, yes, it was tough, and yes, it set some standards, but it was ignored because of events. And the strategic thing to do then is ignore it. The world has ignored it, you should ignore it. Instead, they blew up at it. If that was how sensitive they were, we were going to take them down. And this speaks directly to what you're saying, because when you, at that point, we were 7 years into raising the flag, 6, 7 years. And the Soviets knew, as we now know from internal stuff, that they were on wobbly legs like a giant about to fall in a ring. And that the thing that was really bringing them down, besides the economics, besides the military, besides all those really quite amazingly brilliant strategies that you were developing, John, you and your colleagues, along with the communication strategy. Along with all that, more than all that, was that the people of Europe and Russia and Central Europe, what we now call Central Europe, Warsaw Pact, were no longer with them. They were no longer listening to them, and they were desperate to push back, even at times when if they'd had a cooler head, they shouldn't have.
Well, you know, it's Reagan understood that our words could be even more powerful than missiles. And they really were. I mean, from evil empire to his first press conference where he said of the Soviets, they lie, they steal, they cheat. And the media had a meltdown. Reagan turned to Dick Allen at the end and said, well, Dick, isn't it true that they lie and steal? Yes, sir, Mr. President. He said, yeah, that's what I thought. And to go to the Brandenburg Gate in 1987, and he said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, because Gorbachev was the one and only person who could do it. And those lines were removed over and over and over again from that speech repeatedly. And to give you a JP2 example, again, at Victory Square, when he gets to Warsaw in June 2nd, 1979, Now, when he first became Pope, they said, where do you want to go first for your first foreign trip? He said, Poland. They said, well, you know, your Holy Father, I don't know. I mean, your first trip. And then he insisted on going. And then they said, well, don't rock the boat. Don't do anything that's going to stir up the communists. And he gets there and he said in his first speech, there can be no just Europe without the independence of Poland marked on its map. Right? Imagine that. And it was not long after that. In fact, George Weigel was asked if there's any single document about killing the Pope. There's really not, but there's a November 13th, 1979 Soviet Central Committee statement, which comes pretty close. And it's no coincidence that it came after that trip and after that statement. And they realized, this Holy Father is a damn menace. We need to do something about this Polish Pope. So the power of their words was just so crucial.
Of course, the power of words was striking right at the heart of the single greatest vulnerability of the communist system, which is the illegitimacy of the communist government, the fact that it ruled without the consent of the governed, the fact that they knew that about themselves, and that they could not abide any competing ideas, such as democratic ideas, where the consent of a competing principle of legitimacy of state authority. And so the Soviets and their satellite sister governments had a big internal security problem. The central fact of political life under communism was the regime's fear of their own people. And anything that could mobilize those people into resistance was absolutely essential if there was going to be political change and if the source of tensions were to be eliminated. And of course, giving courage to the people living behind the Iron Curtain was the key strategic challenge that we faced. And the way you gave them courage was by doing what you have spent, Lee, so much of your life doing, which is bearing moral witness to the crimes of communism and the victimization of the millions, and letting them know that we weren't going to censor ourselves anymore about this kind of stuff, because during the entire period of détente, it was complete censorship about these things, with a few, a few little coins tossed in the hat of, President Carter's human rights policy or something like that, which was attacking people like the Shah and Pinochet more than the communists. And so,
3 words: be not afraid.
Be not afraid. Be not afraid. And this is where political psychological warfare was essentially brought to bear, moral warfare, spiritual warfare, and which is why this whole the story of witness that had such an incredible impact on Reagan and on so many other people was decisive, because this here. Maybe you're not going to cause everybody in the Communist Party, now that they've developed all these moral calluses, to convert, but some of them might. And Boris Yeltsin did kind of a conversion. He broke with the party, and he deserves more credit than Gorbachev ever did, in my opinion. But anyway, Lee?
Well, just that I'll share this story. It's one of my favorites about Mr. Reagan. In 1965, he was thinking about running for governor of California. And I had an opportunity, along with my wife, Ann, to spend a couple of days with him as he campaigned and tested the waters there as to whether or not the people wanted him to run for governor. And so at the end of the second day, and there were just 4 of us, can you imagine? There was the chauffeur, There was Ann, there was me, and there was Reagan, just four of us in a limo for 2 days. Wow, that was something. And he said, look, we've been working real hard. Come up to the house for some iced tea and cookies. So we went up there and he went off into the kitchen with Nancy. And there we were just 3 feet away, just about like 5 feet away like this, with his library, shelves and shelves and shelves of books. Thinking, wait a minute now, this is a B movie actor, right? And what's he doing with all these books? I look over there, and there was Witness. There was The Road to Serfdom by Hayek. There was Economics in One Lesson by Hazlitt. And there was a book which I had not read, The Law by Frederick Bastiat. I didn't even know who the hell Frederick Bastiat was, but he did. He did. This guy who was too dumb to be president. And I thought, well, maybe he didn't really read them. So I walk over there and Ann says, no, don't do that. Oh, I pulled it out of the shelf and opened it up. And there it was dog-eared, underlined. And there were little phrases, little statistics in the margins. So here was a conservative who had arrived at his conservatism the old-fashioned way, one book at a time. He was an intellectual. I mean, I made this argument once with Richard Pipes, and he got upset with me, but I still will insist that Reagan was an intellectual. He was a one-man think tank as he was trying to cope with all of these issues. And I'll give you one more example of the solid foundation on which his ideas and his philosophy rested during this same period when we were with him for a couple of days. At one point, I said, with my woolen sock taped to tape recorder this size, I said, well, Mr. Reagan, any particular one book which you would single out as having great influence or greater influences? He said, well, I don't know that I want to single out any one book, but there is The Federalist. How many presidential candidates even know what The Federalist? And he was talking about having read The Federalist. That was part of the intellectual foundation on which he stood and which made it possible for him to be the strong man and to stick with principle as he did.
May I
Please, we're going to have to cut it off, but go ahead to do your.
Ed Meese makes the point, you've probably heard this, that, and it was my observation at a much greater distance, that Ronald Reagan was all those things and he didn't want you to know it.
Right. Yep.
That's humility as well.
Right. Yeah. Extraordinary.
I just wanted to say that I tell my graduate students that if they consider themselves well-educated Americans and they haven't read the Federalist Papers, they're not really Americans as yet. Thank you, gentlemen, for great observations.
It is now my honor to introduce Professor Ryszard Legutko. He is a professor of philosophy at the Jagiellon University in Kraków, Poland. Professor Legutko is also the co-chair for the European Conservatives and Reformists group in the European Parliament. Please welcome Professor Ryszard Legutko.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my thanks to the organizers for having invited me. I'm very happy to be here with you. Now, there are at least two formidable problems I'm confronted with. First, after so many superb contributions, it's very unlikely that you will hear something from me you haven't heard before. And second is that I'm supposed to give you a kind of solid evidence that the three great men have something in common as far as the concept of freedom is concerned, but they acted in different situations and in different political contexts. So it's extremely difficult to specify what is this idea that you may think they had in common. Let me begin with those differences. The three of them, as I said, they acted in different situations and developed their views of freedom in different political and cultural contexts. Wyszyński came to rule the Polish church in the darkest period of communism, when terror, torture, and omnipresent lie threatened the very existence of Christianity and the Polish nation. As the Archbishop of the Krakow Diocese, Wojtyła, 20 years his junior, confronted a milder version of communism. And when he became the Pope, he had to deal with two dangerous ideologies worldwide: Marxist communism in Eastern Europe, Asia, Africa, and South America, and what I call, for want of a better term, consumerist capitalism in the Western world. Ronald Reagan defied communism and its evil empire, and also stood for American self-confidence and pride after the humiliation in the Vietnam War, and reviving the traditional American ethos built on self-reliance, family, and religion. This led to different political and economic preferences. Wyszyński did not write much about political theory. Before the war, he might have entertained particular sympathy for Pius XI's Quadrasimo Anno encyclical, emphasizing solidarity across political and economic divisions. Whether he was close to the idea of corporatism, as some claim, I'm not quite sure. Wojtyła was more outspoken about political and economic matters when he became the Pope. The three encyclicals, Laborem Exercens, the Solicitudo Rei Socialis, and Centesimus Annus, provide a good insight into his views, though they never amounted, nor were they meant to amount to a political theory. Wojtyła was obviously highly critical of communism, of which he had the first-hand knowledge, but also because he was brought up in the anti-communist tradition of his predecessors, particularly Leo XIII, Pius XI, and Pius XII. But he was also critical of liberalism, broadly understood, economic, but also social and moral. Like his predecessors, he was in favor of social peace, against excessive economic inequalities, sanctioned by the alleged trickle-down effect, although he did not question the value of free economy. Poverty was for him not only economic, but a moral problem that required action. He supported workers' unions and reiterated the church's preferential option for the poor, which he regarded as a form of Christian charity. He endorsed democracy, but warned it could degenerate into totalitarianism. Ronald Reagan was first and foremost a politician, not a theorist or political commentator. He expressed himself through his actions, but also through his one-liners, the most famous of which was perhaps the government is not a solution, the government is a problem. In more general terms, he meant the breaking off with the American liberalism, corresponding to what in Europe we call social democracy, that started with President Roosevelt and was later continued and developed by the democratic administrations, Kennedy, Johnson, and Carter. His program was labeled Reaganomics, a rather loose term, denoting all kinds of deregulatory and pro-market policies. But the three men had something in common. They were radically against communism, and for reasons that were not entirely different. For them, communism was not only a despotic system depriving people of basic liberties, freedom to travel, express opinions, or have access to information. What communism took away from people was a part of their humanity. All three shared a general assumption having solid and deep roots in Western political philosophical tradition, that the human person is on the one hand defined by the metaphysical and religious dimension, and on the other determined by a sense of belonging to a community that inculcates in him moral skills and group identity. Stated negatively, this assumption implies that neither the human person nor political community is an amorphous, malleable substance that can be structured and restructured at will, but both have the inner properties that should reveal themselves, and in both freedom is the indispensable condition for this to happen. This assumption does not exclude energetic politics and strong moral obligations. In fact, it encourages them, but certainly implies the rejection of social engineering and political experiments. And this was precisely the plan of totally restructuring the society that Wyszyński faced when he became Poland's primate in 1948. And this was the year when the Stalinists launched their brutal offensive against the Polish nation. And this offensive could also include the destruction of the Polish church. This would have been a disaster, which would have made the Poles completely defenseless vis-à-vis communist power and communist ideology. Wyszyński knew that he had to negotiate with the communist government and that the communists would not respect any agreement and would not hesitate to use any means to attack the church. But he also knew that he had to come to some sort of agreement with them if the church was to survive. So finally, as you know, such an agreement was signed, and the concessions he made were painful and humiliating. And the most painful and humiliating was point 8 of the agreement. Let me quote: "The Catholic Church, condemning every crime in accordance with its assumptions, will also combat the criminal activity of underground gangs and will stigmatize and punish with canonical consequences clergymen guilty of participating in any underground and anti-state action," unquote. These gangs were freedom fighters, were patriots who still resisted the communist occupation. They were hunted down by the communist army and political police, killed, or if taken alive, tortured and then killed, or served long sentences. Wyszyński apparently thought that the armed resistance had no future and that the communists would ultimately crush the underground forces. The communists began violating the agreement from day one, but Wyszyński continued his strategy. This lasted until 1953, when the communists issued a law that gave the representatives of the communist power in Poland the right to control and annul each nomination and jurisdictional act of the church. And then Wyszyński responded with his famous statement, non possumus, we cannot make any more concessions. This resulted, as you know, in his imprisonment and continued repression. Fortunately, Stalin died, and around 1955, we had the beginning of what was called de-Stalinization. So the Polish church avoided the worst. Now was the time to rebuild and reinforce both the structure and the spiritual capital of the church. Wyszyński based his strategy on folk Catholicism, as his critics contemptuously call it. There were good reasons for this strategy. Farmers, workers, artisans, housewives, etc., constituted a vast majority of the Polish population, and thereby they were the main carriers of national and Catholic identity. In them, a lot of this identity remained intact. The intellectuals, Wyszyński thought, were less trustworthy in this respect. He therefore invested his activities in popular religiosity and managed to gather around and in the church a sort of alternative nation. The second nation. I say alternative because the people who belonged to this community were exposed to a different language, different imagery, different view of human nature and of human destiny. This was something extraordinary and unique in the communist world. In no other communist country was there anything even remotely comparable. Folk Catholicism was also imbued with a strong sense of Polishness, so to speak, as the history of the church and faith in Poland has been from the very beginning inextricably linked with the political history of the country. The best example was a huge and prolonged in time celebration of the millennium of the Catholic Church in Poland in 1966, which the communist government celebrated as the millennium of the Polish state. One could see the strength and the beneficial influence of this alternative nation and of folk Catholicism in 1980, when the general strike broke out and the Solidarity Union came into being. Without the spirit engendered by folk Catholicism, the movement would not have had such an openly patriotic and religious character, and would not have been permeated by the feeling that in Poland, a desire for freedom to cherish, a desire for freedom of religion and a freedom to cherish patriotic, desire for freedom was identical with a desire for the freedom of religion and desire and a freedom to cherish patriotic tradition and its history. Had the Solidarity movement been solely the work of the intellectuals, especially those that had turned against the communist parents, it would have had a markedly different character with manifestly less national and religious content, and Polish history would have probably taken a different course. I would say that even today, during the most heinous attack on Catholicism and the church Poland has witnessed since the time of communism, we still continue to draw from the spiritual and social capital that Wyszyński managed to gather. The Catholic nation he integrated continues to exist. In Wojtyła's writings, freedom occupies quite a lot of space, definitely too much to be covered in this paper. I will therefore concentrate on one item, Wojtyła's famous argument about anthropological error. Here is the relevant passage from Centesimus Annus. The fundamental error of socialism is anthropological in nature. Socialism considers the individual person simply as an element, a molecule within the socialist or within social organism, so that the good of the individual is completely subordinated to the functioning of the socioeconomic mechanism. Socialism likewise maintains that the good of the individual can be realized without reference to his free choice, to the unique and exclusive responsibility which he exercises in the face of good and evil. End of quote. So the argument locates freedom in the center of the human self that is responsible for our moral decisions. But the human self can fulfill this role if it is sufficiently strong not to be an object moved by outside forces. In other words, Wojtyła defended the metaphysical or robust view of the human self, as contrasted with the thin view that reduced it to a few simple properties, such as utility, survival, sex, or power. He continued a long philosophical tradition that started in Greek philosophy in antiquity and gave it a Christian dimension. Man's dignity and the robustness of his self come primarily from his being imago Dei. The problem of socialism, communism, was not that its theorists and practitioners ignored this metaphysical dimension, but that they replaced it with an artificial construct built from the scraps of socialist ideology. When they claim that the system brings about the emancipation of mankind, they also drew the conclusion that all those who participate in the process of emancipation are expected to embrace the rules of socialism and obey them. Those who dissented from those rules deserve to be punished, being by definition the supporters of oppression and enslavement. Logically, this is, of course, nonsense. To be free, you have to identify yourself, body and soul, with one ideology and one political system. And this is what Wojtyła had in mind when he wrote about the individual person being a molecule within the social organism. It was allegedly this organism that gave life to a human being. It is therefore understandable that the more people rejected this anthropological error, looked upon human nature differently, the more the system became shaky and lost its legitimacy. Wojtyła found this anthropological error elsewhere, in particular in consumerist capitalism. There too, the human person is reduced to the role of a molecule in the collective organism, and his freedom, he's told, depends on his close identification with the consumerist system, both as a consumer and as a producer. This extends to education, which not only teaches how to behave in the market, but how to make education a market product. Similarly, with other fields of human creativity, such as politics, art, and culture in general. If I am not mistaken, Wojtyła did not analyze liberalism in the European sense of the word. John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, and Friedrich Hayek. He did not analyze liberalism from this point of view, but he warned the Poles against the dangers of the new system after the old regime ceased to exist. But observing the reception of the liberal ideas and liberal solutions in Poland after the demise of communism, one could see that Wojtyła's diagnosis proved correct with regard to the new political order. Everyone who lived in Poland or in any post-communist country at the time could see, if he looked carefully, that is, that the language of the new system was not a language of liberty, but of necessity. This was a great mystification that few people noticed. The ruling principle in Eastern Europe, sometimes tacit, sometimes spelled out, was not now that you are free, you have many possibilities to pursue, but now that you are free, you have to do this, this, and this. And after we joined the EU, the language and practice of necessity increased. The global world, we are told, has generated certain mechanisms that we must follow. Otherwise, we will find ourselves on the margin. This is inevitable. That was and still is a sentence one would often hear. Surprisingly, we witness a new version of the inevitability of history. The old one came with Marxist communism. And again, individual freedom was identified with floating with the tide of history and identifying oneself with the global forces. Therefore, the noisy rhetoric of freedom did not generate optimism and creativity, but imposed a widespread sense of powerlessness. Even the church, after John Paul II and Benedict, began to adapt herself to the allegedly inevitable course of history to find her place in it out of fear of being marginalized. We continue to live in a world where the anthropological error has retained its influence. Ronald Reagan did not leave any theoretical treatises from which one could learn about his theoretical assumptions of his politics. What seems clear, however, is that his hostility to communism, as we already heard today, was almost metaphysical. At least this is how we, the people in Eastern and Central Europe, perceived him. His biographers emphasize the importance of religion in Reagan's perception of the world. He once said, quote, "I have always believed that we were, each of us, put here for a reason, that there is a plan, a divine plan for all of us," unquote. He was impressed by Whittaker Chambers' book, The Witness. After his conversion, Chambers, a former communist and a communist spy, believed, and Reagan concurred, that the essential metaphysical problem of communism and the cause of the crisis it generated in the world was its godlessness. Not only atheism, but the reversal of religion, man taking the place of God. The communists were telling people, ye shall be as gods. This made Reagan a natural ally of John Paul II, whom he held, as we know, in high esteem. John O'Sullivan wrote that Reagan, although raised Protestant, was, quote unquote, culturally a Catholic, hence many Catholics among his advisors. His anti-communism was therefore not fake anti-communism, which had so often vitiated American politics. And that was also the reason why the communists hated him so much, because they knew he could not be lured into some sort of realpolitik. Now, the question is the following. How does this metaphysically or religiously motivated anti-communism tally with his rather rigorous pro-market orientation, where profit and economic calculation prevail and leave no room for much else? As I understand, Reaganomics and his anti-big government diatribes were conservative in nature. That is, they derived from a deep sense of American tradition. Reagan was not a libertarian, if by libertarianism we understand a form of Misesian, Rothbardian, a prioristic system that extends to all human relations, economic, political, moral, cultural. He rather intended to rediscover and reactivate the American spirit, which once created America and made her a powerful, loved, and admired country. From a European perspective, this seems strange. The free market as a basis for the human order, well, the Europeans usually associated the free market as a basis for the human order. They associated with social engineering or with constructivism, to use Hayek's term. In Europe, it has been the state, or as the Americans say, the government, that was an obvious starting point and a natural frame of reference. The historical reasons for this perception are obvious. For Reagan and many Americans, it is the other way around. Reaganomics was philosophically a very pro-American and conservative set of ideas. I therefore believe that Reagan's domestic policies and his anti-communism in international relations did not clash. If anything, one could see in them an eternal tension that has existed in the American soul from the very beginning. The tension between American self-centeredness and the American spirit of the crusade. But in Reagan, this tension did not seem to cause confusion or inconsistency. And the concluding paragraph, or rather the concluding sentence, despite the differences in background, environment, and many other areas, especially between the two Polish men of the church on the one hand and the American president on the other, what those three great men shared and acted on was a view of human nature, to be more precise, a correct view of human nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Legutko. I would like to invite our VOC's chairman, Dr. Spalding, to introduce a special guest, a little bit of a surprise in our program.
Good afternoon. VOC is honored to have a special guest with us today at our Polish Studies Conference. She understands the true meaning of freedom. She immigrated to the United States from Kingston, Jamaica, when she was 6 years old with her family, seeking opportunity and a better life. She served this great nation as a Marine before jumping into public service in Virginia state politics. In 2021, she was elected as Lieutenant Governor of Virginia. Since assuming office, she has made education one of her top priorities, advocating for school choice and parental involvement in the classroom, ensuring that our students learn the truth about our history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. How fitting to hear from this speaker at our conference on the Knights of Liberty, Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński, St. John Paul II, and President Ronald Reagan, three figures who serve as enduring models of bravery and leadership in the face of tyranny. Please join me in welcoming Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I feel like I'm in the Senate when I say, good afternoon, senators, and they're all. It is so good to be here with all of you. And I want to start out by saying, actually, I want to paraphrase a quote. Those who do not remember the sins of the past are doomed to repeat it. Mr. Ambassador and distinguished guests, thank you for the honor of me being here. I'm joining all of you today in recognizing Cardinal Wyszyński St. John Paul II, and President Ronald Reagan, three men who took a stand for freedom. I join you in the celebration of their legacy, as well as the continual fight to maintain that freedom. In fact, it was Ronald Reagan who said, freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. No, it must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation, for it comes only once to a people. As someone who was born in Jamaica and who witnessed the effects of socialism, possibly the eventual communism, I applaud your work to remind and educate the world on the evils of communism. I say to you that countries must be careful not to create economic and social conditions where a political savior is necessary, because these self-described saviors are actually despots, and they create bloodshed to ensure that they remain in power until they draw their last breath. Again, President Reagan famously said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And how incredible was that day when it came down? As you may remember, history tells us that the phrase was never going to be said because there was a line drawn by it, because it was considered too hard to touch. But the president courageously spoke those words, those unnecessary words, and the walls came down. As someone once said, the further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. Here we are, still finding ourselves demanding that walls be torn down. These walls that seek to isolate and squelch those of us who strive for freedom. But we shouldn't be surprised by this, because throughout history, man has continued to strive for his God-given liberty and freedom. Because in fact, we do not remember the sins of the past, as I stated when I first began. St. John Paul II and Cardinal Wyszyński might remind us of the biblical book of Esther, where in chapter 4, verse 14, we are admonished not to think that we are safe if we remain silent. So we will continue to fight for liberty and the freedom of our children. We must, because they cannot fight for themselves. We are the adults. As President John Kennedy said, the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We will continue that fight. Again, we must. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears. I now would like to introduce our final panel of the conference titled Lessons in Liberty, Learning from the Past, Securing the Future. Panelists will discuss if the legacies of Cardinal Wyszyński, St. John Paul II, and Ronald Reagan are still relevant today, and what the free world must do to respond to the crisis of freedom present in the contemporary world. Our freedoms in the West are continuously being challenged, while hundreds of millions are still living under the oppression of communism today. It is our duty to continue the fight for freedom, religious liberty, and human rights for all. Moreover, we have the resilient examples and legacies of the primate, the Pope, and the President to guide us today. Let us not forget about these three courageous men, because they did not forget about us. Please welcome our panelists.
Good afternoon again. I'm still Elizabeth Spalding. I am the chairman of the board of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and Museum. And basically, this panel is to explain everything today that we get from our Knights of Liberty. So if the panelists can't do that, that's on them, but
In 5 minutes.
in 5 minutes, in 5 to 7 minutes each. That's right. That's right. So I'll do quick introductions here and then we'll go to our substance. Ambassador Andrew Bremberg is the president of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. He previously served as the representative of the United States to the Office of the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva. Dr. Anthony Eames is the director of scholarly initiatives for the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. He also teaches at the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. Irina Lasota is a philosopher, journalist, and the president of the Institute for Democracy in Eastern Europe. That's her official tagline, but she tells me she's going to be very practical. So we are going to take away things that we know that we should be doing. And Dr. Eric Patterson is the president of the Religious Freedom Institute and past dean of the Robertson School of Government at Regent University. He is also a research fellow at Georgetown University's Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and World Affairs. So we'll start with Ambassador Bremberg. Andrew.
Thank you. Trying to be brief. I'm looking at this mostly through the lens that's been alluded to several times today of the challenge we face today with communism, chiefly in the incarnation of the Chinese Communist Party. I had the opportunity to serve, as was mentioned, at the UN, where I directly dealt with my colleague, the ambassador from the PRC. And what I frequently say is, and more concerningly, were other diplomats. I frequently expected the Chinese ambassador to act and behave the way that they would, but was stunned by the passivity and real inability to observe what is going on by other diplomats and sometimes diplomats within our own US government. So this is the challenge that I see today. Obviously, China, with its own experience that was alluded to earlier, June 4th, 1989, knows all too well the risk of civil society, the risk of civil protest. It's the current CCP leadership is well aware of what they perceive to be the mistakes made by the Soviets that allowed for such horrible things like solidarity or other civil society movements to take root in the 1980s, and have structured themselves through a incredible domestic surveillance and authoritarian program to make sure something like that cannot happen. So with the relevance, though, of our three Knights of Liberty, what are the lessons that we should draw on from their experience? And I would say it is two principal things that, and I'm thankful our previous panelists have basically touched on these quite explicitly. One is moral clarity. All three of our Knights of Liberty spoke out clearly about the moral nature of the evil of communism and the moral good, whether of the church and Christianity or of democracy and our way of life. Ronald Reagan most powerfully in his evil and explicitly in his evil empire speech, and Pope John Paul II repeatedly throughout his homilies, not just during his pilgrimage to Poland, but elsewhere. But today, in the challenge we face today, this moral clarity has not been provided, at least not at a global level. Neither the current administration or the past administration have framed the challenge posed by the Chinese Communist Party as truly a moral evil. And this is an urgent need that I think we face today. So I think all of us, and particularly those working in public policy, should look to our three Knights of Liberty for the examples of speaking with moral clarity. The second point is that I think all three of our examples that we looked at today are realists in a sense, all with deep moral clarity, but all addressed the real world that was in front of them with all the kind of nitty-gritty practical elements to it. So obviously, all three negotiated with communist regimes from very different vantage points and through very different lessons, but had to deal with this in a way. But it's clear, what was their approach to negotiation? What was it they were looking for? They all rejected the idea that a piece of paper or an agreement was a good in and of itself. They never prioritized the idea that just having the dialogue or the agreement was the end. And obviously, famously, as we've heard repeatedly today with Cardinal Wyszyński, when this supposed agreement was put forth, he rejected it. And knowing when to reject demands because they violated important moral principles is essential to negotiating. You have to know, as our previous panel talking about Reagan's negotiating style showed, you have to know what you're negotiating for. What is it that you can live with? What can you give up? But what must you stake your claim to? We've heard repeatedly reference to the Vatican's policy of Ostpolitik that predated Pope John Paul II's pontificate, which was a disaster. Here you saw repeatedly, I would use the words, a betrayal by typically Western European diplomats, maybe they were clerics, but Western European diplomats undercutting their own co-religionists that were loyal, holy, heroic princes of the church, trapped behind the Iron Curtain, leading their flocks, and then pushed aside with supposed diplomatic agreements that, well, we'll know how to handle the communists. This is absolutely ridiculous. And the history of the successful push by whether it was Wyszyński or, of course, the Pope shows that listening to the local bishops, cardinals, those of the church on the ground behind the Iron Curtain was the chief way and mechanism that the church should have looked at negotiation with the communist regime, which sadly brings us today, where we have a Vatican agreement now extended several years between the Vatican and the CCP. For what? For the sake of an agreement, to say that we have an agreement. There is, in fact, no point that anyone can point to that somehow it preserves or protects the body of the deposit of faith or the church in China under this agreement. In fact, I was so stunned when it was first mentioned. I thought, weren't wars fought over this literally a millennia ago that had resolved these issues? And in fact, even under the Soviets, the church had never caved to this degree in terms of the placement with bishops. So I think, and particularly given my experience working with our own US government diplomacy and other Western diplomats, I think it's critically important that we all learn from these examples that, one, negotiating for the sake of a dialogue, just for the sake of talking, is just blowing hot air. Okay, dialogue and negotiation are vital and important if you know what it is you are standing and fighting for and advocating for. So the importance and necessity of moral clarity must come first, and then meaningful negotiations where you engage with very hostile, and I would and say evil opponents, but still can find ways to make progress for the millions of people that suffer under communist regimes today. Can be important outcomes, but only if we know that both, whether from the church's perspective or from Western government perspective, that we have an incredibly important moral high ground that we should not give up. And lastly, I'd say the Chinese Communist Party is extremely sensitive, like the Soviets were before, to public criticism. They hate it, and we should not shy away from it, particularly as we speak in the case of moral clarity and in more precise terms, and hold them accountable and demand that the public know about the horrendous actions that they are taking, whether to their own ethnic minorities, the Tibetans or the Uyghurs in Western China, or the growing number of millions of Christians in China today, not just princes of the church like Cardinal Zen, who has been a hero behind the wall of communism in China, or other lay Catholics like Jimmy Lai, who is an incredible hero in Hong Kong, and has been arrested. So I think I'm out of time, so I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Anthony.
So it looks like I'm already on. Well, first I want to say thank you to the Polish National Foundation and Victims of Communism Foundation and Museum for hosting this event. I think I say about every 3 months to some group or someone that President Reagan's example is needed now more than ever. But I think we've actually picked up the pace on that. I think we were just here 3 weeks ago for the Evil Empire speech commemoration. So
2 weeks and 1 day.
2 weeks and 1 day. So I'm glad that we're continuing to bring this message and example forward and more publicly. So where I want to start actually is with what I see as the shared cause of freedom between President Reagan and Pope John Paul II. And that shared cause of freedom really is on display with President Reagan's June 7th, 1982 visit to the Vatican. So a visit that President Reagan attached great significance to, not just because of John Paul II's international profile, but also because he was a man of faith. And that visit really represents in a very public way, in a very unambiguous way, the binding of the moral authority of the Vatican, of Pope John Paul II, to the will of the American people as expressed by the Reagan administration's kind of wielding of economic, military, diplomatic power to confront the Soviet Union, to confront totalitarianism, and to confront the evils of communism. And this is an important moment. Pope John Paul II, of course, a man of peace, nonetheless recognizes that in a fallen world, power still matters in some way. And he called explicitly on the United States, in his words, above all, to create the conditions for peace and freedom. So where am I going? I'm eventually going to get today, but whenever you would ask a historian to talk about contemporary significance, we always have to go back at least 40 years. I think President Reagan and John Paul II shared a definition of freedom. And I'll go into what that definition of freedom is, because President Reagan kind of laid it out across over 2,000 speeches in his presidency, but very clearly in his remarks at the Vatican that day. Freedom in President Reagan and Pope John Paul II's view was both indivisible and absolute. So indivisible, well, first it's indivisible. Political freedom and religious freedom are indivisible from each other. That is, government exists for the convenience of humankind. When that relationship is reversed, when humankind exists for the convenience of government or the state, religious persecution almost inevitably follows. But it's indivisible in other ways. Lieutenant Governor Sears pointed out that Reagan understood freedom as being indivisible across time, across generations, that is never more than a generation away from extinction, something he kind of went on record in 1967 when he took the inaugural address, made the inaugural address for the governorship in California. It's indivisible across peoples and nations. This clearly motivated President Reagan's support for Polish solidarity. And I would say that the successes, the struggles, the challenges of Polish solidarity actually gave life to President Reagan's message that it's indivisible between peoples and nations. It's also indivisible across the institutions and endeavors of humankind. So that means self-government, the right to elect people, or the right to elect your own leaders in a democratic state. That means the right to worship as you choose. That means the right to pursue the educational path you deem fit, that freedom of ideas. That means the right to security, freedom from fear. So these freedoms, the indivisibility of them, I think have a real application today. And I should also note the absolute part. Freedom cannot live in accommodation with totalitarianism, with communism, with some forces that seek to erode it. So where do I go to today? Well, lately I've seen a lot of talk about national interests. And the talk about national interests, to me, seems to ignore national values which are deeply rooted in our sense of freedom. We can't have piecemeal national freedom or national, it has to be whole, it has to be indivisible, it has to be absolute. Relevance for today, when you see these piecemeal national interests take shape, for example, in China, where the social compact is prosperity in exchange for your civil liberties and civil rights, that's clearly not an ideal state to live in. So the example of indivisibility of freedom is something I think we need to carry through the world, that you can have civil rights, civil liberties, and prosperity. I think that's where I'll leave it for the Q&A.
That's great. Thank you very much, Anthony. Irina.
I have to push it. Okay. Just as a way around. Okay, as I said, I will try to be a little bit practical. I agree more or less with all of the theoretical and philosophical statements which were made, but I want to also look at the three people we are talking about as practitioners. And I think the biggest among them, or the first one, was definitely Cardinal Wyszyński. We spoke about, I mean, first of all, remember that in 1953, when he was arrested by the communists, he was abandoned. He even writes in his memoirs, the only two bodies stood by me, a German, who was his secretary, and a dog. The church was at that time so terrified or so terrorized that it abandoned him. In 1966, he came with I would say, the idea which was of a genius, which is to, some people spoke about it, to answer the 1000th anniversary of the Polish state with the anniversary of 1000 years of Polish battle. But it was not happening in the churches. I don't know whether we spoke about it today because I missed the first hour. He organized trips of the Holy Black Madonna from Częstochowa all around Poland, which completely destroyed the idea of the communists of what to do. It went to the point that at one time, the communists simply kidnapped the truck on which there was a Black Madonna, and it made it even more popular. Radio Free Europe was reporting about it. And this was maybe the first time since 56, when people came to support Gomułka, but Cardinal Wyszyński knew that he had to get the people around some very simple ideas. And the very simple idea was that they are Catholics and the Catholic Church exists. And I think more or less all of the further revolts, uprisings, 68, 70, 76, and so on, had the beginning of 1966 of this procession through all Poland. I think it was all a good knows how many towns and villages were visited, but I would say hundreds of them. And people suddenly, besides having Radio Free Europe and listening to politicians from abroad, they saw themselves. This was the first idea. So I would say that the three practitioners knew that first of all, they have to have a simple message. And I think people spoke about it today. They spoke about the Let's Poland be Poland, Mr. Gorbachev tear down this wall, which is very interesting because Mr. Gorbachev did not tear down this wall. This was like an operatic duo. President Reagan was talking about the wall, but the people teared it down. The picture of people tearing down with their nails is very impressive, I would say, and we should sometimes look at it. Poland, for example, in 1980-81, they invented the simplest slogans, and one of them, which I think is kind of applies to every country, which was 2 and 2 must always be 4. And I think there's nothing more genial than this idea, and this all go around. Now, when our 3 knights were talking to people, they were first of all using a simple language. I would say that even graduates of high school in the United States would understand most of the words, if not all of the words. It's one thing. Second, they had this talent, and I think maybe Pope John Paul II and Reagan had them maybe more than Cardinal Wyszyński, was to speak to an individual who was a part of a group. I mean, they were addressing crowds, but everybody in this crowd was feeling that he's talking to them. It's a very rare talent. I know that the speechwriters are very important, but it's not enough. The speechwriter does not make. The next thing, which I think was very important, was that all three of them, and with Cardinal Wyszyński we know least, but we know that it was happening, they were supporting what was forbidden. They were supporting what we call underground or unofficial, and to a different degrees. And as we know, and I'm so happy to have John Linczowski in front of me, President Reagan did follow with very concrete steps. And those steps was to support financially, and I mean, financial then translated into other things, the movement which was happening. And we have to remember another thing, that Poland, from all of the communist countries, maybe had the least, at different times, less oppressive regime. And the church, and here again, Cardinal Wyszyński and Pope John Paul II were great in understanding that they are not an isolated island. And there is not much about it, but we know that the priests from Czechoslovakia, from the Baltic states, especially from Lithuania, were coming in a rather underground way to Poland to get their training and then to be poświęceni. How do you say poświęceni? Dedicated. Yeah. And this also shows that when we speak about what was happening in Poland, and today we are speaking a lot about religion, there were around Poland people, places which should not be forgotten. For example, Cardinal Micenti was, I think, an example for Pope John Paul II, what the communists can do with a real recognized leader. I mean, he was finally arrested. He spent, I think, almost 20 years in prison. The Czechoslovakia revolt against communism was, among others, also led by people who had contact with the Polish church. I'm talking about the Cardinal Tomaszek from Slovakia, about a priest from Charter 77, Václav Mali, who is today a cardinal. These were all people who were through Poland, and I would say at one point, of course, through the United States help, done covertly and undercovertly, helped to also create this whole movement of anti-communism. And I think I am almost done with my thoughts. I just want to say one thing. If we agree that Ronald Reagan's greatest success was to destroy the Soviet Union, maybe we should look who are the heirs of the Soviet Union. I would say, and I think that here we don't have much doubt, that there is the heir of the Soviet Union is Russia today. And the heir of Stalin is Vladimir Putin. And we need somebody in the West, in the Vatican, in Washington, in London, maybe in Warsaw, somebody who will really recognize it and stop the advance of this communism with a capitalist face. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. And Eric, bring it home.
Thanks. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. And I do thank the Polish National Foundation and the Victims of Communism Museum for hosting us. And what I'd like to do is focus on this question. What must we do to respond to the crisis of human freedom in the contemporary world? To pull a lesson from Reagan for then, and then one lesson for us today. And tomorrow, March 24th, is perhaps a commemorative day that you've never heard about. It is the International Day for telling the truth about the victims of human rights violations and for dignity of victims. And that actually is my point. Tell the truth. Reagan told the truth. And when we think about the communists during the Cold War, there were really two lies. So one type of lie is just lying about what they were doing. Oh, we're having a democracy here. People love us in power. They elect us. They elect Stalin, et cetera. And then there's the big lie. And the big lie has to do with human nature itself. By the way, whether it's Beijing today, talking about the blissful re-education of the Uyghurs, et cetera, these types of regimes are always lying about what they do. But again, it's the big lie about the reality of what it means to be human. That's the big lie that we need to expose. So let me say something about it during Reagan's lifetime. The big lie of communism is that human beings and their societies are fundamentally just material beings. They're just chemicals and reactions. There's no spiritual or moral fabric to the universe. The family is a social construct. Government is a social construct. And communists believed that you could tear religion, culture, all of that down, break the individual down just to their fundamental material basis, and then rebuild it. That's the big lie. And they arrogated to themselves this revolutionary idea that they knew what was best and that they would rebuild the person and that they would rebuild society from the very material basis up. And over during the Reagan presidency, he used the language that we've heard for the last 2 hours by speaker after speaker, reminding us that there is a fundamental morality, that human beings are spiritual beings, that the individual and the family and our society and culture and religion, they are all real. And that's how you counter the big lie, is by telling the truth. And as we heard in an earlier panel, when people heard the truth behind those walls or behind that barbed wire, it electrified them because they understood that finally there was an American leader who was telling the truth about the big lie. And it wasn't just about what was happening in Moscow, but it was about that they were humans created in the image of God, that they had inherent human dignity, that they had moral worth, that there was something much bigger than themselves. Well, today, I think that we face a similar set of lies about the individual. Now, today's lie, which we hear in Hollywood, which we hear in elite universities, which we hear in the secular press, and things go something like this. Yes, we can deconstruct the individual and society. None of this is real. It's all constructed. And public enemy number one is Western civilization. Now, I wish I had Ronald Reagan here to champion the fight, but it's left up to us to identify the lie and then to counter it. And let me be clear, the lie goes something like this. Individuals are really just a social construct, and they ought to first be liberated from religion, from conventional morality, from the obligations of family, the responsibilities to the community as a citizen, that they owe anything, anywhere. And instead, live out a life that expresses, based on their choices, their tastes, their preferences, who they'd really like to be, without some sort of responsibility to the people around them, with no responsibility to the people who came before and handed them the free society that we live in, with no responsibility to children or to the future. It's just a moment now of expressive individualism. And we as individuals are not spiritual or moral beings other than what we make of it ourselves. That's the big lie. Now, Reagan would have seen right through it. And I know that many of you obviously see right through it as well. You know, one of Reagan's favorite quotes was by Thomas Jefferson. It's imprinted on the walls just down the street at the Jefferson Memorial. It's when Jefferson said, "God who gave us life gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we've removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God?" And that's where truth matters. A free society is one of ordered liberty and law, and it's grounded in a reality of understanding the human person. We won't be able to champion human dignity. We won't be able to protect a shared community of liberty unless we have it firmly grounded in faith and morality. That's what George Washington told us. That's what Thomas Jefferson told us. That's what Reagan told us. And that's really the basis for us today. The answer to the question is we have to protect the truth by telling the truth. And that's how we protect liberty today. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we take a couple of questions from the audience, I would like to continue what you all have already introduced about getting across a simple message. We've heard a lot of, as you said, Irina, a lot today. We've talked about metaphysics, we've talked about theology, we've talked about deep political philosophy, but we have to get across a simple message. And from all of you, you talked about freedom, you talked about human dignity, the dignity of the human person, You talked about the family and community and country, and you talked about truth. All of that was in all of those. So if we have to put it on the t-shirt, if we have to talk about it with our kids and our grandkids and our students, if we have to talk about it in ways that they'll understand, and they weren't around for Cardinal Wyszyński, I mean, we weren't either, but weren't around for John Paul II, and some people in the room weren't around for that, weren't around for Reagan, and some people in the room weren't around for that. Thank God we were, right? This is something that Andrew and I always talk about, that we're very grateful that these are our guys. But what do we do? What do we do? So practical points, what would work?
I would just say that one is for those of us who are parents and friends and grandparents and things, and that is, are the things that are reinforcing truth, the things that are coming across our children in books, literature, and especially across their screens? And do we take as many moments as possible to point out what's true and what is not? And my own teenagers roll their eyes constantly by my short sermonettes, but I really do think that we live in a time where we have to be constantly pointing out, oh, that's not true. That's not true, right? Here's why it's not true. And not just declaiming, oh, it's not true, but constantly reminding them, this is what the truth looks like. This is how it's connected to things. And by the way, I don't think it only has to be stories from 200 or 300 years ago. I think that some of the myths of our time, and by myths, I mean where there's stories that share values, are ones that kids know. The Hunger Games series is about people telling truth to power. The elements of Harry Potter are about people telling truth to power, and you can connect that to other things as well. So I do think that transmitting that to young people and poking the lie is important.
I would say also so many real lives too. We can talk about the witnesses like we do here at VOC. I think there's some great stories there to transmit to the rising generations. Yeah, that's great to use both novels and fiction and movies and culture.
There's one, you could bring everyone to the Victims of Communism.
That's right. Thank you, Anthony.
But today, given the entanglement of the U.S. and Chinese economy, I think we're going to obviously hold up China as one of the kind of big threats to freedom and moral clarity and whatnot. Given those economic entanglements, there's actually a lot more you can do on an individual level, an individual choice that you can make to fight back against this erosion of freedom. I don't want to sound curmudgeonly, but getting your kids to delete TikTok is just one of those things. I mean, I know it's being discussed on Capitol Hill today, but this goes back to, again, my point of the indivisibility of freedom. If you're willing to empower one of these major information warriors, one of these major economic drivers of supposed Chinese prosperity, how much are you actually going to be willing to fight when in a more serious way, in a more persistent way, for not just your freedom, but freedom everywhere? And it gets back to this, again, this indivisibility concept of, I don't really mind if they're taking my data and farming it out to the Chinese government, because at the end of the day, this entertainment to me is more valuable in the here
They
and
want
now.
a comfortable life.
Yeah.
They want something that they think gives them
Exactly
happiness,
right.
but it doesn't ultimately.
And in his remarks that day on June 7th in 1982, Pope John Paul II called for farsightedness. And it's this long bend of history that I hope we can get kids to actually understand.
I would just add, telling the truth about current events, about what is in fact happening around the world today, particularly to our children and other young people, what is happening there. There is a genocide happening in China. Most determined by both the previous administration and the current administration. So whichever the side of the aisle you're on, the US government, both sides have said this is a genocide. The vast majority of any textile cotton-based product produced out of China almost certainly is made from slave labor as part of the genocide. The United States government has slowly begun implementing a new law that was passed to restrict that importation, but it's not fully enforced yet. And if we buy Chinese products, you're buying products made from, at best, slave labor in certain industries. So I think telling the truth about, and as Dr. Spalding mentioned, also the heroic stories that we hear of people that have fled or left China, or whose stories have gotten out of China and other parts of the world, where you've got incredibly brave individuals, not just brave individuals from Central and Eastern Europe from 40 or 60 years ago, but today that are fighting a different but very, very similar fight and struggle. We can see it happening today and see those types of heroes and what they're doing right now.
That's right. Yes, Irina.
I know it's not very popular because we are talking of freedom, but I would impose by an act of Congress obligatory teaching of geography in US schools. Because we are talking of the danger from China, danger from Russia, and who knows what is between Russia and China? And for example, the Middle East, there is Central Asia. I really have a feeling when I'm speaking to students, college students, that they don't even know what we are talking when we are talking of geographical danger, or even, Ukraine. Okay, so Ukraine is somewhere there. Okay, we know it's closer to Poland, and history. But in a way, I am feeling, very depressed, because in old times, people could rely on the United States. And I think that after several defeats, and I think one of the tragic for China was a defeat, our giving up on Hong Kong. I'm not talking of Tiananmen Square, but Hong Kong was maybe defendable, that we don't have a policy of defending freedoms in the countries which want it, because there are some countries which may want it, but it's not visible. But when it's visible, this is where President Reagan was saying, Poland wants it, Russian dissidents want it, Baltic states want it, we help them.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we'll go to questions from the audience. And I think we have one over here.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mroczkowski, American University. So I wanted to first make some remarks. The Knights of Liberty were fighting within the Cold War. Things were very clear-cut, black and white. But today, the situation is much more fuzzy. Ambassador Bremberg identified, the Chinese Communist Party as the adversary. But I would like to say the array of adversaries of freedom today is broader than just the Chinese Communist Party. In fact, Timothy Gorton Ash from Oxford calls it Leninist capitalism. That's how he calls the Chinese system. So you have the Vietnamese, of course, you have the North Koreans, etc. But what we also have is the fact that we have not that much classical Marxism left. What we have is post-Marxism, which is, I would say, just as dangerous in many ways. And those of you who are unfamiliar with Marxist theory may know that there was an alternative to the strategy of Lenin. There was a strategy of Antonio Gramsci. Antonio Gramsci said it's not capturing the material base that matters. It's capturing culture and then moving on through a march through the institutions. That's how you capture the high ground. So as Mr. Patterson said, well, it's about reconstructing the individual, yes, but the danger is also to our institutions and some of the post-Marxist ideologies that are also present right here in our country. Absolutely. So I'd like maybe some of the panelists to comment on that. How should we evolve our strategy of fighting the kinds of threats that we face today in terms of freedom?
Right.
Thank
We're
you.
still, thank you very much. We're still dealing with communism. We're dealing with the legacy of communism and then cultural Marxism, which has gone in many different ways, not just from Gramsci, but also from others over the course of decades. Okay, that's a really easy question. Who wants to answer first? Eric.
I just identify that the problem is significant. And what I mean by that is this: we've heard a lot about so-called right-leaning nationalisms in recent years, but the truth of the past decade is that leftist populisms and leftist nationalisms are triumphant in many places. Several European countries in the Mediterranean, the big countries like Greece, Italy, and Spain, have had national elections won by the far left. We have seen we have more than a dozen countries now in Latin America, and they're pretty brutal, whether it's the post-Chavistas in Venezuela or the current Nicaraguan regime. Here, the reason I mentioned this cascade of these post-communists and since these leftist populists is this: many of them come to power through the ballot box. And so the worrying thing for us to address in the West is to be much more thoughtful about what is it that allows these groups, what gives them currency with populations, whether it's in Europe or in Latin America in particular. What is it that allows them to win, even if it's a small plurality at the ballot box? And it's the types of promises that they make, perhaps, by frustrated peoples. What Jose Casanova has called that there's a kind of a crisis of legitimacy around institutions, and these people say they're going to make life better regardless of the institutions. What I'm doing is amplifying. I agree that there is a problem. It's exacerbated when government officials, for instance, this current administration, play softball rather than hardball with those gross human rights violators.
Anybody else? So, and I would just say that this also means we have to figure out what we're educating about, both in terms of we want our own students, our own children to understand what the United States is based on, not just its history, but also its institutions, be able to talk about those, know the Federalist, right? Like Reagan read. And that's a 20th century person, a regular person, knowing the Federalist, right? So it's possible to do it in the 21st century. And then to continue to educate them about what they should be against. So communism and all of its offshoots, including cultural Marxism.
I might jump in here too. I'll go back to the idea of freedom. And it's, if you're going to have freedom from, you need freedom of. You can't just run away from things. You have to have something to run toward. So if you're going to have freedom from fear and you're going to have freedom from oppression, you need freedom of opportunity. You need freedom of ideas. I know it's a real cop-out to say, teach more civics. It's a cop-out because that's the easy answer. And when you actually get down to doing it, it proves a lot tougher when you're in the classroom, or it proves a lot tougher when you have students in your space. One, your civics have to be fundamentally rock solid. But two, how to reach them in a way that actually relates to them. Civics, the idea of service to your country looks a lot different than it did in 1776. So kind of updating how service looks, I think, is important. But also there's the aspect, if I'm going to draw back on the Reagan example, something that really concerns me, that probably didn't concern Reagan, or maybe did concern Reagan, but tried to address, was volunteerism. And the spirit of volunteerism, I find totally lacking, right and left today, about who do you help first? You help your community. You don't help your state. You don't help your government. You don't try to fight some war online across geographic boundaries. Focus on helping your community. Focus on helping your family. I think that sense of volunteerism.
It starts with chores in the home.
Chores in the
and
home.
how many friends do you have that their kids don't do chores?
Well, my toddler doesn't do chores yet, but I can't wait.
You can, your toddler can do something. We'll talk. Yes, another question.
Yes, Rich Combe. I wonder if anyone has any ideas about what I see as one of the great battles, which is the generation that is currently in the government schools which is being subjected to a level of ideological indoctrination on the subject of sexual identity and gender, which to me seems likely to destroy the family on which culture is based. So if John Paul II says culture is a driving force, not economics, not politics, how can we possibly teach that generation what their responsibility is to family and culture and nation? When, and in my experience, this is a discussion you cannot even get started. They're so steeped in this ideological. They're so steeped in this ideological position that they've been taught on the subject of sexual identity and gender that I find it difficult to see any hope that they will join the church, they will start families, they will take their place in our culture.
So how do we win the culture?
I'd say it's obviously an important, hugely vitally important topic. I don't share the same, I think, pessimism. I actually see a great renewal in American civic life. I mean, this is something we've seen in literally thousands of communities, thousands of school board meetings around the country, where citizens are engaged exactly on this point. So I see the challenge, of course, but I actually see a kind of renewed civic enterprise happening in communities where parents and other citizens are actually, not just maybe they're not volunteering, but they're getting out of themselves and they're showing up to a county meeting or a school board meeting to protest this type of kind of ideological indoctrination that should not be taking place in schools, that is, and demanding change. Now, I am an optimist at heart. That's why I keep getting out of bed every morning. So I have the hope that our system, because the freedom in the system of government we have enables and protects that type of activity, that will in fact be successful. And we've seen the lieutenant governor just walked out, but this is something that in the state of Virginia has been a hugely important civic political issue that the governor and lieutenant governor have been very focused on. So, I think it's critically important. I would just take the opportunity talking about the schools just to pivot slightly to one thing that we launched just last year and are continuing to release this year is an online curricular resource that we've made available to schools to teach about the victims of communism. One of the big problems, and this goes back to the last question as well, is not just the need to teach good American civics, but also to so that students understand that this isn't just happening in a vacuum. There is another choice. There is another alternative that unfortunately young Americans are completely ignorant of today. Most young people don't know who Joseph Stalin was or that he killed millions of people. They're just completely ignorant of that fact, or Mao Zedong, or any other of the worst communist atrocities of the last century. They're just genuinely, almost invincibly ignorant of. And for many of them, it's because they were just never told. So we've made this resource available. The states of Florida and Arizona now require, as part of their public school curriculum, that students learn about victims of communism. And we continue to make these resources available so that teachers have the tools at their fingertips to use them in a classroom to educate their students. So I certainly agree it's a hugely important area, but I think it's an important field that we need to rush into.
Can I pick up just one more thing? The one other practical thing I'd say is that our young people have been told that they can talk about anything, including things that we really shouldn't be talking about in public, except for their religious faith. And so even our young people who hold a strong feeling of pride in their country and that their life is motivated and bounded by their religious faith, nonetheless, they have bought into a lie that is, well, but I can't talk about that. Religious people can't make religious arguments in the public square. Even if that's what I believe, all of that has to stay at home. All of that has to stay at church. And so one aspect of getting at the problem that you've identified is that our priests and our pastors, our parents, all of us need to be reminding and leading that religion-based arguments are just as good of arguments as any other ones in the public square. Religious people who want to make those arguments, they're regular citizens just like anybody else, and stop this kind of reverse discrimination that there's one class who has to keep their mouth shut all the time. And that's if you make a faith or moral-based argument in the public square.
And you would have expected that from John Paul II or Cardinal Wyszyński, but we have Reagan here as an example of somebody who was a public leader, and not a religious leader. And he worked it in, and it wasn't just at the religious-based venues, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Anybody else on this one? Okay, and then we have time for one final question, if anybody has one. Yes.
Good afternoon. Awesome day today, by the way.
Thank you.
I mean, when I look at you, we've been talking a lot about young people today, and my oldest nephew is 15, and he's a great kid. But all of these kids now, they don't, like you said, they don't know the Cold War because they didn't live it. I mean, they're post 9/11 kids. I mean, I was born a week after Colonel Stanislav Petrov saved the world. I was born a month before Able Archer and the day after. I mean, I had civil defense drills when I was little, but what I see with young kids now, I mean, from what they say, I mean, not all of them. There are some that have some sense, but the whole concept of freedom itself, the meaning of it is changing, especially among young people when they're thinking, we're the people, we decide this. But I see a lot of ignorance of history. I mean, teach more civics. I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt. I mean, definitely. But how do you think we should achieve a critical mass, especially among young people, when they're saying things that scare us, like they say, democratic socialism is cool, or, we're all one people. We should have equal outcomes and collectives instead of being individuals. I mean, we're doing work now with education, especially in Virginia now, and also in Florida and Arizona. But do you think we need, I think the answer is yes, but how much more do you think we can do to achieve critical mass? Because what I fear is, as the lieutenant governor said, these kids are going to make the same mistakes again that we've seen in the last 100 years with, tyrannical regimes and mass murder and destruction. How can we get the critical mass to not only educate them about the mistakes of the past so they don't make them again, but also that they apply those lessons as well?
Yeah, excellent. Again, can you answer this very simple question?
Well, I am too pessimistic to address this question. No, you don't want to hear me about it. So.
We've got Ambassador Optimism.
Okay, I'll be the optimist one. I think, particularly in talking with young people about freedom and our way of life, a big kind of, I'm not a millennial, but I have many siblings that are. Much of the kind of millennial and younger ethos is frequently described in different parts of pop culture or memes of, don't be mean, right? Is this kind of ethos, and that rules or things that approaches to policy, well, that's mean, and we don't want that. Communism is mean. And that is just not a message that has been presented to young people at all. And I really do, and I feel sympathy and feel bad for them in terms of the level of ignorance, right? Sure, when you hear the kind of quasi-academic, intellectual, soft political description of communism, this sounds great. This sounds like this could be wonderful. This could be a utopian experience. Why shouldn't I be open to this idea and try it? My simple answer is not, frankly, a ideological or academic or philosophical answer, which we can give. My most immediate answer is just the evidence of this has been tried, and it has left 100 million bodies in its wake. And then going through the larger, societal harms, and then the individual stories of people whose lives are destroyed, whose families are destroyed, whose loved ones are murdered, and what they lose under communist regimes boast, communist regimes going back 100 years and every decade up to now, including those that are still in power today, is really mean. And that, I think, is the message that we need to show to young people, that if you think there are these positive attributes or aspects, just understand what it leaves in its wake.
And we will be starting a meme initiative at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and Museum. And if you would like to donate to it.
Yes.
Eric.
I would pick up, because we're talking about young people, I'd just pick up one thing, and that is that we need to seek ways to inspire them rather than entertain them. And here's what I mean by that. Whether it's in schools or church youth groups or so many different ways, we think that what we need to do is to go for the lowest common denominator and figure a way to entertain young people. And we are surrounded in this digital age in a way that is just different than what has come before. But there is a difference. And what we've been hearing is about telling stories, about telling the truth, about heroes, people who are fighting for something bigger than themselves against something that's bigger than them, whether during World War II or other times. Schoolhouse Rock, right?
Yes.
It wasn't just entertaining. It's also inspiring in a way. And I would simply say that I think that would be a question for those of us who are teachers, professors, youth group leaders, people in the church, people in civil society. Are we seeking ways that are culturally relevant, that are slick, that capture the attention, but that focus on inspiration? Or are we just trying to compete by another laugh, more entertainment? Entertainment is not going to win. Inspiration around these truths, that's what's going to win. Thanks.
I think we'll end there on that up note. And I've got all of the Schoolhouse Rock songs going through my head right now. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please join me in thanking our panel. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and Museum, I thank you for being here today. Many thanks to our speakers and sponsors. We appreciate your participation and we are grateful for your support. Thank you to VOC's hardworking staff and interns today and every day, and to our Polish Studies Fellows, Monika Jablonska, I knew I was going to do that, sorry, Jablonska and Agnes Teisner, for their vision and months of effort in putting this conference together. It has been a splendid conference filled with many insights into the three Knights of Liberty, as well as their legacy today and for the future. VOC remembers and teaches about all the victims of communism. The subjects of this conference always remembered and heroically advocated for these victims. Indeed, President Reagan's moral courage and statesmanship are acknowledged in the very name of our Truman Reagan Medal of Freedom, the highest honor that VOC bestows. And St. John Paul II is a 2005 Truman Reagan Medal of Freedom laureate for all the reasons and many more we have heard today. Cardinal Wyszyński, John Paul II, and Ronald Reagan knew and rejected the twin tyrannies of Nazism and communism. Their profound understanding of totalitarianism made a difference in what they said and did. As communism spread in the Cold War, all three men, from their particular circumstances, were thoughtful, active, practical anti-communists. They knew what they were against because they knew what they were for. God is good. From him flows all goodness. all truth. Freedom is thus understood in the context of what is good and true. This is part of the reason why Reagan put freedom first in his political framework and why John Paul II stressed that theme, be not afraid. Each took the long view. Through the eyes of their Christian faith, they knew the battle was already won, and they knew they were called to fight. Each persevered, even as they also suffered through significant hurdles and threats, assassination attempts for 2 of them, and imprisonment by the communists in the case of Wyszyński. Each understood himself as God's servant. And as we've talked about and heard about, but it's worth saying one more time, with his closest advisors and with the Pope, Reagan spoke of the divine plan, the DP, for each person and throughout human history. The timing of this conference could not be better. Just over 2 weeks ago, VOC held a conference upon the 40th anniversary of the Evil Empire speech. The core of Reagan's lifetime commitment to freedom and against totalitarianism is distilled in this speech as the engine for his grand strategy and foreign policy against the evil empire. And today, as we have heard about, is the 40th anniversary of Reagan's announcement of the Strategic Defense Initiative, also a key ethical element in that same grand strategy. Why are we here? We are here for VOC's annual Polish Studies Conference. VOC remembers the victims, all those killed and still being killed, all those who were, are, and will be repressed by communism. We research and reach out with this information here at this conference, as well as in our area studies centers, our witness project, our human rights promotion. We teach, we remind, sometimes we have to remediate on the teaching. Anyway, we teach through our academic programs, curricula, events, and memorial, and since it opened last year, our museum. Why are we here? We are here for the victims of communism. Our 3 noble knights of liberty are, I say in faith and hope, smiling upon us in agreement. Thank you.
Just a few words from me and Agnes. We would like to thank you, Ambassador Bremberg, Ken Pope, and Dr. Spalding, and the board of the Victims of Communism for your trust, your help, and support in organizing this conference. Indeed, timing is perfect. Actually, yes, this conference is right on time. And we would like to thank you other people. You might see them around, and they really help us a lot. We wouldn't do this conference without them. I'm referring to Milda, she's with us, Brittany Balmer and Colleen Prince, Michał Harmata, Ilona Teleki, Sebastian Smirnau and his assistant, interns, our sponsors, and thank you to our moderators and panelists and guests. Yes, thank you so much for being with us. And we hope you will join us soon. Please check our website, Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. We'll have more events. Yes, and I will say see you soon. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.